Chapter 356. Under the influence of the merit of creation, Taoist Mingy's spiritual sense was infinitely weakened, so much so that some subtle flaws were ignored by him. And those obvious flaws were forcibly filled in by him with various reasons and reasonable explanations. It was a pity that Taoist Mingyi, a legend of a generation, had suffered a big setback today. His wisdom of the past was completely gone, and his thoughts were gradually corrupted and became more and more deviant. Affected by this, Taoist Mingyi became more and more polite. Feng Zichen was a little confused. Facing Taoist Mingyi's sudden enthusiasm, he could only smile in response to him, lest he be too embarrassed. If Feng Zichen knew what Taoist Mingyi was thinking, he would not know whether to cry or laugh. His body was indeed an incarnation, but his realm was only that of Daluo Jingxian. He was still thousands of miles away from being a great magician. As for being a supreme master from the Archean era, that was even more impossible. It had been less than 1,000,000 years since he was born. He had not even touched the edge of the Archean era, let alone the Archean era. It was just that Feng Zichen had no idea what Taoist Mingyi was thinking. He could only continue to chat with him, extremely puzzled. What's going on with Taoist Mingyi? Why is he becoming more and more enthusiastic? Strange, really strange. He seems to have misunderstood something? Gradually, Feng Zichen tasted a hint of meaning from Taoist Mingyi's words. He seemed to have a great misunderstanding and regarded himself as a peerless master. At this moment, Feng Zichen was speechless. He was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. Especially now, with the blessing of the merit of creation, his wisdom had reached an unimaginable level. Taoist Mingyi's abnormality, of course, could not be hidden from him. Along with Taoist Mingyi's words, Feng Zichen understood the cause and effect. But he did not explain anything. Taoist Mingyi's misunderstanding was only good for him, and there was no harm. Since he had misunderstood, he would let him continue to misunderstand. The most important thing now was to find a way to leave so that he would not be exposed. Things like realms could be concealed for a while but not forever. The gap between Daluo Jingxian and the sage-to-be was obvious. Daluo Jingxian saw a completely different world and had a completely different understanding of the heavenly Tao. If they continued to talk, Feng Zichen's brain would run out of ideas, and he would be exposed. Therefore he had to leave. He had to leave quickly. Before he was exposed and Taoist Mingyi was fully convinced, he had to leave quickly. It was hard to imagine what kind of unwise thing Taoist Mingyi would do when he realized the truth and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Come to think of it, it would definitely be very terrifying. At the very least, it would not be something that a Daluo Jingxian level incarnation like him could bear. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen hurriedly searched for one or two plausible primordial chaos theories from Panga's inheritance. Following Mingyi Taoist's words, he suddenly spoke. Then, when Mingyi Taoist was about to comprehend something, Feng Zichen said directly, "Brother, poor Wei has just come to the Blood Sea and is not familiar with this place. Therefore, I plan to take advantage of my free time to travel around the Blood Sea and familiarize myself with the situation here. Therefore, if you have nothing important to do, poor Wei will leave first. When everything is settled, I will come and discuss with you." After all, they were going to settle down in the Blood Sea. It was reasonable to familiarize themselves with the situation. There was nothing wrong with Feng Zichen's excuse. "Help yourself, brother. Poor Wei still has something important to do, so I won't see you off. I hope you won't blame me." Now, Taoist Mingyi's mind was completely attracted by the primordial chaos theory that Feng Zichen threw out. He only wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible. How could he tolerate anything else? Therefore, in the face of Feng Zichen's request to leave, he did not even think about it and directly agreed. Stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm had become Taoist Mingyi's obsession. Anything related to it could firmly attract his mind. Moreover, it was the primordial chaos theory that Pangu had passed down. If not, even if Taoist Mingyi did not accompany Feng Zichen to travel the Blood Sea, he would have personally sent him out. How could he be like now? His tone was full of impatience, and there was a hint of wanting to drive him away. It had to be said that Feng Zichen was really crafty. He had completely figured out Taoist Mingyi's thoughts. On the one hand, he had completely attracted Taoist Mingyi's mind by throwing out the primordial chaos theory, so that he would not have the time to care about his departure. On the other hand, with the primordial chaos theory, Taoist Mingyi's understanding of him as an ancient supreme expert would undoubtedly be deeper and more convinced. "Brother, poor Wei will leave first." After bowing to Taoist Mingyi, Feng Zichen turned and walked out. After this, his treatment in the Nether Blood Sea would undoubtedly be much better. It would also be more convenient for him to do things in the future. That was, before he became a great divine power, it was better for him to not meet Taoist Mingi so as not to expose his background and cause big trouble. After leaving Taoist Mingi's place, Feng Zichen did not return to Luoshan. Instead, he quickly rushed towards the depths of the Blood Sea. At the same time, his divine consciousness was also crazily gushing out, covering every place he passed. He seemed to be looking for something and also seemed to be sensing something. That's right, Feng Zichen was looking for something. He was looking for the Nether Realm. In the past, Pangu opened the sky, the chaos shattered, and the innate clear and turbid chi were born. The innate clear chi was light and agile. It floated up, forming the sky and giving birth to the heaven realm. The innate turbid chi was thick and heavy. It sank down, turning into the earth and giving birth to the nether realm. The heaven realm was in the sky. The nether realm was naturally on the ground. And the deepest part of the earth was the deepest part of the nether blood sea. The nether realm was in the blood sea. Otherwise, why would the blood sea be called the nether blood sea? The nether realm had long existed. It was just that the opportunity had not arrived and had not appeared. Just like how the demons wanted to establish the heavenly court, the heaven realm was born. The nether realm would only appear when Hutu transformed into reincarnation. Now, Hutu had yet to transform into reincarnation, and the nether realm had yet to appear. It was probably impossible to find it from the depths of the earth. The heaven realm was above Mount Buzhou. But before it appeared, who could find it? One had to know that back then, when the great masters went to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao, they had entered the chaos beyond Mount Buzhou. 3,000 great masters had passed by this place several times, but they had never found the shadow of the heaven realm. Could be seen how hidden it was. If the heaven realm was like this, the nether realm, which was of the same level as it, might not be that bad. The Taoist Mingi was the master of the blood sea. For countless years he had never discovered the existence of the nether realm. However, just because others could not find it did not mean that Feng Zichen could not find it. He was fated to be in the nether realm. The nether realm, also known as the netherworld, was a world that belonged to the dead. It was a world that belonged to ghosts. Chapter 357. Feng Zichen established the ghost path and passed down the ghost cultivation method. He was the master of the ghost path, the emperor of all ghosts. With such an identity, he was the supreme god of the netherworld, the ruler of the netherworld, and the destined master of the netherworld. This was his fate with the netherworld. As the future master of the netherworld, it should not be too difficult for Feng Zichen to find the netherworld if he wanted to. Swoosh, swoosh. Feng Zichen rushed towards the depths of the blood sea at the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. On this day, Feng Zichen, who was rushing, suddenly felt a different aura. His heart trembled and he stopped abruptly. It's here. That aura was extremely cold, as if it came from the netherworld. The coldness it emitted was enough to freeze one's primordial spirit. Without a doubt, only the netherworld could emit such a cold aura. Even if it was not, it had a lot to do with it. Boom. A majestic ghost aura erupted from Feng Zichen's body. It was so powerful that it made the void tremble. As the void trembled, the ghost aura kept pouring in and spreading into the depths of the void, as if it was looking for something. It wanted to find traces of the netherworld. However, the netherworld was hidden too deeply. The ghost aura searched almost all the void, but it could not find any trace of it. Moreover, the aura that it had sensed earlier seemed to have disappeared and could not be found anymore. Suddenly, Feng Zichen sat down cross-legged and chanted the Tao scripture. For a moment, the sound of Tao resounded through the void. Countless runes bloomed. They were vast and unfathomable. Billions of them were endless. The runes were not blazing, nor were they dazzling. On the contrary, they were pitch black and emitted a strange light. They were incomparably deep, like a black hole that wanted to devour one's soul. Those were the ghost path runes which were used by the dead. They were formed by the extremely cold aura. Swoosh. As soon as the ghost path runes appeared, they spread out and covered the entire void. Strands of black chi appeared, emitting a shocking chill. Just a glance was enough to make people feel a chill from the depths of their souls. The energy of the ninth hell was pure yin energy without any yang energy. It was a specialty of the netherworld, and it was of extreme yin and extreme coldness. It was specially targeted at the soul core. Buzz buzz, the void trembled again. The appearance of the 9 underworlds chi triggered an inexplicable change. At the same time, the runes of the ghost path also moved. A strange power spread out and resonated with the path of death, attracting its power. In the next moment, the world changed. All signs of life disappeared in an instant, replaced by a dense aura of death. The law of life was also disappearing, replaced by another law filled with the aura of death. Everything was turning around. The reversal of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the world underwent a huge change, completing the transformation from a world of life to a world of death. The netherworld had appeared. Feng Zichen used the ghost Tao to forcefully shake the great Tao of death in the unseen world. Borrowing its great power, he suppressed the depths of the blood sea and forced the nether realm to appear. Phew, comfortable. This is the world that I should be in. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen inhaled the aura of death floating in the void into his abdomen. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he also felt unusually comfortable. His incarnation was a ghost after all. It was obvious that he was more used to the aura of death than the aura of life. Coming to this world filled with the aura of death was like returning home. Naturally, he felt incomparably comfortable. Rumble. In front of Feng Zichen, the ghost chi suddenly surged, slowly forming the shadow of a world. That was the netherworld. Because, from that blurry image, Feng Zichen vaguely saw a huge gate. The gate of hell, the supreme treasure of the netherworld, the legendary gate to the netherworld. It was the gate to the netherworld. As time passed, the shadow of the netherworld became more and more real, and the true appearance of the gate was gradually revealed. It was a huge pitch-black gate, and its entire body was enveloped by a dense aura of death. It was incomparably eerie. Because of its special identity, it was connected to the netherworld. Therefore, its height and size were unknown. Looking up, one could see that there was a big board hanging on the gate. On it were the 3 big golden words, Gate of Hell, written with innate Tao patterns. Behind the Gate of Hell was a yellow dirt road. It was very long and led to the depths of the netherworld. That was the Yellow Springs Road, the last part of the road that the dead had to walk. Later generations said that on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road, there were fiery red spider lilies. They were as red as blood. From afar it looked like a carpet paved with blood. Because it was as red as fire, it was known as the road illuminated by fire. This was also the only scenery and color on the long Yellow Springs Road. People would step on the spider lilies to lead them to the netherworld prison. However, in today's world, the netherworld had yet to appear. Even the netherworld had yet to be born, let alone the spider lilies that appeared later. As a result, the Yellow Springs Road now looked completely barren with nothing at all. If it was not in the netherworld, it would be no different from an ordinary yellow dirt road. A purple brilliance appeared and dyed Feng Zichen's eyes purple. This was the Tao Eye. In order to see the scene behind the Yellow Springs Road, Feng Zichen used the Tao Eye. In an instant his vision changed. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth and obtained an infinite expansion. All the fog was disappearing. His gaze passed through the layers of void and saw the scene in the depths of the netherworld. At the end of the Yellow Springs Road, a green stone appeared. On its body, there was the power of time that could not be dissipated. There was also a trace of fate. The Three-Life Stone. This should be one of the legendary treasures of the netherworld, the Three-Life Stone. From the aura that it exuded, it was not difficult to tell that it was a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. Moreover, it was a time attribute innate spirit treasure. Moreover, it seemed to have been favored by fate. There were traces of fate on its body. The Three-Life Stone was about 30 feet in size. The front was as smooth as a mirror. There were words on the back that were as red as blood, introducing its functions. At the top, the words "Reach the other shore early" were engraved. They were as red as blood. It recorded everyone's previous life, current life and future life. The cause of the previous life, the effect of the current life, the cycle of fate, the rise and fall of fate were all heavily engraved on the Three-Life Stone. It witnessed the bitterness and joy, sorrow and joy, laughter and tears of all living beings. The debts that should be paid and the feelings that should be repaid were written off in front of the Three-Life Stone. It was born from time and formed from fate. It reflected the past, future, and present. It had all kinds of karma and had endless magical uses. It was truly a first-class treasure. Unfortunately, such a treasure could not be moved. Otherwise, it would be another earth-shattering treasure in the primordial world. Heaven-defying items naturally had restrictions. The ability of the Three-Life Stone was so powerful. If it was used carelessly, wouldn't it cause trouble? Would the order of the world still be needed? If there were no restrictions, such a treasure would not be a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, but a Khanate cardinal treasure. Without restrictions, it was the privilege of a Khanate cardinal treasure to unleash its power without any scruples. It was also because of this that Khanate cardinal treasures truly had the power to destroy the world. That was why there were so few Khanate cardinal treasures in the primordial world. The heavenly Tao could still see more than 10 Khanate cardinal treasures and observe carefully. There would not be any major trouble. If there were 100 Khanate cardinal treasures, hiss. Just thinking about it made one's teeth ache. That was not a Khanate cardinal treasure, but a bomb that could blow up the entire world. If there were 100 Khanate cardinal treasures, the heavenly Tao would not need to operate the world. It would be enough to focus on the owners of these Khanate cardinal treasures. With 100 time bombs at home, no one would sleep well. If they suddenly exploded, the consequences would be too serious. There would be a problem if the heavenly Tao did not keep an eye on them. Sigh. What a pity for a good treasure. Shaking his head and sighing, Feng Zichen continued to look back. If he could not leave the netherworld, half of the 3 life stone would be wasted. Furthermore, Feng Zichen felt that even in the netherworld, the 3 life stone could not be used casually. Otherwise, the 3 life stone would not have become a public item of the netherworld in the future. Obviously, one had to pay a certain price to use it. And this price was very, very big, so big that no one dared to become its owner. A treasure related to fate, its price was naturally related to fate. Just this point alone was enough to make people shrink back. Fate could not be explained or seen through. It was better not to provoke it. Behind the 3 life stone was a high platform made of yellow soil. That was the home viewing platform. Here, one could climb the platform and look at the situation of the Yang family. Thus, this place became a window for ghosts to look at the world of the living. It was also a holy land for the living and the dead to communicate. When they arrived at the home viewing platform, they finally looked at their hometown and cried loudly. Only then did they wholeheartedly head to the next stop, the netherworld, to receive their trial. It was the ghost on the home viewing platform panicked, looking with 2 lines of tears. Wife, children, old and young, huddled by the coffin, relatives and friends gathered in the morning hall. Behind the home viewing platform was a majestic palace. It was the palace of the Lord of the Netherworld, and also where the Netherworld was located in the future. This palace was the same as the immortal palace of the heavenly court. It was created by heaven and earth. It was overflowing with light and vibrant colors. It was surrounded by Taoist rhymes and was extremely majestic. However, reincarnation had yet to appear, and the Netherworld had yet to appear. The entire Netherworld was empty, and not a single ghost could be seen. After glancing at these great halls, Feng Zichen did not find the legendary 10 halls of Yama, nor did he find the shadow of the 18 levels of hell. That's right, the 10 halls of Yama and the 18 levels of hell were all created by Buddhism. In the beginning, the Netherworld did not have these things. The first master of the Netherworld was the Bain Fengdu Emperor. He was the ruler of the Netherworld, the ruler of the Netherworld, and the ruler of the Netherworld. The Emperor of Fengdu was the ruler of hell. He held the highest position in the Netherworld and was in charge of the Netherworld. He was the master of all ghosts in the world. All living creatures would enter hell after death. Their souls were all under the jurisdiction of the Emperor of Fengdu. He would kill ghosts and punish them based on the sins they had committed when they were alive. There were 75 divisions under him. Each division was in charge of capturing ghosts and notifying them of their entry and exit. If there were relatives of the Yangtze who expiated the ghosts of the Netherworld, the Emperor of Fengdu would also decide to pardon them and send their ghosts to be refined into the heavens. Under his name, there were the ghost emperors of the 5 directions and the ghost gods of the 6 heavens of Rahu heaven to help him manage the Netherworld. The Emperor of Fengdu was the ruler of the Netherworld. His position was second only to the master of Samsara, Hutu, and he had boundless power. Even the Lord of Mount Tai of the celestial sect of wonders, the great sacred emperor equaling heaven of the eastern peak, entered the Netherworld and ruled the Netherworld. He was called the Een Son of Heaven and still had to be respected. As for the 10 halls of Yama, they were the Een Son of Heaven's subordinates. Even the Een Son of Heaven had to listen to the Emperor of Fengdu, let alone them. In order to plan the Netherworld, Buddhism first sent out the 10 halls of Yama and then established the 18 levels of hell. They worked hard and finally perfected the rules of the Netherworld. The 10 halls of Yama divided power and greatly increased the speed of the Netherworld's operation. The Netherworld was indeed better than the previous model. The appearance of the 18 levels of hell was even more significant. It divided sins into 18 levels, causing people to enter according to their sins. It showed the fairness of the heavenly Tao. The original Fengdu hell was not as perfect as the 18 levels of hell. The heinous and evil people as well as ghosts and demons were all imprisoned in the Fengdu hell, never to be reincarnated. The Fengdu hell was more terrifying and sinister than the 18 levels of hell in the Buddhist world. However, it was not as fair as the 18 levels of hell. Buddhism had contributed greatly to the development of the netherworld. However, before Buddhism could receive the fruits of victory, the celestial sect interfered. Not only did they incorporate the 10 halls of Yama, but they also took over the 18 levels of hell. If not for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's help in stabilizing the netherworld, Buddhism would have suffered a double loss this time. There's always a higher mountain. Thinking of the legends of the future, Feng Zichen sighed. Buddhism's plan could be said to be perfect. They almost took control of the netherworld. But unfortunately, the celestial sect's skills were better. They directly took away their results, making Buddhism's efforts go to waste. However, these were not important. Now these results were all his. After he entered the netherworld, the 10 halls of Yama and the 18 levels of hell would be opened by him. The pagoda had been in his hands for so many years. It was time to put it to use. He believed that the 18 levels of hell formed by the pagoda would definitely be more perfect than the ones opened by Buddhism. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen looked towards the center of the netherworld. That was the Ghost Emperor's bedroom, which was also his future residence. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Feng Zichen saw a mirror. With just a glance, he almost fell into it. Under the reflection of the mirror, all his sins from birth until now were reflected. One by one, they appeared in his heart and questioned him. Even merit could not stop it. This tribulation was born from the heart. External forces were useless. Fortunately, Feng Zichen had always done things with a clear conscience. A mere heart-examining tribulation was not a problem for him. In just a few days he regained his clarity and broke through the tribulation. At this moment, when he looked at the mirror again, he was completely unaffected. So it's the mirror of karma. No wonder it's so capable. In front of him there was a high platform with a mirror on it. The platform was 10 feet tall and the mirror was big. It hung to the east and 7 words were written on it. There are no good people in front of the mirror of karma. It was the treasure of the netherworld, the mirror of karma. All karma had retribution. This was what the mirror of karma could do. Good souls did not have to come to the mirror of karma. Because there were words on the platform, there were no good people in front of the mirror of karma. If a good person died, his spirituality would be bright. In front of the mirror of karma, there was only emptiness. It was only because there was no shadow in his heart that he could not see his true form clearly. Chapter 358. The light of the good soul became brighter and brighter. The greater the virtue, the closer it was to the heavenly court. There was no need for them to come here if they wanted to investigate the merits and demerits of the various palaces. Hence, the retribution mirror was also known as the retribution mirror. The retribution mirror was formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. When a mortal soul came here, it could illuminate their appearance and not hide at all. However, this was not the retribution mirror's power. People lived from young to old and had many sins in their lives. However, people were also spiritual beings. They understood what they did. As the saying went, they knew it in their hearts. They remembered all the sins of their lives in their hearts. They knew what they were doing. Their actions were not ordered by their hearts. The most evil in their lives came from their hearts. In front of the retribution mirror, all kinds of sins appeared. Even if one was protected by virtue and was not tainted by negative karma, one still could not escape the retribution mirror. The retribution mirror targeted the sins in one's heart. This matter had nothing to do with virtue or cultivation. It came from the heart. It was a tribulation of the heart. Only with a clear conscience could one break through it. No matter how powerful one's magic power was or how much virtue one had, as long as one felt guilty, one would have nowhere to hide under the retribution mirror. The retribution mirror revealed its true form and secretly supplemented the scriptures. Yin laws were selfless and Yang people were punished for their evil deeds. What a heaven-defying treasure. Even Daluo Jingxian would lose his soul for a moment if the retribution mirror accidentally shone on him. After witnessing the might of the retribution mirror, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. When experts fought, a moment of absent-mindedness could decide everything, not to mention a moment of absent-mindedness. The outcome could be reversed in an instant. The might of the retribution mirror could be seen from this. However, like the 3 live stone, the retribution mirror could not leave the underworld. Otherwise, it would be another earth-shattering treasure. Feng Zichen withdrew his gaze from the retribution mirror and continued to look ahead. Just then, a fork in the road appeared at the back of the underworld. Feeling curious, Feng Zichen followed his senses and looked at one of the paths. That is, hellfire. At the end of the path, Feng Zichen saw a fiery domain. It was huge, even bigger than the great wide world. It was filled with black flames, burning fiercely, but it wasn't hot. Instead, it emitted a chill that penetrated one's soul. That was hellfire, a supreme true flame born from the quintessence of the netherworld. It possessed boundless might, extreme een and extreme coldness, and it was one of the 10 great true flames of the primeval era. The fire domain was boundless, as if it was connected to the 9 underworlds. There was no end in sight, and the closer one got to the core of the fire domain, the stronger the hellfire became. Before he even got close to the core of the fire domain, Feng Zichen felt a bone-piercing chill. It followed his gaze and burned toward him. He was forced to withdraw his gaze in advance. So strong. The power of this fiery domain is so strong. Even if Daluo Jingxian came, he wouldn't be able to last long in the core of the fire domain. At most, he would be burned to ashes in 100 years. Feng Zichen said with lingering fear as he mobilized his dermic powers to extinguish the hellfire that was burning towards him. Without a doubt, in the netherworld the only place that could have such a terrifying scene was hell. This fire domain was the legendary hell. It was the original hell, the hell that was born spontaneously from the quintessence of the netherworld. Before the netherworld was in charge of hell. The Buddhists used it as the foundation to create the 18 levels of hell. Anyone who bore karma would be sent to hell after death and suffer the pain of the hellfire burning their souls. The heavier the karma, the closer one was to the core of hell, the heavier the pain. Daluo Jingxian couldn't escape either. It was created by heaven and earth. It's really dangerous. Just the contact made Feng Zichen understand that if he didn't have a supreme treasure to protect himself, even he couldn't break into this hell. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into it and be in danger of dying. Hell was the prison of the netherworld. It was a place to imprison and punish the souls of the dead who had sinned deeply in their lives. It was an important part of the operation of heaven and earth. It showed that good and evil would be repaid. It was the embodiment of the justice of the heavenly Tao. This was an important place in the primordial world. No matter how dangerous or terrifying it was not an exaggeration. If it wasn't strong, how could it show the greatness of the heavenly Tao? Feng Zichen looked at hell with slight fear and retracted his gaze. No matter how strong hell was, so what? In the end it was still his. At the end of the other road, as Feng Zichen expected, was the bridge of helplessness. After drinking Meng Po's soup and crossing this bridge, one could be reincarnated. There were 3 bridges, all paved with blue stone. The bridge in the middle was the most gorgeous. This was the bridge prepared for the ghosts of good people. Those who could cross this bridge all had merit on them. They walked the highest level of reincarnation. In their next life they would either be rich and noble or become immortals and achieve the Tao. They were born extraordinary. This was a noble bridge. Those who could cross this bridge would definitely be nobles in their next life, no matter what happened in this life. The bridge on the left was ordinary and did not look outstanding. This was a bridge prepared for ordinary people. These people did not make any great contributions in their lives, nor did they make any great mistakes. After crossing this bridge, there would be no preferential treatment, nor would there be any harsh treatment. They would walk the ordinary cycle of reincarnation. In their next life, they would continue to join an ordinary family and repeat the life of their previous life. Only when they had a shocking encounter would their fate change. They could either do good and accumulate merit, do evil, or meet a noble person. All of these could change their fate. The bridge on the far right was a little simple. The huge blue stone was full of mottled traces. It was very desolate. This was a bridge prepared for evil people. Those ghosts who were entangled in negative karma would pass through this bridge after returning from the punishment of hell and enter the worst reincarnation. In their next life they would be animals like cows, horses, pigs and sheep, or plants like flowers and trees. In short, they would no longer be humans. The bridge of helplessness, the bridge of helplessness. In the future, the bridge of helplessness's reputation could be said to be the greatest among the treasures of the netherworld, second only to the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was not because its power was stronger than other treasures. Instead, it was because there were too many sad and beautiful love stories about it. The bridge of helplessness, the parting of the previous life, the meeting of this life, and the reunion of the next life. Thinking of the legends of the future, even Feng Zichen could not help but look at the bridge of helplessness a few more times. Unfortunately, in front of the bridge of helplessness, it was empty. Not to mention infatuated men and resentful women, even Mengpa could not be seen. Even goddess Pingxin had not been born, let alone Mengpa. The entire nether realm was silent. That was not right. There was still sound. Under the bridge of helplessness, the river of forgetfulness flowed. The river of forgetfulness was also the legendary yellow spring. Corresponding to the Milky Way in the sky, it was the most terrifying river in the world. The 9 underworlds' weak water was in it. This river could sink all things. Goose feathers did not float, birds did not cross. Cultivators below Daluo Jingxian who fell into the river of forgetfulness would probably never be able to come up again. After looking at the bridge of helplessness, Feng Zichen subconsciously looked behind it. That was where the 6 paths of reincarnation were. What? That is, however, with this glance, Feng Zichen found that something was wrong. In the land of reincarnation that was supposed to be empty, there was a huge roulette wheel in it. Chapter 359. The roulette was not clear. It was very illusory, as if it did not exist. However, its aura was abnormally terrifying. The distance between Feng Zichen and it was a world. Even so, with just a glance, he felt a chill and fear from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he would be swallowed by the roulette in the next moment. Hiss, so powerful, so powerful. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Feng Zichen was so shocked that he took a few steps back. Even when he faced the Eastern Emperor Tai, he did not expect to be so terrified and powerless today. It was an uncontrollable panic. In front of this roulette, he felt extremely small, as if he was facing the heavenly Tao. This roulette actually gave him the illusion that he was facing the heavenly Tao. It was as if it was the Tao. The Tao should be like this. It was extremely unbelievable. It was not that Feng Zichen had never seen a primordial treasure. When he was at Kunlun Mountain, he had come into contact with the Taiji painting, the Panga banner, and the 4 immortal killing swords. He had even controlled the cauldron of heaven and earth for a period of time. However, the feeling that these primordial treasures gave him was far less powerful than the roulette in front of him. But how was this possible? Primordial treasures were already the peak of the primordial world. Heaven-splitting treasures were the peak of the peak. In the primordial world, there should not be any more powerful treasures than them. However, this roulette did it. Its aura far exceeded that of a primordial treasure, but it was not like a primordial treasure. It was between the two and was very strange. Moreover, this was not what shocked Feng Zichen the most. What shocked him even more was that this roulette was obviously not complete. It was still in the incubation stage. Its figure was extremely illusory, as if it would shatter with a poke. It was also like a ball of the origin of the Tao, constantly evolving. This formless appearance was telling Feng Zichen that it was not complete. The strength that it was displaying now was far from perfect. It had not been completely born, but it already had the strength that far exceeded that of a primordial treasure. If it was truly born, how terrifying would it be? It would probably not be weaker than a primordial treasure. When it was truly born, it might be called the number 1 primordial treasure. 6 paths of reincarnation disc. This must be the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Only he, the legendary number 1 treasure of the netherworld and the number 1 treasure of the Great Desolate Era, would possess such heaven-defying power. Just a wisp of his aura was enough to intimidate Daluo Jingxian and make him think that he was unstoppable. Feng Zichen forcefully calmed his mind and sighed in shock. In the netherworld, there was only a single treasure that possessed such might, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. This treasure was a supreme treasure that operated the heavens and earth. It was related to the life and death of countless living beings. He rotated life and death, making the cycle of life and death perfect in heaven and earth. He was also connected to karma and fate. This was a top-notch treasure of the primordial world. No matter how strong it would not be overboard. However, wasn't Samsara transformed into later Earth? But now, the Lady of Earth hadn't even touched the edge of the Blood Sea, let alone reincarnation. But where did this 6 paths of reincarnation disc come from? Could it be that Samsara wasn't transformed by the later Earth? Or was it not the Samsara disc? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen felt that both were possible. What if he was excited and recognized the wrong thing? After all, he had never seen the real 6 paths of reincarnation disc with his own eyes. He couldn't tell what it looked like. It was indeed difficult to distinguish the real from the fake with just a wisp of aura. It was better to take another look to distinguish the real from the fake. In fact, in Feng Zichen's heart, he vaguely felt that the possibility of the 6 paths of reincarnation not being the later Earth was higher. The power of that will was too strong. There was no second one in the entire Great Desolate Era. Other than the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, it could not be anything else. However, the later Earth reincarnation was his inherent impression. He had always firmly believed so since he was born. Now, he was suddenly told that reincarnation was not the later Earth reincarnation. This, if it was anyone else, they would probably not be able to accept it for a while. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to take another look and dispel the wisp of luck in his heart. Boom. When Feng Zichen's gaze touched the reincarnation disk again, it was as if the world had exploded, and a terrifying power erupted. The misty holy light, the churning chaotic airflow, and the energy that could split the world appeared beside the reincarnation disk, tearing everything apart and cutting off the long river of time. In the next moment, the chaos collapsed and the endless void shattered. The universe was boundless, born and destroyed as if it was a cycle of reincarnation. Before he could react, Feng Zichen's gaze was sucked into the 6 paths of reincarnation disk. In just an instant he seemed to have experienced thousands of reincarnations, witnessed the vicissitudes of life, witnessed the change of heaven and earth, witnessed the birth and death of the universe. Gradually, an ancient and boundless aura appeared on Feng Zichen's body. It was incomparably ancient and incomparably ancient. It was an aura that had settled down after countless years, an aura that belonged to ancient living beings. At this moment, if Taoist Mingi came and felt the ancient and boundless aura on Feng Zichen's body, he would probably be even more certain of his guess. This person was definitely a supreme expert of the primordial era. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen's situation was not very good. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disk was too terrifying. The reincarnation of that lifetime was not as simple as life and death, but the destruction of a great world. A lifetime of reincarnation was a great world. The process from birth to destruction. Just how long would it take for that to happen? In an instant, under the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, Feng Zichen had experienced thousands of reincarnations. This meant that in an instant he had witnessed the birth and death of thousands of great worlds. Moreover, as time passed, he experienced more reincarnations and witnessed more and more worlds being born and destroyed. This could be said to be a good thing. Feng Zichen's accumulation was insufficient, causing a huge flaw to appear in his state of mind. After this experience, he had witnessed the birth and death of countless worlds. With so much accumulation, he might be able to make up for his shortcomings and make up for his greatest weakness. But this was too much. In such a short period of time, Feng Zichen had experienced too many reincarnations. How old was he? Less than 1,000,000 years old. And how long would it take for a world to be born and die? The answer was 5.6 billion years. Of course, the great world derived from the 6 paths of reincarnation disk was not real. It was an illusion and could not exist for so long. However, the birth and death of a great world, even if it was only 1,000,000 years. Thousands of times had passed, tens of thousands of times had passed, billions of years had passed, or even tens of billions of years had passed. This time was far longer than the time Feng Zichen had existed. How could 1,000,000 years of experience be compared to 1,000,000,000 years of experience? These reincarnation experiences were enough to erase Feng Zichen's memories of the primordial world. Chapter 360. As time passed, Feng Zichen gradually realized that something was wrong. His memories of the primordial world were actually blurry. It was as if they were memories from a long time ago. Countless years had passed and he could not remember them clearly. Thousands of reincarnations and billions of years of erosion were about to make Feng Zichen lose himself. He gradually could not distinguish between illusion and reality. Was the experience of the primordial world real? Or was the experience at this moment real? At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart was abnormally conflicted. The two memories were fiercely clashing, and a wisp of confusion appeared in his eyes. Where on earth was he? What was real? What was fake? At this moment, Feng Zichen once again tasted the bitter fruit of his insufficient state of mind. Daluo Jingxian was an existence that gathered his own timeline. Time no longer had any meaning to them. Even if they accidentally fell into it, they could still calmly escape. How could they be like Feng Zichen, who was so unbearable? Under the impact of time, they did not even have the slightest strength to resist and were about to be lost in it. If this were to spread out, it would be a disgrace to Daluo Jingxian. Fortunately, Daluo Jingxian was Daluo Jingxian. At the moment when his life was threatened, Feng Zichen's primordial spirit could not help but tremble, waking him up abruptly. Not good. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen immediately understood his situation. Before he could think carefully, he was about to cut off the gaze that had fallen into reincarnation and cut off his connection with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a melodious bell rang, interrupting Feng Zichen's actions. That was Hongmeng Daozhong. Under the influence of the bell, Feng Zichen's heart immediately calmed down. No matter how heaven and earth changed, how time changed, how the universe was born and destroyed, the endless reincarnation could no longer affect him in the slightest. He seemed to have transcended from the cycle of reincarnation and experienced the thousands of reincarnations from the perspective of a bystander. At the same time, the merit of creation was also shining, releasing its power to its heart's content. It raised Feng Zichen's perception to the limit, helping him to comprehend the birth and death of the universe and the principle of reincarnation. Just like that, Feng Zichen was immersed in Tao enlightenment. His state of mind was rapidly growing. The experience of thousands of lifetimes was enough for him to see through everything. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was believed that after this, Feng Zichen's state of mind, which was caused by his rapid breakthrough, would completely disappear. It would be completely made up for, and he would even be one step closer. From then on, his shortcoming, that fatal weakness, the flaw in his heart, would no longer pose a threat to him. Only when his state of mind was perfected could his Daoyuo Dao fruit be truly perfected. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for him to always look like he was lacking in mental fortitude. Along with the birth and death of the universe, endless great Tao and endless rules were spread out in front of Feng Zichen's eyes. Between the birth and death there was a great opportunity, a great creation. The birth and death of the universe, the great Tao was born and destroyed, and the rules of heaven and earth were the same. Watching the entire process was the greatest fortune and opportunity. Let's ask, in this world, was there any greater creation than personally experiencing the birth and death of the world? No, the creation of heaven and earth was the greatest creation. If not for this, Pangu wouldn't have thought of opening the sky to prove his Tao. Personally experiencing these reincarnations, the birth and death of the universe, brought immeasurable benefits to Feng Zichen. His realm was soaring, and his comprehension of the Tao was becoming deeper and deeper. With the help of the Hongmeng Daozhong and the merit of creation, this great crisis that was enough to make Feng Zichen's heart skip a beat was turned into a shocking opportunity. Fate was really unpredictable. 3 days later, Feng Zichen, who had experienced countless reincarnations, finally woke up. A wisp of purple light bloomed from his eyes, and it was exceptionally bright. At a glance, it was as if he had seen all the changes in the world and seen all the ups and downs of fate. Only 3 days had passed, but Feng Zichen had spent hundreds of millions of years in the cycle of reincarnation. Now that he had escaped from the cycle of reincarnation, he couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. Reincarnation is really magical. After cutting off some unimportant memories, Feng Zichen completely regained his senses. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. Reincarnation was too terrifying. The experience of 3 days was equivalent to countless years of his bitter cultivation. Such a powerful ability was countless times stronger than the great Tao of time and space. Although the great Tao of time and space could also speed up cultivation, it was obvious that it couldn't help people hone their state of mind. From the experience just now, the great Tao of time and space seemed to be wrapped in the path of reincarnation. No, not only the great Tao of time and space, it seemed that all the great Taos in the world could be found in the path of reincarnation. To be exact, the path of reincarnation was a process, a continuous cycle. From nothing to something, and from something to nothing, this process was called reincarnation. Reincarnation was a circle. There was no beginning and no end. It could also be said that the beginning was the end. Whether it was the life and death of the people, the destruction of the stars, or the birth and death of the universe, it was a continuous cycle, and it was also a kind of reincarnation. If one couldn't reach the great Tao and transcend, no one could escape the fate of reincarnation. The primordial world was no exception. Feng Zichen raised his hand and Hongmeng Qi appeared, turning into 1 yuan, divided into 2 and developed 3. All kinds of innate runes were born, intertwined, and evolved into innate Qi, forming an extremely small world in his hand. As soon as this world was formed, before it could develop, it shattered and turned into a ball of Hongmeng Qi again. This was also a reincarnation. After experiencing 100 reincarnations, Feng Zichen more or less understood the principle of reincarnation. Just now he was testing his path of reincarnation, using the Hongmeng Qi to deduce the birth and death of the world. Unfortunately, his understanding of the path of reincarnation was too shallow, causing the world to be destroyed as soon as it was born. Otherwise, the evolution of that small world would definitely be more perfect. Stars would be born and even life would be born. Thousands of races would compete for hegemony, forming a perfect reincarnation. The mystery of the path of reincarnation was something that people yearned for. Putting away his unnecessary thoughts, Feng Zichen looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc again. Comprehending the path of reincarnation was not something that could be done overnight. However, with the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, the speed of comprehending the path of reincarnation would undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. At this point there was nothing to doubt. That disc was undoubtedly the #1 treasure of the primordial world, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. It was not created by Hutu but by nature. Its power was boundless, and it was a supreme treasure that pushed the cycle of life and death. Thinking about it, although Hutu's cultivation level was not the strongest in the primordial world, it was still among the top. How many people in the primordial world were at the great perfection of sage to be? Chapter 361. However, compared to the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hutu's power was not enough. The 6 paths of reincarnation was an existence that was comparable to a chaos supreme treasure. It was countless times more powerful than a Khanate supreme treasure. Hutu's cultivation was only at the peak of the sage to be. She could not even create a Khanate supreme treasure, let alone a chaos supreme treasure. Not to mention him, even the complete innate origin of the saint's Tao into heaven and earth could only barely strengthen one innate cardinal treasure. If the origin was damaged, it would at most be a supreme grade Khanate spirit treasure. A chaos supreme treasure was the highest level of the known magic treasures. It was unsurpassable and far from being something that could be refined by humans. Even the heavenly Tao could not. This should be a supreme treasure refined by Pangu. In Feng Zichen's knowledge, apart from the great Tao, only Pangu had the ability to refine a chaos supreme treasure. After all, Pangu was too strong. Other than not having attained the Tao, he was almost omnipotent. No matter what incredible things happened to him, people would take it for granted. After personally witnessing the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it would be an insult to Feng Zichen's intelligence to say that reincarnation was transformed by Hutu. If Hutu had such strength, the demon clan would have been destroyed long ago. Even Hongjun could not stop her. The wizard clan had long become the main character of the world. That's true. The realm of a great Tao venerate has already reached an unimaginable level. How can he not see the importance of reincarnation to the primordial world? This should be the backup plan he left behind. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen felt relieved. Reincarnation was refined by Pangu. Other than him and the great Tao, no one could refine such a treasure. Pangu opened up the primordial world to attain the great Tao. The process of the primordial world's birth was the process of him continuously verifying his great Tao. The appearance of reincarnation could make the primordial world more perfect. With Pangu's realm, it was impossible for him not to see it. Therefore, when the untainted land was just born, Pangu had already begun to create samsara. However, reincarnation was very important. It was an important part of the operation of the primordial world. It pushed the cycle of life and death. It was not something that a Khanate cardinal treasure could do. Thus, the reincarnation Pangu was preparing to refine was a treasure of the chaos. However, how difficult was it to refine a chaos supreme treasure? The boundless outer realm primal chaos was truly without end. It had existed for an unknown amount of time. Even so, only 3 chaos utmost treasures had been born. From this, one could see how precious chaos supreme treasures were. The creation of the great Tao and the birth of the primal chaos were the most precious treasures in the world. If a chaos supreme treasure could materialize, it would not necessarily be weaker than the chaos demon gods. It might even be stronger and become the leader of the chaos demon gods. Its strength would be close to Pangu's. This kind of treasure, even if it was refined by the great Tao, would have to pay a huge price, let alone Pangu, whose strength was far inferior to him. First of all, Pangu faced the problem of materials. Since the chaos supreme treasure was so powerful, the materials needed to refine it were naturally incomparably precious and difficult to find in the world. When refining a chaos supreme treasure, the great Tao used its own Taoist rhyme in the chaos origin. These were extremely precious treasures, the most original materials. They could create the primal chaos Daluo Jingxian. Its value was no less than the Hongmeng purple qi. However, at that time, Pangu first created the world and then killed 3,000 chaos demon gods. His body was already unable to bear the burden and was on the verge of Tao disintegration. He no longer had the ability to kill his way into the depths of the chaos and forcefully take its origin. However, this did not matter. Without the chaos origin, he still had the chaos demon gods' origin and their chaos spiritual treasures. As the darling of the chaos demon gods naturally had to be accompanied by chaos spiritual treasures. 3,000 chaos demon gods meant 3,000 chaos spiritual treasures. In the untainted land, some innate fiend gods were born with several innate spiritual treasures. Some chaos demon gods must have more than one chaos spiritual treasure. Moreover, these were only the chaos spiritual treasures that accompanied them. The chaos was so vast that it must have nurtured many chaos spiritual treasures. According to this, the number of chaos spiritual treasures was definitely more than 3,000. These were also formed by the chaos origin and contained the creation of the great Tao. They were the best materials to refine chaos supreme treasures. The chaos demon gods' origin and bodies were integrated into the newly born untainted land and became part of the origin to strengthen the untainted land's foundation. As for the chaos spiritual treasures in their hands, in the creation tribulation, even the 3 chaos supreme treasures were smashed into pieces, let alone the chaos spiritual treasures that were weaker than them. Naturally, they had been smashed into pieces. Some of the fragments of the chaos spiritual treasures fell into the untainted land and merged with the Khanate Chi. After being nurtured by the heaven and earth, they became Khanate spiritual treasures. This was also the reason why there were so many Khanate spiritual treasures in the untainted land. Otherwise, with the natural nurturing of the heaven and earth, it would take countless years to produce so many Khanate spiritual treasures. How could tens of thousands of Khanate spiritual treasures be produced so quickly? It could be said that the untainted land could have such a grand occasion today because of the chaos demon gods' corpses. It was none other than the chaos demon gods who hated the untainted land. No one could take this lying down. The remaining fragments were collected by Pangu and used to create the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Thousands of fragments of the chaos spiritual treasures, together with the origin of the untainted land and the power left by Pangu, could definitely create a chaos supreme treasure. However, the more heaven-defying a treasure was, the longer it needed to be nurtured. From the time Pangu created the world until now, the reincarnation disc had been nurturing. Until today there were no signs of it being fully nurtured. This was also the reason why the nether realm had never appeared in the world. As a world nurtured by the origin of the heaven and earth, the heaven realm had been born for many years, but the nether realm had never appeared because it was guarding the reincarnation to prevent others from interfering with the birth of the reincarnation. Therefore, it hid in the depths of the earth and no one could find it. If not for the fact that Feng Zichen was the future lord of the nether realm, he would not have found its trace. After figuring this out, Feng Zichen also understood the meaning of Hudu's reincarnation. It was wrong to say that Hudu became reincarnation. It should be said that Hutu used her body to make up for reincarnation. The purpose of Hudu's visit was to fill the reincarnation with her own origin and Pangu's bloodline to promote her true birth. Reincarnation had been nurtured for too long, and there was no hope of it being born at all. Therefore, Pangu could only use external forces to speed up her birth. The wizard tribe, which was born with his bloodline, became his first choice. As for Hutu, who was naturally kind and famous for her benevolence in the untainted land, it could be said that she had completely inherited the moral character of the earth. She was particularly conspicuous among the tyrannical ancestral wizards. Naturally, she entered Pangu's sight and became his first choice. Chapter 362. Of course, the reincarnation was so powerful that the origin of the Hutu alone was far from enough. However, what the reincarnation wanted was not the origin of the Hutu. What he wanted was the bloodline of the Pangu in the Hutu. The Hutu was like a primer, using her sacrifice to absorb the power of the Pangu scattered in the primordial world. Her innate origin was nothing, but the power left behind by the Pangu was different. In the world, apart from the power of the great Tao, only the power of the Pangu scattered in the primordial world could accelerate the birth of reincarnation. This was an incredible power, a power beyond the imagination of the world, almost omnipotent. For some unknown reason, after the primordial world was opened, the Pangu could not appear in the world, let alone directly interfere with the development of the primordial world. Therefore, the Pangu could only use guidance to indirectly promote the development of the primordial world. Feng Zichen was like this when he obtained the world tree, and so was the Hutu's reincarnation. This was all because the Pangu was indirectly changing the primordial world through them. The primordial world is far more complicated and unfathomable than I thought. Even the Pangu has all kinds of scruples and can't act as he wants. Looking at the reincarnation, Feng Zichen couldn't help but frown. At this moment, he was convinced that the Pangu's situation might not be as good as he had imagined. Whether it was the world tree or the creation of reincarnation, the Pangu could do it himself. After all, it was too simple for him. He could do it with a wave of his hand. It was very casual. But he didn't. Not only did he not do it himself, but he also spent a lot of effort to ask others for help. This was very unreasonable. How could he leave such a big matter related to the development of the primordial world to others? What if others messed it up? This was not impossible. In the future, Feng Zichen had never heard of the world tree. From this, it could be seen that the matter of the world tree had been messed up. Moreover, the primordial world was used by the Pangu to verify his own great Tao. Of course, the stronger it was, the better. However, Feng Zichen came from the future. He was very clear about the future of the primeval world. Ever since Pangu opened the sky and the liches and demons ruled the world, the primordial world had been improving. It could be said that each era was more dazzling than the last. Countless experts emerged. Even his cultivation realm had expanded from Daluo Jingxian to primordial Daluo Jingxian. This grand occasion reached its peak during the Lich era. Dao Ancestor Dao Integration. The 6 sages reside in the world. The heavenly court guarded the vast starry sky. The sorcerer tribes suppressed the boundless land. The great divination masters roamed the world unhindered. This was an extremely glorious era. There were as many quasi-saints as dogs, and Daluo Jingxian could be found everywhere. Throughout the history of the primordial world, there had never been an era as resplendent and exciting as this one. But after the glory there was boundless darkness. Since the end of the Great Witch-Demon War, the history of the Untainted Land could be said to be a history of decline. Every time the cultivation tribulation passed, the level of the Untainted Land would regress a step, and the area of the Untainted Land would shrink. The cultivation environment was also getting worse and worse. During the Lich era, Daluo Jingxian could only be regarded as an expert. Only quasi-saints could shake the world. If one wanted to dominate a region, one could only hope to become a great divine ability. During the apatheicized era, Daluo Jingxian was an incredible expert. Quasi-saints could already be called peerless experts. Great divine ability was a legend. During the journey to the west, Daluo Jingxian became a legend. Tai Jingxian could dominate a region. Quasi-saints did not appear anymore, and great divine ability became a myth. After the journey to the west, immortals were the peak. The decline of the Untainted Land was simply shocking. Of course, this was not what Pangu wanted. But even so, Pangu did not appear in the Untainted Land to interfere with the progress of the Untainted Land. It was related to his own path. If not for the huge restrictions or his own situation, Feng Zichen did not believe that Pangu would not appear. Judging from the development of the Untainted Land, it was inevitable that Pangu could not directly interfere with the Untainted Land. That was why Feng Zichen cultivated the Tree of World and Hutu turned her body into reincarnation. That's right. That's normal. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen felt a little relieved. No matter how strong Pangu was, he had not proven the great Tao after all. There was also a limit. First, he opened up the Untainted Land, then killed 3,000 demon gods, and finally turned his body into heaven and earth. After doing so many things in succession, Feng Zichen did not believe that Pangu did not pay a price at all. He was seriously injured and had to sleep in the depths of the Untainted Land to recuperate, leaving only a wisp of divine consciousness to take care of the Untainted Land. That was reasonable. Otherwise, the 3,000 chaos demon gods were too useless. The combined forces of the 3,000 demon gods could not even injure Pangu, and that was under the situation where he could not use his full strength. It was impossible just thinking about it. If Pangu was really so strong, he would have proven the great Tao long ago. There was no need for him to open up the Untainted Land to prove his Tao. After the heavenly tribulation, Pangu was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He could not spend too much effort to take care of the Untainted Land. That could explain everything that happened in the Untainted Land. Think about it carefully. If Pangu was not seriously injured, I would not have the opportunity one have today, and I would not have the achievements I have today. After pondering for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly realized that Pangu was seriously injured. It was a great thing for him. Although it was wrong to think that way, it made sense. If Pangu had not been injured, everything he had experienced would have been very different. The belly of Mount Buzhou was the beginning of Feng Zichen and Pangu's relationship. From there, he obtained the merit of opening the heavens, the seed of the world tree and Pangu's favor. From then on, he soared into the sky and began his legendary journey. Under the heaven-splitting merit and Pangu's care, the opportunities that others did not even dare to think about became the norm for him. There were a few times when he was in fatal danger, but he had even turned the danger into safety. It had become a great opportunity that allowed him to transform time and time again, and he had obtained astonishing fortunes. And if Pangu was not injured, just the Hongmeng Dao seal breaking the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler was enough for Feng Zichen to die without a burial place. Nurturing the world tree and giving the heaven-splitting merit to the fated person had nothing to do with him. Because he was already dead. These things, wouldn't it be better for Pangu to do it himself? In Mount Buzhou, the moment the Hongmeng Dao seal broke the Hongmeng heaven-measuring ruler, Feng Zichen's fate changed. That was the turning point of his fate. It was also the beginning of his glory. To Feng Zichen, other than the Hongmeng Dao seal, Pangu was the one who helped him the most. The Hongmeng Dao seal gave him a new life. Pangu, on the other hand, gave him the hope of achieving the Dao. Without Pangu's help, Feng Zichen could achieve good results with the help of the Hongmeng Dao seal, but it was far from the glory he had today. Since I've come to the primordial world, the future of the primordial world is destined to be different. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come to the primordial world for nothing? Chapter 363. How can I be worthy of the nurturing of the great Taoist priests? At this moment, Feng Zichen found the reason why he came to the primordial world. He was here to change the primordial world. After the Lich, would the primordial world become weaker and weaker? No, it wouldn't. That was in the past. No. He was here. Everything would change for him. The primordial world would only become stronger and stronger. Not weaker and weaker. Pangu had nurtured him with all his heart. Wasn't that the reason? Otherwise, why would Pangu help him? There was no love for no reason in the world. Pangu naturally had his own purpose for helping him. And what did Feng Zichen have that was worth Pangu's schemes? After thinking about it, the only thing he could do was to change the fate of the primordial world. After the human race was done, changing the fate of the primordial world would be Feng Zichen's next goal. Under the heavenly Tao, small trends could be changed, but the general trend could not be violated. He did not care at all. With Pangu as his backing, what was there for him to be afraid of? Although the heavenly Tao was strong, what was he in front of Pangu? In the future, as long as it was beneficial to the primordial world, even if it went against the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen could do it. The punishment of the heavenly Tao was blocked by Pangu. It could not be found on him at all. All the tribulations from the world were jokes in front of Pangu. Even though Pangu was seriously injured and was in a deep sleep, it was still the same. The primordial world was created by Pangu. How could he suffer the backlash of the primordial world? There must be a countermeasure. Being bitten by something one created was something that only happened at a low realm. The higher the realm, the less likely it was to happen. When it came to Daluo Jingxian, such a thing would never happen. They were all old monsters who had been around for many years. They could not consider anything. They would definitely eliminate this possibility. Do not underestimate any Daluo Jingxian. He was an existence that had achieved the Tao. Every person who could cultivate to this level was an outstanding talent who stood out from the countless creatures in the untainted land. They must have unimaginable wisdom. Feng Zichen was motivated again after he understood the path ahead and strengthened his belief. Pangu had helped him achieve Tao, so he could not let him down. Furthermore, even if it was to repay the kindness, he had to make the primordial world stronger. Moreover, as a member of the primordial world, it was his natural duty to make the primordial world stronger and more perfect. There was no need to consider too much. He was born here, grew up here, and fought here. Naturally, he should devote his life to it. It was the same for the human race in the primordial world. If humans did not betray him, he would not betray the human race. If the primordial world did not betray him, he would not betray the primordial world. If people respect me, I will return the favor tenfold. If someone destroys 1 grain of mine, I will take 3 bushels from him. This was Feng Zichen's principle. However, that was a matter for the future. Now, Feng Zichen's top priority was to nurture the world tree. This was the heavy responsibility that Pangu had given him, and it was also the test that Pangu had given him. Only by doing well would he be recognized by Pangu and become his spokesperson in the primordial world. At the same time, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. Mount Buzhou was broken and the sky collapsed. The origin of the primordial world was damaged because of this. Even though Niuhua had mended the sky and supported the level 4 heavenly pillar, the grade of the primordial world would inevitably decline. Therefore, the world tree was needed. If the world tree was used to support the sky, not only would the origin of the primordial world not be damaged, but it would also be replenished. The world tree was a chaos spirit root, the top spirit root. It was like the status of a chaos treasure among Dharma treasures. It could not be surpassed. Its roots could connect to the chaos outside the realm and the infinite dimensions. From these places, it could absorb a huge amount of origin to replenish the losses of the primordial world. With it around, even the origin of the primordial world would slowly recover no matter how much damage it suffered. It would even become stronger and advance further. The chaos spirit root had such a powerful power. Moreover, the world tree was a treasure that specialized in the world. This was the backup plan that Pangu had left for the primordial world. It was a backup plan that could allow the primordial world to continuously advance. Unfortunately, in the original course of history, some accident happened, causing the world tree to completely disappear in the passage of time. From then on, it was unknown and unheard of. This caused the primordial world to continuously collapse in the following battles. Perhaps it was destroyed? Thinking of the scene he saw under Mount Buzhou that day, Feng Zichen could not help but think. Under the erosion of their murderous aura, even primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian would not be able to hold on for long, let alone the seed of the world tree that had not yet grown up. Destruction was its ending. However, Feng Zichen came. Everything had changed. The world tree had passed the most dangerous stage and had grown to the half-step primordial chaos. In the primordial world there were not many things that could destroy it. As long as it grew to the level of primordial chaos, it would be able to barely support the primordial world. At that time, Feng Zichen's mission would be considered completed. Rumble. Outside the gate of hell, the 9 nether chi was mighty and rushed toward Feng Zichen, forcing him to take a few steps back. It was not until he was far away from the nether realm that the restless 9 nether chi calmed down. It seems that as long as the 6 paths of reincarnation disc is not completed, the nether realm will not allow outsiders to enter. Just now, Feng Zichen wanted to enter the nether realm with his identity as the future lord of the nether realm and see what was going on. But who knew that as soon as he approached the gate of hell, before he could do anything, the 9 nether chi that was wandering around the nether realm suddenly changed and slammed toward him like a huge wave. The oppressive cold air could freeze one's soul. Even with Feng Zichen's current realm facing such an oppressive cold, he could not help but feel danger. Not daring to take it head-on, he hurriedly dodged to the side. The power of this cold air was not inferior to the attack of a saint. It should be driven by the origin of the nether realm. Reincarnation was born in the nether realm. In order to protect him, any existence that approached the nether realm would be attacked by the nether realm. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, if he was not the future lord of the nether realm, this attack would have killed him instead of just forcing him to retreat. Reincarnation was too important, it could not be disturbed. Therefore, reincarnation did not appear and the nether realm did not appear. Even Feng Zichen, the lord of the nether realm, could not step into the nether realm at this time. However, he was still different from others. At the very least, when he approached the nether realm, he would only be expelled, not attacked. World Tree go. After staring at the nether realm for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly had a thought and summoned the world tree. The nether realm was right in front of him. If he did not go in and take a look today, he would not be satisfied. Not to mention the many treasures that were born in the nether realm, just observing the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation at a close distance was also a great fortune. It was of great help to him in comprehending the path of reincarnation. Chapter 364. So, this nether realm. If he could enter. It was better to make a trip there. Because the current reincarnation was not perfect, during the process of his birth, all the mysteries would be revealed and constantly deduced to approach perfection. And when the reincarnation was completely born, his power would be restrained. Other than his master, outsiders could only feel his strength, but they would no longer be able to sense the path and truth contained in him. Therefore, this was the best time for Feng Zichen to comprehend the path of reincarnation. If he missed it, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Entering the nether realm, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he had to give it a try so that he would not leave any regrets. Yes, Feng Zichen could not enter the nether realm, but that did not mean that he had no other way. The world tree was the way he thought of. As a top-grade spiritual root that coexisted with the world, it was the instinct of the world tree to connect with other worlds. His roots could ignore all boundary walls and obstacles and enter any world at will. This was the world tree. If it did not have such power, how could it be called the chaos spiritual root? Of course, the world tree was magical and the nether realm was not weak. Now, the world tree was far from reaching its most perfect state. Facing the powerful nether realm, it might not be able to break through its defense. But how would he know if he did not try? If he succeeded, there would be a great creation. If he failed, there would be no loss. Anyway, nothing would happen, so why not give it a try? Silently, the world tree walked out of the chaos bead and came to Feng Zichen's side, standing in the void. Whoosh! A root stretched out from the world tree, broke through the layers of void, and rushed toward the interior of the nether realm. Sensing the invasion of a foreign object, the will of the nether realm immediately reacted. It mobilized the surrounding aura of the 9 underworlds and rushed toward the roots of the world tree. At the same time, in the deepest part of the ancient hell in the nether realm, a ball of white flames appeared. With an aura that could freeze everything, it flew out of the nether realm and headed toward the roots of the world tree. It was the fire of hell, the purest fire of hell. The chill on its body was not the innate chill, nor was it the chill of the 9 underworlds, but the chill released by the path of extreme Yin. This ball of hellfire was no longer composed of 9 hell's chi, but of innate extreme Yin origin. Its essence had long been sublimated. This was the most terrifying hellfire that could burn a golden immortal to death. The change in color from black to white was a sign of the limit. Hellfire surged towards him. Its power was strong enough to make Feng Zichen's expression change. He didn't dare to let it get close to him. Unfortunately, its opponent was not Feng Zichen but the Tree of World. The nemesis of all energy, the World Tree. As a supreme spiritual root nurtured by chaos, the World Tree could devour all forms of energy. No matter if it was good, bad, congenital, or acquired, as long as it did not exceed his tolerance, he could devour it and turn it into nutrients for his growth. The World Tree could even directly devour the violent chaos chi, let alone the hellfire derived from the innate extreme Yin origin. It was the best tonic for the World Tree. Crack crack. Wherever the hellfire passed, a powerful chill was released. The void was condensed, making cracking sounds. Then it turned into fragments and fell. However, such a powerful force was completely useless against the Tree of World. Instead, it was suppressed by the Tree of World, and it could not even put up a decent resistance. As soon as the hellfire touched the roots of the World Tree, the roots of the World Tree swept across and blasted it into pieces before it could do anything. Then, without waiting for the hellfire to condense again, the rest of the roots of the World Tree whizzed over and devoured it. Along the way, the 9 hell's chi that came with the hellfire was also devoured by the World Tree. Although the nether realm was strong, it was only a part of the primitive world. It was far less powerful than the primitive world. In addition, reincarnation hadn't started. Most of its power was limited to nurturing reincarnation. As a result, its power that was comparable to a saint's could not be used. It could only barely reach the half-step primordial chaos level. This power was more than enough to deal with Feng Zichen. However, it was far from enough to deal with the World Tree, which was also a half-step primordial chaos level. In an instant, the World Tree broke through the layers of defense of the nether realm and came to its side. A soft light bloomed on the roots of the World Tree. It seemed to have thousands of colors, including all the colors in the world. At this moment, the World Tree seemed to have merged with the void and squeezed toward the interior of the nether realm. However, this action completely angered the will of the nether realm. In the sky above the nether realm, the great path law appeared, and the aura of death filled the air. That was the path of death. The nether realm was a world of death. It was a world that relied on the path of death to exist. It was the home of all souls. When it was extremely angry, it could completely trigger the descent of the path of death. In this world, no one could escape death. Especially in front of the path of death. It seemed that under its power, even Daluo Jingxian would die. This death was not a complete disappearance. Instead, it was being transformed into a life form and living in another way. A way of death. Everything was the opposite of life. This was the enlightenment that Feng Zichen had after seeing the path of death. Faintly, after the appearance of the path of death, there was even a resonance between them. An inexplicable attraction came, inducing Feng Zichen to throw himself into the embrace of the path of death. That was not a bad thing, because Feng Zichen had a feeling. It seemed that as long as he threw himself into the embrace of the path of death, he would be able to directly prove his path and become the path master of the path of death. He would become the strongest among Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. Even the path after the quasi-saint was paved for him. Once the calamity was over, he would become a great magician of the primordial world. A beautiful future was right in front of his eyes. As long as he threw himself into the embrace of the path of death. In the next moment, under the powerful temptation, Feng Zichen almost took a step forward and walked toward the path of death. However, his strong temperament prompted him to calm down in an instant and forcefully stop his footsteps. It was not because there was a trap in this matter, but because although the path of death was good, it was obvious that it was not as good as the path of reincarnation. If he went to comprehend the path of death now, he would definitely miss the opportunity to comprehend the path of reincarnation. Therefore he could not go. The path of death was there and he could comprehend it at any time. However, there was only one opportunity to comprehend the path of reincarnation. If he missed it, he would miss it forever. Feng Zichen naturally understood which was more important. As for why he was so sure the path of death was not a trap, but an opportunity that belonged to him. That was because Feng Zichen's incarnation, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, was a ghost. The first ghost of the primordial world. Chapter 365. Ghost. It was a living being that survived in the form of death. They were different from living beings and were the embodiment of the path of death. In the primordial world, first, it often represented great luck and great potential. It was very easy for any existence that occupied one to obtain extraordinary achievements, surpassing everything else and becoming a famous existence. Tao ancestor Hongjun was the first living being in the primordial world. His strength was the undisputed number one in the primordial world. The teacher of all saints had already explained everything. As the first dragon of the primordial world, the strength of the ancestral dragon was recognized by all races. The 100 beasts facing the sky was the embodiment of his strength. Di Jun, the first living being born in the sun, was also the first demon of the primordial world. He was the heavenly emperor, the master of the universe. Di Jianghu, the first living being born from Pengu's blood essence, was also the first shaman of the primordial world. The lord of space, the lord of the earth. All of these were all showing the extraordinariness of being first. As the first postnatal living being, Feng Zichen was also born with supreme luck. It was just that the postnatal era had yet to arrive and was suppressed by the environment of heaven and earth. His luck could not be manifested, so he did not enjoy all kinds of benefits. However, when the postnatal era arrived, Feng Zichen was destined to become glorious and become the postnatal Dao ancestor. Just like Dao ancestor Hongjun in the eyes of the postnatal living beings, Feng Zichen was the same in the eyes of the postnatal living beings. And Fengdu was the same. He was the first ghost in the world. His appearance perfected the path of death. It could be said that he was a god-fiend born with the luck of the path of death. He was the natural path of death. Especially when he opened up the path of ghost and completely clarified the definition of ghost, allowing all living beings in the primordial world to turn into ghosts after they died. This undoubtedly increased the power of the path of death greatly. In this world there was no love for no reason. Feng Zichen had brought so many benefits to the path of death. Of course he had to express his gratitude. Therefore, after sensing Feng Zichen's aura, the path of death would naturally throw out an olive branch and give him more strength so that he could better develop the path of ghost and strengthen the power of death. As long as Feng Zichen's Fengdu incarnation was still around, the Tao of death would always favor him, because he had become the spokesperson of the way of death in the primordial world. Therefore, as long as he wanted to, he could attain the Tao at any time. He had become the Death Tao Lord. As for the Tao of death, it wouldn't care about such things. It was fine as long as Feng Zichen was alive. As long as he was alive, he represented the life side of the path of death. He would always exist and strengthen the path of death. Therefore, as long as Feng Zichen was alive, everything would be fine. In order to let him live well, the path of death didn't mind releasing his authority to him, allowing him to attain the path at any time. The great Tao of heaven and earth had no wisdom. The meaning of their existence was to stabilize the order of the untainted land and become stronger. Becoming stronger was their only pursuit. And those who could satisfy their pursuit were bound to receive their full support. This was why the Tao of death was so friendly to Feng Zichen. Because Feng Zichen could make him even more powerful. The Tao of death. With his body, Fengdu incarnation. It had a heaven-sent opportunity. If he didn't take it this time, there would be a next time and a time after that. No one could take it away. It could only belong to him. But reincarnation. It was different. That was the opportunity that Pangu had prepared for the Hutu and the wizard race. No one could take it away. Saints couldn't and Feng Zichen couldn't. Therefore, for the sake of the path of reincarnation, the path of death could only be put behind. While Feng Zichen was hesitating, the path of death in the netherworld made a move. Boundless rules hung down and turned into divine chains of order. With the aura of death they attacked the tree of world. That power was enough to make a quasi-saint's expression change. Unfortunately, it encountered the tree of world. That was a treasure born from chaos. There was no concept of life and death at all. The only thing that remained was chaos. So what if it was born? So what if it was dead? For creatures born in chaos, it was completely meaningless. They had long transcended life and death. They were no longer in the category of life and death. In their eyes, there were only things that existed and things that didn't exist. And whether it was life or death, it was a state of existence. Therefore, whether it was life or death, it didn't have much impact on them. It couldn't change their essence. Existence and non-existence. It represented existence and non-existence. That was the most essential principle of the universe, far beyond life and death. As long as it still existed, there were infinite possibilities. And if it didn't exist, it was nothing. There was nothing and it was completely cut off. Therefore, what could make the creatures of chaos despair and fear did not exist. Death was meaningless to them. The chaos demon god was killed by Pangu and his true spirit was suppressed under Mount Buzhou. But other than hatred, they didn't show any signs of anxiety. They didn't break Pangu's seal at all costs. That was because they still existed. There was still hope for them to turn the tables. They didn't feel despair. They could calmly carry out their plan to erode Mount Buzhou and wait for the day when they could escape. A moment of entrapment didn't mean anything. It was just an insignificant part of their long lives. It was like taking a nap. If their bodies were gone, they could refine again. If their magic treasures were gone, they could find another one. If they didn't exist, they would have nothing. Therefore, existence was the only thing they cared about. It was their bottom line. As long as they still existed, nothing was so important. They could endure it. If Pangu had made them feel despair and wanted to erase their existence, then Pangu would have killed them. Without a doubt, these chaos demon gods would definitely risk their lives to fight Pangu. And this war would definitely be more terrifying than the tribulation of splitting open the sky. Because Pangu split open the sky to destroy the home of the chaos demon gods, not to take their lives. Therefore, although the chaos demon gods were angry, they would definitely not risk everything to fight Pangu. After all, no matter how extraordinary the primordial world was, it was far from being comparable to the chaos. The primordial world was also a part of the chaos. One day it would return to the embrace of the chaos. It came from the chaos and left from the chaos. This was reincarnation and also fate. No one could escape. With the realm of the chaos demon gods, it was impossible for them not to understand this. Therefore, the tribulation of splitting open the sky. It was a battle between the chaos demon gods and Pangu, not a battle of life and death. Although it was tragic, it was far from the level of life and death. Did you see any chaos demon gods fall in the tribulation? No. Pangu didn't want to kill the chaos demon gods, nor did he dare to. Otherwise, when it came to a battle of life and death, even the great Tao would tremble if 3,000 chaos demon gods attacked at all costs, let alone Pangu. They were all chaos demon gods. No matter how big the gap was, it was impossible for one to kill all the other chaos demon gods alone. If one didn't reach the great Tao, one would eventually run out of strength. Chapter 366. The chaos demon gods wanted to destroy the primordial world only because they could not take it lying down. It was not that they did not want to destroy the primordial world. They would die. Imagine if someone destroyed your home and brazenly built a new house on the old site of your home and even lived there openly. Who would be able to tolerate this? Of course, the chaos demon gods could not tolerate it. If they did not destroy the primordial world, they would definitely not take it lying down. Moreover, the primordial world was right under their noses. They had been watching it all this time. It was really disgusting. It was better to destroy it. Out of sight, out of mind. A dispute of personal feelings would not involve the root. Therefore, although the primordial world seemed dangerous, it could always exist in the chaos. Because the chaos demon gods did not have the courage to put all their eggs in one basket. In their opinion, it was stupid to sacrifice everything in order to destroy the primordial world. In their understanding, in this world, other than the chaos, there was no world that existed forever. Perhaps even the chaos would be destroyed one day. From nothing to nothing, from nothing to something. It was a fateful cycle that no one could escape. The primordial world was destined to be destroyed. It was just a matter of time. It was not worth it to sacrifice everything in order to destroy a world that was destined to be destroyed. The chaos demon gods were not fools. Of course they would not do it. However, they were still very happy to cause some trouble for the primordial world so as to make things difficult for Pangu. After all, this would allow them to vent the anger in their hearts. Moreover, the more anxious Pangu was, the easier it would be for them to vent their anger. That was also the reason why the chaos demon gods kept harassing the primordial world. They did not necessarily want to destroy the primordial world. Perhaps they just wanted to cause trouble for the primordial world. No matter what, the primordial world was the place where Pangu developed his Tao. If they really destroyed him, they would have a death feud with Pangu. The feud of blocking the Tao would not end until they were dead. That was not a joke. If they really destroyed the primordial world, perhaps the chaos demon gods would not be happy. Pangu's revenge was not something that anyone could bear. In a high-level confrontation, unless the bottom line was touched, it was very difficult for a life-and-death battle to occur. On the one hand, it was because at their level, there were not many things that they cared about. On the other hand, it was also an extremely important aspect. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was for one to die. Immortality and indestructibility were the standard for high-level beings. At that level, it was easy to distinguish between life and death. It was almost impossible to kill an existence of the same level. To be able to cultivate to that level, which one of them wasn't a prodigy? Which one of them wasn't a person above others? No matter how bad it was, how bad could it be? Even if he managed to kill it, the price he would have to pay would be unimaginable. Scheming for eternity and suppressing others with power was the normal state of that realm. Life and death was a last resort. The divine chains of order formed by the Tao of Death shot forward and bound the Tree of World in an instant. The terrifying origin of death spread out and surged into the World Tree's body, trying to wipe out its vitality and pull it into the embrace of death. However, the World Tree had no concept of life and death. The so-called origin of death was also one of the nutrients it needed to grow. The Tao of Death wanted to use the origin of death to wipe out its vitality, but it was a fool's dream. A misty green light bloomed. The origin of death that surged into the World Tree's body was immediately absorbed by it and transformed into the nutrients it needed to grow. Even so, the World Tree was still not satisfied. It waved its roots and took the initiative to reach out to the divine chains of order that wrapped around its body to absorb more origin of death. Gradually, the Tao of Death began to realize that something was wrong, so it withdrew the origin of death and stopped releasing it. Instead, it relied on its powerful strength to entangle the World Tree and pull it to an unknown place, preventing it from approaching the netherworld. No matter what, the Tao of Death was still the Tao of heaven and earth. Its power was absolutely strong. It couldn't destroy the World Tree, but it could still pull it. Rumble. No matter how the World Tree struggled and stirred up the surrounding void, it couldn't break free from the divine chains of order formed by the Tao of Death. It could only move bit by bit to an unknown place, gradually leaving the netherworld. Not good. Seeing this, Feng Zichen was shocked. He wasn't worried about the World Tree. He didn't need to worry about the World Tree. It was a supreme treasure left behind by Pangu. Anyone could hurt it except for the untainted world. The Tao of Death would at most seal the World Tree for a period of time. It wouldn't hurt it and might even give it some benefits. What Feng Zichen was worried about was that if the World Tree was really pulled away by the Tao of Death, his plan to enter the netherworld would be ruined. This must not happen. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly took out the seal of Fengdu. He activated all his dermic powers and pushed its power to the limit. Then he pressed it against the World Tree. Suddenly, a thin layer of black gas appeared on the World Tree. It was unusually eerie and emitted a different kind of chill. This was Ghost Chi. It was a special power created by the combination of the Death Chi and the 9 Underworlds Chi. It was also a manifestation of the Tao of Death. It was a power that had never appeared before. After the Ghost Chi appeared, it resonated with the Tao of Death and faintly showed signs of merging into one. Affected by this, the Tao of Death's movements suddenly stopped. The World Tree also stopped moving. Clang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Zichen knocked on the Hongmeng Daozhong. Suddenly, the Hongmeng Qi poured out and wrapped around the roots of the World Tree. It rushed toward the netherworld. After a while, the Tao of Death became familiar with the power of the Ghost Qi. It suddenly came back to its senses and hurriedly chased after the World Tree. But it was too late. The World Tree had the ability to break the boundary wall. The Hongmeng Qi had the characteristic of ignoring all restrictions. The combination of the two was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Moreover, this was in the netherworld. It didn't have time to react. Noiselessly, a crack appeared in the boundary wall of the netherworld realm. It was extremely small, but it truly existed. Now, with a thought, Feng Zichen hurriedly activated the Hongmeng Daozhong. It turned into an extremely small ray of light and entered the netherworld through the crack. At this time, the netherworld and the Tao of Death finally reacted and hurriedly repaired the crack. At the same time, in the netherworld, the will of the netherworld appeared and swept through every corner. It didn't miss a single spot trying to find traces of the intruder. However, the power of the Hongmeng Daozhong was so mysterious that it could even block the perception of the heavenly Tao, let alone the will of the netherworld. After Feng Zichen entered the netherworld, the Hongmeng Daozhong shook slightly. Its body evolved and turned into various kinds of innate vitality. Finally, it turned into a cloud of 9 underworlds Qi and completely merged with the netherworld, becoming a part of it. Chapter 367. The vast will swept through the nether realm again and again, but it did not find the slightest abnormality. It was as if no one had barged in just now. After a long time, the will of the nether realm, which could not detect any abnormalities, slowly retreated. The nether realm also returned to its calm state. After a long while, the aura of the nine nether that Feng Zichen had transformed into moved and slowly floated toward hell. That's right, it was either reincarnation or hell. The moment he entered the nether realm, an inexplicable call suddenly came from the depths of hell. It was as if there was something extremely important to him there, constantly tugging at his mind and urging him to rush there. This feeling was a whim. A long-lost whim. In a trance, Feng Zichen understood, there, in the depths of hell, there was a treasure that was fated to be with him. Most cultivators were extremely sensitive to things related to themselves. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, they would often be able to sense it in advance and feel it in their hearts before it happened. This was called a whim. This was the instinct of cultivators, and it was also one of the benefits of cultivation. There was no need to cultivate and one could naturally have it. Moreover, it would become stronger as one's realm increased. It was because there were all kinds of incredible benefits that the people of the world would rush to cultivate and think of all ways to improve their cultivation. The pleasure brought by the improvement of one's realm would not be understood if one had not experienced it. That feeling was incomparably wonderful. After hesitating for a moment, the curiosity in his heart prevailed in the end, leading Feng Zichen to walk in the direction of hell, collecting a spirit treasure. It should not take much time. Feng Zichen was not surprised that there was a treasure in hell that was fated to be with him. He was the Emperor of Fengdu, the original master of hell. Everything in hell belonged to him. Wasn't it normal for him to sense the birth of a treasure in hell? The nether realm was empty. There was no sign of life. Everything remained the same as before. Along the way, Feng Zichen did not encounter any obstacles. Very smoothly he arrived outside hell. At this time Hongmeng Daozhong shook again, and Feng Zichen's body suddenly changed. The nine nether chi turned into hellfire and he wobbled into hell. Moreover, as he continued to go deeper into hell, the color of the hellfire he transformed into became darker and more powerful. This was to harmonize with the surrounding environment to prevent the hellfire from backfiring. In the end, Feng Zichen was only the future lord of hell. Now he was not. He had to wait for the nether realm to appear. Only by relying on the providence of opening up the ghost path would he be able to rightfully control hell and the nether realm. Without any hesitation, Feng Zichen immediately took a step forward and gently touched the origin of hell. Immediately, the origin of hell trembled violently. Wisps of light appeared and flowed along Feng Zichen's arm into his body, fusing with him. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. With the influx of the origin of hell, Feng Zichen's strength soared. In a few breaths, he broke through the limits of Daluo Jingxian and reached the quasi-saint level, and he was still growing. It was not until the origin of hell completely poured into his body that his strength stopped growing. At this moment, his strength had reached the limit of a quasi-saint, and he was about to break through to the level of primordial chaos. At this moment, Feng Zichen had an illusion that in the netherworld, in hell, he was invincible and could almost face a saint. No, this was not an illusion. This was the truth. At this moment he was not only him, but also the Lord of Hell. His every move was enhanced by the origin of hell. Not only could he mobilize the power of hell, but he could also mobilize the power of the netherworld. He could be said to be extremely powerful, and his strength was close to that of a saint. To be his enemy was to be the enemy of hell, was to be the enemy of the netherworld. In this way, how many people in this world could be his enemy? Chapter 368. What a pity. After a long while, Feng Zichen said with a face full of regret. Such a powerful force naturally had restrictions and could not be used as he wished. This power came from hell, from the netherworld, so it could only be used in the netherworld. Out of the netherworld, all the mighty forces would disappear. Fengdu was still an ordinary golden immortal. That's right. It's an external force, so why ask for too much? In just an instant, Feng Zichen adjusted his mentality. The power of hell was just icing on the cake for him. It would be better if he had it, but it would not affect him much if he did not. His clone was born with the fate of death. He could not guarantee whether he could become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. But it was definitely not difficult to become a great divine power. He would have the power that the origin of hell gave him sooner or later. therefore he would not care too much. Besides, he was the Ghost Emperor. It was enough for him to stay in the netherworld. Why would he go to the primordial world for no reason? With a thought, Feng Zichen decided the future of this clone. He would not leave the netherworld easily until he became a great divine power. In this way, the restrictions of hell's power did not exist for him. Whoosh! Suddenly Feng Zichen's mind moved. The origin of hell gushed out from his body and turned into a ball of light again, suspended in mid-air. Pagoda, go! Then Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and the pagoda appeared. It spun in the air for a moment and plunged into the origin of hell. One could see that after the pagoda entered the origin of hell, it suddenly began to decompose. Wisps of the true meaning of death flowed out from its body and merged into the origin of hell. The pagoda was a treasure that corresponded to the path of death. It was the proud work of the demon ancestor Rahu. He wanted to use it to seize the authority of death. This was the treasure he used to achieve his path. It gathered the death aura of the entire ancient era and gave birth to 18 death realms. Each death realm was the best in the upper-class world. Such a treasure was difficult to find in the primordial world. Its power was unimaginably strong. Hell was divided into 18 levels and so was the Buddha Pagoda. Therefore, the moment he obtained it, Feng Zichen's first thought was the 18 levels of hell. It was a magical treasure that corresponded to the 18 hells. The 18 death realms it nurtured were the best embryos for the 18 hells. In the future, the 18 levels of hell were 18 extremely powerful greater thousand worlds. They were created at great cost by the Buddhist sect. As for Feng Zichen, if he wanted to create the 18 levels of hell before the Buddhist sects to establish his prestige, he would have to prepare 18 greater worlds. However, with his current strength, if he wanted to open up a greater thousand world, he would have to achieve the Tao and transform heaven and earth, using everything he had to evolve the world. A greater thousand world required him to pay the price of his own death in order to establish it. Moreover, he had opened 18 greater worlds in a row. Feng Zichen could not do it at all. Of course. Even if he could do it, he would not do it, nor could he do it. Since he was already dead, what was the point of opening up the 18 levels of hell? Such selflessness was not Feng Zichen's style. He did things. First for himself. Then for the human race. Finally, for the primordial world. Sacrificing himself for others. This was not him. Even he could not be so great. The pagoda was fated to be in hell. Integrating it into hell could not only strengthen the origin of hell, but also open up the 18 levels of hell. It could be said to be killing several birds with one stone. It also solved Feng Zichen's big problem. Thinking about it, the hell created by this treasure would definitely be stronger and more perfect than the hell created by the Buddhist sect. It might be able to suppress a quasi-saint. When the netherworld realm appears, Fengdu will be famous in the primordial world. It would take some time to break down the pagoda. Of course, Feng Zichen could not wait here. He took one last look at the origin of hell and turned to leave. With the netherworld realm as his backing, Fengdu would definitely become a great divine power. Even if there were restrictions, he would still be a great divine power. It was enough to shock the primordial world. Walking in the netherworld realm and breathing in the aura of the 9 underworlds, Feng Zichen felt that his entire body was transparent. Now that he had obtained the origin of hell, he could walk freely in the netherworld realm without worrying about being discovered by the will of the netherworld. This is the netherworld realm. It's simply the holy land of ghost cultivators. After walking for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly sighed. In just a short while, bathing in the aura of the 9 underworlds, his body seemed to have been baptized. He became more transparent and light. One had to know that he was Daluo Jingxian. Even he could sense the obvious benefits, let alone those low-level cultivators. If they were in such a cultivation environment for a long time, their cultivation progress could only be described as rapid. A treasure land. The place where the ghost path thrives. It has to be here. On the way to the land of reincarnation, Feng Zichen became more and more excited the more he thought about it. Compared to the netherworld realm, the Fengdu Luoshan that he had spent so much effort to create seemed a little inferior. Living in such an environment, even a pig would be able to achieve the immortal karma rank with the help of the 9 nether chi, even if it only ate and slept well all day long. If one worked a little harder, it would not be difficult to become a golden immortal. Those who were talented and willing to endure hardships, Tai Jingxian was right in front of them. As for Daluo Jingxian, then they could only rely on luck. Even saints could not guarantee that every one of their disciples would be able to cultivate Daluo Jingxian. Feng Zichen of course not. Tens of thousands of ghosts gathered in Fengdu City. It was not impossible to recreate the grand occasion of the Lich. As long as the Ghost Path had 1/10 of the strength of the Demon Clan after the Lich and Demon Calamity, it could be considered a top force in the primordial world. Even saints could not be taken lightly. Perhaps, under his rule, the underworld would no longer be a subordinate organization of the heavenly court, but an existence on the same level. One ruled the living. One ruled the dead. They were equal to each other, but they did not interfere with each other. Thus, they reached a subtle balance and managed the primordial world together. Of course, this was only Feng Zichen's beautiful wish, or rather, the goal that he was working hard for. Being inferior to others, in the end it still made people unhappy. If he wanted to do it, he had to be the strongest. The Netherworld realm was originally a world on par with the Heaven realm. There was no reason that the heavenly court established in the Heaven realm had a higher status than the underworld established in the Netherworld realm. They should be equal. In the later generations, the underworld was under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. It was obviously abnormal. The balance of yin and yang was the right principle of heaven and earth. What Feng Zichen wanted to do was to bring this abnormal relationship back on track. Let the underworld have the dignity that it should have. The world of the dead should not be weaker than the living. No, in the future, the underworld could not be called the underworld, nor could it be called the underworld. Instead, it should be called the underworld court. The underworld. These two names were really not worthy of the Netherworld realm, which was as famous as the Heaven realm. Chapter 369. In Court. This title was domineering. If it was spread out, it would also sound good. Otherwise, if he called himself the Yin Master of the Underworld, he would be inferior to the Heavenly Court in name. How could he compete with him? Since he wanted to compete, then he had to start from the basics. First of all, he could not be weak in terms of reputation. It did not matter if he did not have the strength, but he had to show off his reputation. The name represented the luck of heaven and earth. Could not be taken lightly. This was a magical power that could often play an unexpected role. The future of the primordial world, it will change in my hands. Feng Zichen was a little excited when he thought of the future separation of heaven and earth. If this matter was successful, he would have completed a part of his plan to change the primordial world. The Yin Court of the Underworld was a major event that would change the primordial world. The fate of the primordial world would be controlled by him. How could this not be exciting? Anyone in this situation would not be able to remain calm. Moreover, Feng Zichen had also thought of a way to let the Yin Court compete with the Heavenly Court. The reason why the Heavenly Court could shock the primordial world was because of Zhouxing, Dijun, Taifushi, and the endless demon race. If the Yin Court wanted to compete with him, they could only borrow the power of the Magi. In the primordial world, only the Magi could compete with the demon race and even faintly defeat them. Moreover, there was an inseparable relationship between the Magi and the Netherworld. But that was the Lord of Samsara. Her status was even higher than Fengdu, the Lord of the Netherworld. She was not inferior to a saint at all. She was the true supreme karmic position of the world. With him around, the Magi could also be said to be the master of the Netherworld. If the Magi moved into the Netherworld, they would have the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 12 ancestors of the Magi, and the experts of the Magi. The Yin Court was the true Yin Court, and it could completely compete with the Heavenly Court. Perhaps this was the beginning of the change in the fate of the primordial world. Wait. The Magi, the Netherworld. This. Thinking of the relationship between the Magi and the Netherworld, Feng Zichen's mind suddenly stirred as he discovered a shocking secret. The Netherworld was the holy land of ghost cultivators. The 9 underworlds' chi could temper the primordial spirit. Living in the Nether realm for a long time, even if one did not cultivate much, under the influence of the 9 underworlds' chi, one's origin spirit would slowly become stronger. However, the sorcerer tribe did not have primordial spirits. No. It was not that the Magi did not have primordial spirits. It was just that his primordial spirit was too weak. In the process of cultivation, it was absorbed by his powerful physical body and became a part of his body. If the shamans were allowed to live in the Nether realm, it was hard to say what would happen to those powerful shamans. However, there was a high chance that the newborn Magi would be baptized by the 9 nether chi and give birth to essence souls. They would be no different from other living beings in the primordial world. Thinking about it carefully, the birth of the nether world seemed to have been specially prepared for the shaman tribe to make up for the shaman tribe's flaws. Otherwise, why did the shamans benefit the most? If that's the case, it's not unreasonable. The Magi are the descendants of Pangu after all. It's only natural that they take care of them. It was human nature to leave some benefits for their descendants. If it was Feng Zichen, he would do the same. There was nothing incomprehensible about it. The Magi worshipped Pangu, and their attitude towards him far exceeded that of the three pure ones, who were also descendants of Pangu. It was normal for Pangu to be biased towards them. Unfortunately, although Pangu's plan was good, he miscalculated. If the Nether Realm could be born together with the Heaven Realm, the Magi would have long become the main characters of the world. But it's too late to be born now. Thinking of the ending of the Magi in the future, Feng Zichen was silent for a moment. Even someone as strong as Pangu could not control everything in the primordial world. There were times when he was helpless. Using the Nether Realm to make up for the flaws of the Magi, so that the Magi could become the main characters of the world and dominate the primordial world. Their relationship would not be in vain. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Something that Pangu could not control happened. Reincarnation. It was too powerful. As a result, its gestation time far exceeded Pangu's expectations. Even when it was the age of the Magi, there were no signs of its birth. Reincarnation did not appear for a long time, dragging down the timing of the Nether Realm's birth, causing it to be unable to be born. Helpless, Pangu could only use the power of the Lady of Earth to forcefully create reincarnation. But at this moment, the fate of the Magi was set. They would definitely be defeated. This was the general trend of the heavenly Tao. How could it be reversed by the Nether Realm? His birth could not change anything. Otherwise, how could the monstrous negative karma accumulated by the Magi be eliminated? How could the karma with the billions of living beings in the primordial world be resolved? These were the sins of the Magi. If this sin was not punished, how could the heavenly Tao show its fairness? Being impartial was the foundation of the existence of the heavenly Tao, and it was also the foundation of maintaining the order of the world. If this concept was lost, the heavenly Tao would no longer be the heavenly Tao if it had selfish motives. The primordial world would also fall into chaos because of this. Therefore, if they were guilty, they had to be punished. Even saints were no exception. Not to mention the Magi and demons. If the Magi and demons were not punished, it was not enough to correct the heavenly law, not enough to anger the commoners, and not enough to show the fairness of the heavenly Tao. The Magi had to be punished. They had to pay the price for everything they had done. It was precisely because he understood this principle that Feng Zichen, who was determined to change the primordial world, had no intention of changing the fate of the Magi and demons. Did he not know that as long as he changed the fate of the Magi and demons, the future of the primordial world would definitely change and walk into the unknown? He knew, of course he knew. But he could not do it. The negative karma that the Magi and demons carried was too heavy. Even if it was converted to saints, it was enough to pull them down from their positions as saints. Feng Zichen could not bear such karma at all. He could not solve it, nor did he dare to accept it. If he touched it, he would die. No one in the primordial world could touch it. Sigh. The Magi have already made a big mistake. Their negative karma is deep and there is no way to save them. Even if the Nether Realm is given to them, they can't change their fate. Therefore, the fate between the Nether Realm and the Magi is limited. That's why Fengdu was born to replace the Magi and rule the Nether Realm. After understanding this, Feng Zichen had a further understanding of the relationship between Fengdu, the Magi, and the Nether Realm. The appearance of the Nether Realm was too late. It was so late that it could not change the fate of its master of destiny, the Magi. Since the fate of the Magi's decline had been set, the Nether Realm could not be without a master. Fengdu was born and used the merit of opening up the ghost path to rule the rise and fall of the Nether Realm. The appearance of the Nether Realm is not completely useless. Perhaps this is the final place for the Magi to settle down. Everything in the world had a chance of survival. The Magi were no exception. And the Nether Realm was the last chance of survival for the Magi. Chapter 370. According to this calculation, when the Netherworld realm appears, the position of the Realm Lord is not fated with me. At this point, Feng Zichen suddenly discovered a cruel fact. His incarnation of Fengdu was born a little early. At this moment, it was not his turn to be the Lord of the Netherworld. The Netherworld was the world that Pangu had prepared for the Magi. Now that the Magi had not lost their destiny, the position of the Lord of the Netherworld naturally belonged to the Magi. It had nothing to do with Fengdu. When the Magi declined and were convicted of the primordial world, it would be the time for Fengdu to appear and take charge of the Netherworld. No. The Netherworld. It was the Lady of Earth's, the Magi's. Ah. In that case, then let him have an era. As if thinking of something, Feng Zichen suddenly laughed out loud. So what if he gave the position of the Lord of the Netherworld to the Magi? How many years could they hold it for? In the end, everything was still his. Moreover, with the Magi ruling the Netherworld, they could help Feng Zichen resist the pressure of the demon race. It was more convenient for him to hide behind the scenes and plan. Compared to the Yin court that Fengdu presided over, the Yin court that the Magi presided over was the real Yin court. It had the power that even the heavenly court could not defeat. Even if in the future, after the Magi calamity, the Yin court could only have 1% of the current Magi's strength, it would be enough for Feng Zichen to brag about for the rest of his life. From now on, Fengdu will be the Lord of Hell. He will stay in Hell peacefully and wait for the future development. In an instant, Feng Zichen made a decision in his heart. He would make way for the Magi. If things could not be done, then he would not do it to avoid unexpected variables. As for Fengdu, it was better to be his own Lord of Hell. After the Magi calamity, he would come out to take over the Netherworld and clean up the mess left behind by the Magi. Moreover, staying in Hell and being in close contact with the Magi, he could also give advice to the Magi and increase their future vitality. In this way, it could be considered worthy of his identity as a Magi. In the primordial world, the Chaos Fiend God was a legend. Liches were the unsurpassable pinnacle. Any force that could reach 1% of their strength was enough to dominate the primordial world. If he could reach 1/10 of their strength, then destruction was not far away. After much difficulty, they finally removed the two huge mountains that had been pressing down on their heads. How could the saints tolerate the existence of another powerful force like the shaman and demon clans suppressing them? Therefore, if any force had the slightest sign of becoming a force like the Magi and demon clans, what awaited them would be the endless schemes of the saints until they fell apart. The era of the sage. The sage was the supreme being. Their will was the will of the heavens. Even the world had to follow it, let alone all living beings. Forces like the shamans and demons would no longer exist. They were the last glory of the primordial world. After that, they could no longer see each other. However, how could the saints control this world? As the saying goes, as long as the saints were alive, the bandits would not stop. He was the greatest thief in the wilderness. It had been stealing the origin of heaven and earth. To strengthen itself. The weaker the primordial world was, the more disadvantageous it was for all living beings. However, it was more advantageous for the saints. Because the weaker it was, the easier it was to control. Only when the origin of the primordial world was constantly weakening and its level was constantly regressing could the saints better control the primordial world and seek benefits for themselves. The saints hoped that the primordial world would continue to weaken. There was no doubt about this. Everything that happened in the later generations had already proved it. During the era of the shamans and demons, the saints were the highest karmic position in the primordial world. They were the peak of the primordial world. Other than that, they did not have many privileges. The primordial world. It was still under the control of the shamans and demons. It did not have much to do with the saints. During the era of the gods, the primordial world was further weakened. The saints became the rulers of the primordial world. Whoever held the karmic position in the world was determined by their will. The primordial world was completely under the control of the saints. After the god investiture tribulation, the primordial world was shattered again, and its level fell. At this moment, the authority of the saints had increased exponentially. Even the heaven and earth tribulation. They were all affected by them. The so-called journey to the West calamity was like a joke compared to the previous calamities. It was too easy and too simple. It was completely born because of the agreement of the saints. The calamity could be triggered at will. At this moment, the power of the saints could be seen. Speaking of which, although the saints were powerful, they were under the control of the heavenly Tao. They could not be considered free and unfettered. No one would like this feeling of not being able to control themselves. Not to mention, the saints who had reached the peak of the primordial world, they would definitely think of a way to get rid of the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. If Feng Zichen was in their position, he would do the same. What? I tried my best and worked hard to cultivate to the saint realm. It was so that I could not be affected by 10,000 tribulations. I could do whatever I wanted and be free. In the end, after I became a saint, I realized that under the control of the heavenly Tao, it was true that I could not be affected by 10,000 tribulations. The rest was fake. They did not even have freedom, let alone being free. Who could tolerate this? What was the purpose of their hard work in cultivating? Therefore they wanted to change and escape from the control of the heavenly Tao. In order to escape from the heavenly axiom, the best way was to weaken its strength. Only when the heavenly Tao weakened would their resistance not be so powerless and they had the possibility of escaping. Therefore the primordial world suffered. In order to weaken the heavenly Tao, under the intentional or unintentional calculations of the saints, the primordial world shattered again and again. Before the saints became saints, they might have the determination to develop the primordial world. However, after becoming saints, their hearts must have changed. The feeling of not being able to control oneself was not good. In order to escape for freedom, it was not too difficult to understand that they attacked the primordial world. However, understanding was one thing. This did not mean that Feng Zichen agreed with their actions. Their positions were different. Their perspectives on the problem were naturally different. The saints had indeed benefited from weakening the primordial world. But what about the living beings in the primordial world? When the primordial world retreated, they would be the first to be affected. As the world changed, the cultivation environment became worse and worse. In the past, the celestial immortals who could easily cultivate to become celestial immortals became legends in the future. Such an impact could not be said to be small. Therefore, what right did they have to pay for the benefits that the saints received? This was a great thief. The origin of heaven and earth, the foundation of all living beings. And this was what Feng Zichen wanted to change. The primordial world. Was the primordial world of all living beings. Was not the primordial world of saints. How could he let them take whatever they wanted? Of course, if Feng Zichen wanted to change all of this, he had to at least have the cultivation of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian to be able to fight against saints. Otherwise he would be courting death. Therefore in the future he still had a long way to go. Chapter 371. After walking through the road to the underworld, crossing the bridge of helplessness, and passing through a vast fog, Feng Zichen finally arrived at the deepest part of the netherworld, where the reincarnation disc was. So powerful. This power can probably easily kill Daluo Jingxian. Before he got close to the reincarnation disc, Hongming Daozhong automatically manifested and hung above Feng Zichen's head. Wisps of Hongming's aura hung down to protect him. Coming into close contact with the reincarnation disc, the feeling he got was completely different from looking at it from afar. The power was even stronger. Just by coming close to the reincarnation disc, before he could do anything, Feng Zichen felt a fatal crisis. If not for the protection of Hongming Daozhong, he would probably be sucked into the reincarnation disc in the next moment and sink into it forever. Feng Zichen had never seen such a powerful treasure in his life. It was far beyond his imagination. For a moment he could not find the right words to describe the greatness of the reincarnation disc. Unfortunately, no matter how good the reincarnation disc was, it was not fated to be with him. It was the treasure of the Hutu. It was a treasure that she had exchanged her life for. I'm really greedy. With a bitter smile, Feng Zichen mobilized the power of his mind and turned it into an invisible sword of wisdom, cutting off all the greed in his heart. Greed. It was his greatest sin. For some reason when he saw good things he wanted to stuff them into his pocket. He could not change it. It was really uncomfortable. Perhaps when he suffered a big setback in the future, there would be a change. Now all he could do was to recite the Tao scriptures from time to time to wipe the spirit platform so that he could maintain his clarity and ensure that he would not be disturbed by greed. After the greed was cut off, when Feng Zichen looked at the reincarnation disc again, there was no more greed in his eyes. There was only endless exploration and curiosity. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen summoned the merit of creation to add another layer of insurance to himself. Then he took a step forward and continued to walk forward. Since he wanted to comprehend the great Tao of reincarnation, the closer he got, the better. However, the closer he got to the reincarnation disc, the greater the influence of the reincarnation power. Worried that Hongming Daozhong could not withstand the pressure of the reincarnation disc, Feng Zichen summoned the merit of creation. It would be funny if he was injured instead of being able to comprehend the reincarnation. The aura of Hongming was purple and glowing purple. They enveloped Feng Zichen's body like purple flowing water, making him look extraordinarily luxurious. Before long, Feng Zichen arrived in front of a huge roulette. It was an illusory wheel that didn't have a real body. It was completely composed of laws and runes. Terrifying power of the universe, the universe, the universe, the universe, the universe, and of all things, the of the universe. Extremely terrifying and its size twos. of god of reincarnation. It was a kind of size that he could not describe at all. If he had to make a comparison, he could only say that the reincarnation disk was bigger than the world tree and smaller than the great Tao. It was between the two and was far bigger than the concept. His power spread throughout the entire void, connecting every place in the primordial world. It was as if everything in the primordial world was under his control. There's no six paths? It seems that the six paths were not born innately, but were created by Hutu. Walking forward, Feng Zichen looked at the reincarnation disk for a moment. He did not find the legendary six paths, so he could not help but speculate. The six paths of reincarnation cared about the fate of all living beings in the primordial world and determined their achievements in the next life. It was very important and could not be decided easily. It was normal that it had not appeared yet. According to Feng Zichen's speculation, the so-called six paths were the six most powerful types in the world. It was with their luck that the reincarnation would evolve further and be more perfect and then be truly born. At the same time, this also deepened the connection between the reincarnation and the primordial world. Reincarnation was the place where life and death operated. It naturally had a close connection with the primordial world. Otherwise, how could the identities of the billions of living beings be arranged? As long as the reincarnation was still in the primordial world, its operation would definitely not be able to bypass the heavenly Tao. That was because all the order of the primordial world and the fate of all living beings were controlled by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was the supreme ruler of the primordial world. The six paths. It was born from the will of the heavenly Tao. That was also a restriction of the heavenly Tao on Hutu, preventing her from controlling reincarnation as she pleased. That restriction was not to snatch the control of the six paths of reincarnation from Hutu. Instead, it was to suppress the power of the reincarnation disk at the critical moment and prevent Hutu from unleashing her full power. If not, with the six paths of reincarnation disk in hand, how many people in the primordial world would be Hutu's match? As long as Hutu's strength was suppressed to the level of a saint, the other saints would have a way to deal with her and prevent her from saving the Magi. Feng Zichen could roughly guess what that restriction was. Looking at the other treasures of the netherworld, they could not be used after leaving the netherworld. From this, it was not difficult to deduce the restriction of the heavenly Tao on the six paths of reincarnation disk. It was probably the same. The reincarnation disk could not be used after leaving the netherworld. That was in line with the legends of the later generations. In the netherworld, Hutu was invincible. Out of the netherworld she could not. At most, she was on par with saints or even inferior to saints. Six paths. Six paths. Thinking of the six paths of reincarnation, Feng Zichen could not help but fall into deep thought. He wanted to modify the six paths. But the six paths were set by the heavenly Tao. How could he change it at will? Of course, Feng Zichen wanted to change the six paths. That was not because the original six paths were disadvantageous to the human race. On the contrary, after the Khanate era ended, the human race was the biggest beneficiary of the six paths of reincarnation. Other than the Khanate lifeforms, all the races were proud of reincarnating the human race. The human Tao had almost become the Tao of the human race. Feng Zichen's goal was to change the primordial world. Only changing the six paths was the first step to changing the primordial world. If the six paths were different, the future direction of the primordial world would definitely be different. But unfortunately, his strength was not enough to change the will of the heavenly Tao. However, he could increase the weight of reincarnation and force the heavenly Tao or even Pangu to change the six paths rumble. Feng Zichen waved his hand and formed a seal. With the power of the chaos bead, he summoned the world tree from outside the netherworld. Immediately, the world tree broke through the air and descended above the reincarnation. Then, without waiting for the will of the netherworld to react, the roots of the world tree hung down with a bang and tightly entangled with the reincarnation. At the same time, space suddenly shattered and huge cracks appeared, revealing one mysterious world after another. Those were the 3,000 great worlds, the roots of the world tree. They connected the 3,000 great worlds. At this moment, the power of reincarnation rioted. Following those passages, it quickly rushed into the 3,000 great worlds and established a connection with them. Boom, 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 boom. The origin of heaven and earth emerged from the depths of the 3,000 great worlds and surged into the reincarnation, causing his figure to become more solid. Chapter 372. In the sky above the nether realm, the will of the nether realm that had just appeared noticed this scene. After pausing in the air for a moment, it slowly retreated. His duty was to protect the reincarnation wheel and not let it be hurt. But now, the actions of the world tree were obviously helping the reincarnation evolve. Not only was it harmless, but it was also beneficial to it. The will of the nether realm. Naturally, he would not interfere in this matter. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the entire void suddenly shook. Then, a supreme power descended and enveloped Feng Zichen. Heavenly Path. Feng Zichen immediately understood the origin of this power when he felt such a strong oppressive force. This is. The Heavenly Path had descended. It was not the first time Feng Zichen had dealt with the Heavenly Path. Naturally, he was very familiar with his power and would not recognize it wrongly. Obviously. This was the change in reincarnation. It had alarmed the Heavenly Path, forcing him to descend to the nether realm to check on the situation. However, Feng Zichen obviously did not expect that the commotion caused by the change in reincarnation was not only this. Perhaps the next change was his real purpose. After the heavenly Tao descended, another gaze descended and stared at this place. In an instant, the aura in the nether realm changed. The oppressive feeling brought about by the descent of the heavenly Tao had completely vanished and was replaced by a mighty and vast aura. Buzz. At the same time, the merit of creation in Feng Zichen's body began to tremble violently after this gaze descended. It was as if it wanted to jump out of his body and into the embrace of the owner of the gaze. Pangu. Without a doubt. The owner of this gaze was Pangu. Only he could make the merit of creation so excited. Pangu, who was sleeping in the depths of the primordial world, was alarmed by the change in reincarnation. He deliberately separated a wisp of consciousness to pay attention to this place. Although this strand of consciousness was insignificant, Pangu was still Pangu. His power was unimaginable. Just a strand of consciousness was enough to change everything. Pangu's strength was obviously stronger than the heavenly axiom, but under his majesty, not only did Feng Zichen not feel uncomfortable, he even felt more relaxed. Universal love. Because of Pangu's universal love, therefore, all living beings in the primordial world benefited from it. They were unable to perceive his supreme majesty. However, the heavenly Tao was different. It had to maintain its dignity at all times to let all living beings in the primordial world know that the heavenly Tao was not to be offended. Samsara, the most important place in the untainted land. The heavenly Tao was not the only one paying attention to his situation. Even Pangu was paying attention to him. Therefore something happened to Samsara. Both of them descended. Good boy. This commotion is simply too frightening. He knew that if there was a problem with Samsara, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. However, Feng Zichen did not expect the heavenly Tao and Pangu to descend together. It was not the first time that he had attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. He was already used to it. However, this was the first time that he had attracted the attention of Pangu. It was completely out of his expectations. For a moment, Feng Zichen, who had always been bold, could not help but feel a little afraid. He was afraid that Pangu would think that he was meddlesome and teach him a lesson. However, Pangu's consciousness clearly did not have the time to care about Feng Zichen. His attention was all on the reincarnation disc, guiding the connection between the reincarnation disc and the 3,000 great worlds. Be it the reincarnation disc, the 3,000 great worlds, or the world tree, they were all extremely important to the primordial world. They could not be lost. Therefore, Feng Zichen dared to use Samsara to test his plan. With the heavenly Tao backing him up, he was naturally not afraid of anything. Rumble. Under the guidance of Pangu's will, the reincarnation disc operated violently, constantly guiding the origins of the 3,000 great worlds. At the same time, he also separated his own origins from his body and built small reincarnations in those worlds as his own projections to perfect the evolution of the great 1,000 great worlds. After a while, although the origins of the reincarnation disc had increased, the speed of growth was extremely slow and almost undetectable. However, the authority of the reincarnation disc had expanded imperceptibly. Its power was stronger than before. According to the original historical trajectory, the reincarnation disc of the 3,000 great worlds formed a system of its own. It was independent of the primordial world and was not bound by the primordial world's reincarnation disc. However, now, Feng Zichen had used the power of the world tree to forcefully connect the origins of the 3,000 great worlds with the reincarnation disc. He had included their reincarnation into the primordial world's reincarnation disc and controlled it. This undoubtedly greatly increased the potential of the reincarnation disc. However, at the same time, it also increased the difficulty of its birth. In order to let the reincarnation disc be born according to the original timing, the heavenly Tao and Pangu had to appear and personally guide the evolution of the reincarnation disc, this time to prevent any accidents from happening to it. The birth of the reincarnation disc was already late enough. It could not be delayed. During the evolution of the reincarnation disc, all the runes that formed it appeared clearly in front of Feng Zichen, explaining the secrets of the path of reincarnation to him without reservation. Just like that, with the help of the heaven-splitting merit and Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen fell into a deep level of enlightenment and comprehended the true meaning of the path of reincarnation. Fortunately, this was the netherworld and no one could detect his existence. Otherwise, the arrival of the heavenly Tao and Pangu's will at the same time would cause a huge commotion. Unknowingly, 10,000 years had passed, and the reincarnation disc gradually returned to calm. Obviously, with the efforts of Pangu's will and the heavenly Tao, the evolution of the reincarnation disc was completed. Rumble. In the sky, black and yellow merit descended. It was incomparably resplendent. 80% of it landed on the Tree of World and 20% landed on Feng Zichen. However, Feng Zichen clearly felt that with the 20% of merit, there was a stern gaze. It glared at him fiercely, almost suffocating him. This was a warning from the heavenly Tao to him, telling him not to mess around like today. This time, connecting the reincarnation disc to the 3,000 great worlds had huge benefits, but there were also huge risks. If he was careless and the reincarnation disc was damaged, the primordial world would suffer great losses. Therefore, this matter was completed successfully and did not cause any great risks. However, the heavenly Tao was frightened. Didn't he see that even Pangu's will was alarmed? This was something that had never happened in the primordial world. It could be seen that the impact this time was great. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was naturally very dissatisfied with Feng Zichen, who was the culprit. However, increasing the authority of the reincarnation disc was a merit. No matter what Feng Zichen's purpose was, the result was good. The heavenly Tao had to reward him to show its justice. That was why the merit was bestowed. However, in order to prevent similar things from happening in the future, the heavenly Tao still had to warn Feng Zichen to prevent him from making a big mistake. After all, he would not be so lucky every time. After the heavenly Tao bestowed the merit, it slowly disappeared from the netherworld and returned to the heavenly Tao space. However, Pangu's trace of consciousness remained. He hovered in the air for a moment, then suddenly plunged into the reincarnation disc and disappeared. Seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but be slightly happy. His plan had succeeded. With this trace of Pangu's consciousness, soon after the birth of the reincarnation disc, the one who led the birth of the six paths would no longer be the heavenly Tao but Pangu's consciousness. In Feng Zichen's previous life, the one who led the birth of the six paths was completely the heavenly Tao. As a result, the reincarnation disc created by the Lady of Earth had nothing to do with the Magi. Looking at the six paths, all the races of the primordial world were in it, except for the Magi. This was too much. This was not the way to bully others. But now, everything had changed. The six paths that were led by Pangu's consciousness would definitely be biased towards the Magi. Not to mention that they would take all the benefits, but it was also reasonable to leave a reincarnation for them. No matter what, the Magi were his bloodline descendants. He had personally arranged the six paths of reincarnation. It would not make sense if he did not give the Magi some benefits. Thinking about it, without the heavenly Tao, the six paths would definitely change, the future of the primordial world would definitely change. In that case, wouldn't Feng Zichen's goal be achieved? He would even help the Magi along the way. It could be said that he had killed several birds with one stone. And in this matter, the only one who would lose out might be Pangu. After all, it was a good thing for him to be forcefully awakened while he was recuperating from his injuries. It was very likely that it would cause Pangu's previous efforts to be in vain. Of course, it was also possible that Feng Zichen was thinking too much. Perhaps a wisp of consciousness was nothing to Pangu. However, if it was really nothing, why didn't Pangu's consciousness descend before? Pangu's situation was really puzzling. However, Pangu's situation was not something he should worry about. With Pangu's realm, his every move had a deep meaning. He would not put himself in danger. Thinking about it, Feng Zichen could not help but feel relieved. He just had to worry about himself. Why did he have to worry about Pangu? This was equivalent to an ordinary worker with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan worrying about whether the world's richest man would not have enough to eat and wear. It was simply ridiculous. He suddenly relaxed. Feng Zichen suddenly realized that something was wrong. He actually had a connection with the reincarnation disc and could control a trace of his power. Although this bit of power was less than 1% of the reincarnation disc, it was still an extremely powerful force. It could do many things and even interfere with reincarnation through it. His heart skipped a beat. Feng Zichen understood the reason. This was the benefit he obtained from increasing his reincarnation authority through the world tree. With his help, reincarnation had obtained great benefits. Naturally, he had to return the favor and thank Feng Zichen. And this bit of authority was the benefit that the reincarnation disc gave him. Haha. I didn't expect that helping the reincarnation disc evolve would have such benefits. What a pleasant surprise. This matter could be said to be completely out of Feng Zichen's expectations. His heart was naturally filled with joy. Now, he might not be able to see the benefits of this bit of authority, but in the future the impact would be great. It would be absolutely convenient to scheme against people. Just as Feng Zichen was happy, a goddess with a sad face was approaching the Nether Blood Sea. Chapter 373. At this moment, Hutu, who had traveled in the primordial world for tens of thousands of years, was finally coming to the Nether Blood Sea. The time for reincarnation and the Nether realm to be born had arrived. The closer they got to the Nether Blood Sea, the more broken true spirits there were. When Hutu saw them, the sadder her expression became. Hutu, who was deeply affected by the nature of the earth and was known for her kindness, how could she see such a tragic scene? The suffering of all living beings appeared in her eyes. It was like a blunt knife cutting her heart, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Sadness could not help but surge out from the bottom of her heart. This emotion reached its peak when Hutu arrived at the Nether Blood Sea. In the depths of the Nether realm, Feng Zichen's merit of creation suddenly shone brightly and sent out a will, urging him to leave this place. Hutu, you're here. Inexplicably, Feng Zichen understood the meaning of the merit of creation. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and left the Nether realm, rushing toward Hutu. As Feng Zichen moved, a rain of light danced around him, distorting everything around him. In an instant, he left the Nether realm and crossed endless space to Hutu's side. That was the power of time and space. After enlightenment, Feng Zichen could not tell how much he had comprehended about the path of reincarnation. However, his comprehension of the path of time and space, the path of life and death, and other great paths related to the path of reincarnation, had been greatly improved. He had reached the level of path validation. In other words, as long as Feng Zichen wanted, he could rely on the path of time and space, life and death, and other connate paths at any time. His strength had received an unprecedented improvement. Now, Feng Zichen was waiting for the flower of earth to bloom and his cultivation to take a step forward, so that he could reach the perfect realm of Daluo Jingxian and prove the great Taoist priest's path fruit. In this way, even if there were restrictions of heaven and earth, one could not become a sage to be without going through the calamity. However, the great Taoist priest's karmic position had its own magic. Its power was endless, and it had invincible divine might below the saint. Such power was enough for Feng Zichen to roam the primordial world. Fellow Taoist Hutu, what brings you here? Walking quickly to Hutu, Feng Zichen asked softly. All of Hutu's attention was focused on the broken true spirits in the Blood Sea. She was thinking about how to save them, so her spiritual senses were at their lowest. In addition, Feng Zichen was not hostile at all and he came quietly. For a moment, Hutu didn't notice his arrival at all. Therefore, Feng Zichen's voice suddenly sounded in Hutu's ears, which gave her a shock. Ah, fellow Taoist, why are you here? And you came so quietly. You gave me a fright. Hearing that familiar voice, Hutu was startled at first. Then she recovered and couldn't help but complain. As he spoke, he turned to look at Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist, what are you? With this look, Hutu found that something was wrong. Feng Zichen's appearance had changed, and even his Panga Dao body, which was envied by the Magi, had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a primordial spirit. But his primordial spirit, how did it come about? Hutu, who was extremely familiar with the path of the God Fiend, naturally knew its drawbacks. That was, it couldn't refine the primordial spirit. This was a technique that specialized in cultivating the true spirit. Therefore, at this moment, Hutu's heart was filled with confusion. If it weren't for the aura of the God Fiend Dao ancestor on Feng Zichen's body that couldn't be faked, she would have suspected the identity of the person in front of her. Fellow Taoist, I'm fine. This is a connate primordial spirit that I refined by chance in the Netherworld Blood Sea. Seeing the confusion in Hutu's eyes, Feng Zichen explained with a smile. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised that Hutu could recognize his identity. The merit of opening heaven could hide from almost everyone in the primordial world, but it couldn't hide from Hutu, because this was her destined master. Besides, Feng Zichen didn't intend to hide the origin of this incarnation in front of Hutu. Otherwise, how could he carry out his follow-up plan? If he wanted to develop in the netherworld, he couldn't avoid the Magi. It was necessary to reveal his identity to Hutu. Fellow Taoist, you're really a genius. Ha! Wait. Just as she was about to express her admiration for Feng Zichen, Hutu realized that something was wrong. The purple brilliance that enveloped Feng Zichen's body seemed to be the merit of opening heaven in her memory. While sucking in a breath of cold air, Hutu fell into her memories and searched for records about the merit of opening heaven in her inherited memories. This aura can't be wrong. That's the merit of opening heaven. But how is this possible? It's been 2 eons since Father opened the sky. How can there still be merit of opening heaven in the primordial world? After a while, Hutu confirmed the identity of the merit of opening heaven, but this made her feel even more incredulous. The merit of opening heaven should have been distributed after the opening of the sky. Why was there still some left? And it was even obtained by Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist, is the purple light on your body the merit of opening heaven? Hutu was puzzled, so she asked directly. That's right, this is the merit of opening heaven. Back then, when I was traveling in Mount Buzhou, I was favored by the great Taoist priests and obtained some of his inheritances. This 10% of the merit of opening heaven is among them. Feng Zichen nodded and replied. Everyone in the primordial world knew that he had obtained the inheritance of Pangu. Therefore he said so, there was no problem at all, Hutu wouldn't suspect anything. Of course, Hutu wouldn't suspect anything. After all, in the primordial world, no one had ever heard of anyone who dared to lie in the name of Pangu. Wasn't he afraid that the great god Pangu would blame him? But what they didn't expect was that Feng Zichen dared. Not only did he do it, but he did it more than once. As for the truth of the matter, of course, Feng Zichen wouldn't tell her. Breaking the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler was not a glorious thing. It was not easy for Pangu to suppress it. He tried his best to cover it up, but it was too late. How could he spread it out with great fanfare? Wouldn't that be causing trouble for himself? Fellow Taoist, what a good opportunity. With this 10% of the merit of opening heaven, thinking about it, fellow Taoist, you are not far from becoming a saint. Sure enough, after hearing Feng Zichen's explanation, Hutu didn't have the slightest doubt. Instead, she said in an envious tone. Becoming a saint was not an exaggeration by Hutu. There was a reason for it. As the descendants of Pangu, the 3 pure ones were all saints and enjoyed supreme glory. However, none of the 12 ancestral shamans had attained the Tao, and their fates were even more miserable. Those who died died, and those who were imprisoned. Their treatment could be said to be worlds apart. The reason was that the 3 pure ones each had 10% of the merit of opening heaven, but the 12 ancestral shamans did not. In the past, in the Purple Cloud Palace, the 3 pure ones had 10% of the merit of opening heaven, and they were directly called saints by Tao ancestor Hongjun. Chapter 374. From then on, everyone in the primordial world knew that 10% of the merit of splitting the heavens could send someone to the position of a saint. Unfortunately, the merit of splitting the heavens had been distributed at the beginning of the splitting of the heavens, and no one could find it. However, they did not expect that Feng Zichen actually had 10% of the merit of splitting the heavens. What a great opportunity. This luck was really enviable. Even Hutu was extremely envious. Now was different from the past. In the past, they could not use the merit and could only integrate it into the luck of the Magi. But now, after obtaining the inheritance of the path of the fiend gods, their true spirits had all kinds of mysteries. They could use the merit to cultivate. Thinking of this, Hutu's heart ached even more. If they had obtained the inheritance of the path of the fiend gods earlier, the 20% of the merit of splitting the heavens that Father God had left for them would not have integrated into the luck of the Magi. Instead, it would have created 2 saints for the Magi. In this way, the situation in the primordial world would not be like today, where the Magi and demons were separated. The demon clan had long been destroyed by the Magi. So, it could only be said that fate was playing tricks on them. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Hearing Hutu's slightly envious voice, Feng Zichen could not help but smile bitterly. How could he not know the effect of the merit of splitting the heavens? If this 10% of the merit of splitting the heavens really belonged to him, he would have long hidden in the chaos outside the heavens to cultivate and come out after becoming a saint. Why did he have to wander around the primordial world all day and risk his life to plot and scheme? His heart was thundering. But unfortunately, this 10% of the merit of splitting the heavens, it was not his. At most, he was a tool responsible for handing the merit of splitting the heavens to Hutu. Looking at Hutu's envious eyes, Feng Zichen's heart was full of depression. Why are you envious of me? I should be the one envious of you. This is all prepared for you by Pangu? Fellow Taoist, you don't know the inside story. Although the merit of splitting the heavens is with me, it has nothing to do with me. The owner of this treasure is not me but someone else. After a long while, facing Hutu's puzzled gaze, Feng Zichen explained sullenly. Although he had already gotten over the departure of the heaven-splitting merit, he was still a little reluctant when things came to this. This was normal. Even a saint would be tempted by 10% of the merit of creation, let alone him. Although he was reluctant to part with her, as long as his heart wasn't disturbed, it wasn't a big deal. What? What are you talking about, fellow Taoist? The owner of the heaven-splitting merit isn't you? Who is that? In the untainted land, who is more qualified than you to obtain the merit of creation? After Feng Zichen finished speaking, Hutu became agitated all of a sudden as if she was stimulated. Her tone was raised a few octaves. His tone was filled with disbelief. Hutu couldn't be blamed. What Feng Zichen said was simply too shocking. In this world, other than Pangu, who else was qualified to obtain the merit of splitting open the heavens? The merit of splitting open the heavens was rewarded to Pangu by the great Tao. Pangu faked his death, so the merit of splitting open the heavens fell on things related to him. But so far in the untainted land, in addition to the 12 ancestral sorcerers and the 3 pure ones, there was also Feng Zichen in the untainted land. But even he was not qualified to obtain the merit of splitting open the heavens. Who else in the untainted land? Could it be that there were other Pangu in the vast untainted land? Alas, in the past I didn't know who its owner was. But today after seeing you here I understand. I'm afraid that the 10% of the merit of splitting open the heavens was specially prepared for you by Father. With a sigh, Feng Zichen said slowly. Me? What do you mean, fellow Taoist? How does this merit of splitting open the heavens have anything to do with me? Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Hutu was stunned. Why was it related to her all of a sudden? Fellow Taoist, you don't know. When we first met, the merit of splitting open the heavens had a reaction. It wanted to fly out of my body and run to your body. But for some reason it suddenly stopped. Then there was no movement. It was not until 10,000 years ago that I accidentally learned about you from Brother Di Jiang that the merit of splitting open the heavens had a reaction again and urged me to come to the netherworld Blood Sea. Today you just arrived at the Blood Sea. The merit of splitting open the heavens urged me to come and see you. Isn't it saying that we are fated to meet? After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said truthfully. There was nothing to hide about this matter. After calculating this matter, the Hutu had gained a huge advantage and he had suffered a huge loss. If he did not say it in exchange for a favor from the Hutu, wouldn't that be a loss on top of a loss? He would be a fool. Therefore, he had to say it so that the Hutu would know that he had suffered a great loss in this matter so that she would owe him a favor. It was not Feng Zichen's fault for being too calculative. It was really a great loss. If he did not get back some of his losses, he would suffer for the rest of his life. After listening to Feng Zichen's narration, the Hutu suddenly found something different when she looked at the merit of splitting open the heavens. There was suddenly a trace of connection between her and it, as if this thing belonged to her. It could be seen that what Feng Zichen said was not false. However, every time the Hutu tried to call the merit of splitting open the heavens from Feng Zichen through that trace of connection, she always felt that something was missing, causing her to be unable to succeed. Fellow Taoist, this merit of splitting open the heavens is indeed as you said. It is fated to be with me. It seems that Father God specially prepared it for me. It's just that the opportunity hasn't arrived yet, so I can't take it. It seems that this thing still has to stay with you for a while. After a few fruitless attempts, the Hutu said to Feng Zichen apologetically. The opportunity had not arrived, so she could not force it. The Hutu still understood this principle. The opportunity hasn't arrived? After thinking in his heart, Feng Zichen immediately understood what was going on. Now, the Hutu did not have the determination to transform into reincarnation. If he gave the merit of splitting open the heavens to her now, it was hard to guarantee that she would not return to the Magi race to enter seclusion after receiving the merit and come out after becoming a saint. Although this was only a possibility and might not really happen, However, this matter concerned reincarnation, so there could not be any accidents. Therefore, the Hutu wanted to obtain the merit of splitting open the heavens. Only when she was determined to transform into reincarnation could she do so. However, even if Feng Zichen understood this, he did not intend to tell the Hutu. The Hutu transformed into reincarnation. It came from the bottom of his heart. It was his boundless love for all living beings in the primordial world. One had to know that the Hutu's reincarnation was carried out with the mentality of certain death. At that time, he did not know that he could still live after transforming into reincarnation. He, who had already decided to give up everything, no longer cared about life and death. His only thought was to use his own death as the price to exchange for a place to live after everyone died. This was also the Hutu goddess. The reason why she had always been respected. Chapter 375. In the primordial world, there were many people who cared about the common people, but only the Hutu could sacrifice herself for countless people. How could such a person not be respected by generations of people? That was why Feng Zichen could not tell the Hutu about his deduction. The Hutu turned into reincarnation. It was selfless. It was flawless. Therefore, the reincarnation that he created was perfect. If Feng Zichen told the Hutu about his deduction, it would undoubtedly cause the originally sacred action to be tainted with benefits and become less great and pure. Moreover, when it was related to benefits, the Hutu's heart would inevitably have flaws and some selfish desires. Would such a reincarnation still be perfect and flawless? That would also become a stain on the Hutu's life. Reincarnation for the common people and reincarnation for selfish desires were two different concepts. The former was great while the latter was admirable. The impact was completely different. Originally, the Hutu who could truly be a saint of the primordial world would lose the right because of Feng Zichen's words. Her sin would be huge. Therefore she could not say it. The Hutu turned into reincarnation. That was her own decision and also her greatness. It was the Hutu who used her selflessness to create reincarnation, not reincarnation. The Hutu. The most Pangu Magus in the primordial world. Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. If it's yours, it's yours. No one can take it away. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Feng Zichen smiled and said, that tone, that demeanor could be described as an understatement. It was as if what was about to leave him was not the supreme treasure of the primordial world, the heaven-splitting merit, but some other worthless trinket. His carefree attitude made Hutu, who was standing at the side, admire him. Honestly speaking, if he were Feng Zichen, knowing that the merit of splitting the sky would abandon him, he would never be able to be so calm and collected. Heartache, that was the least of it. With this comparison, Hutu felt that Feng Zichen was more and more unfathomable. His mental state cultivation was truly high. You're right, fellow Taoist. Hutu nodded. The merit of creation would be obtained by him sooner or later, so why should he be in a hurry? That's right. Fellow Taoist, why have you come here? After a while, Feng Zichen asked with some confusion. However, he took the initiative to change the topic and let the Lady of Earth remember the purpose of his visit and not dwell on the heaven-splitting merit. Reincarnation was his mission here. Compared to that, the heaven-opening merit points were just minor details. Alas. Upon hearing Feng Zichen's words, Hutu recalled the situation of the true spirits in this place. She helplessly sighed and said to Feng Zichen, fellow Taoist, you don't know. I've been thinking about traveling to the primordial world. However, on the way, I accidentally discovered that after the living beings of the primordial world died, their true spirits were summoned by an inexplicable force and headed to the same place together. I was curious, so I followed the traces of those true spirits and came to the netherworld blood sea. I didn't expect to see such a miserable scene here. It's really uncomfortable. At this point, the Lady of Earth pointed at the netherworld blood sea. The sadness on her face became even more intense, as if tears could fall at any time. Feng Zichen looked in the direction that the Lady of Earth was pointing at. As he had expected, there were many true spirits inside that were being corroded by the evil aura and were about to sink. If they did not come to the netherworld blood sea, they would not know the misery of the people of the primordial world after their deaths. Everyone in the primordial world knew that most living beings would die. What they had cultivated when they were alive would be transformed into the Tao and completely return to the world to repay the kindness of the world. However, the physical body and essence soul were formed by the Kane Chi. After a person died, it would not be long before the Tao disintegrated in the world. However, the Kane true spirit was different. It was the foundation of living beings. It carried the comprehension of a cultivator's life, as well as the Tao and principles that they had cultivated. If they did not take the initiative to transform into the Tao, it would take a long time for the world to wear them down. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level, the longer it would take. Therefore, after everyone died, their Khanate true spirits did not return to the world. Instead, they gathered in the netherworld blood sea and waited for everything they carried to be completely destroyed by the world. Only then could these true spirits return to the world. The heavenly Tao needed it. It was the purest Khanate true spirit. Only such a true spirit could strengthen its origin. The Tao comprehensions carried by those true spirits were naturally treasures to other cultivators. However, to the heavenly Tao, they were impurities that would pollute it and affect its perfection and purity. Therefore it did not take them. However, what kind of place was the netherworld blood sea? Ordinary people would not be able to stand it if they stayed there, let alone true spirits that did not have any protection. Staying in the blood sea would definitely be extremely miserable. Unfortunately, as long as the true spirit did not return to its purity, it would have to stay in the blood sea and suffer for a day. It could be said that it would not be able to rest in peace even if it died. It was because of this scene that the Lady of Earth could not bear to see it. Speaking of which, it made sense. The blood sea was a filthy place. Who would come to a decent person? This also led to the situation of the netherworld blood sea being unknown to many powerful beings in the primordial world. Of course, Taoist Mingi understood. However, with his personality, it was already good enough that he did not have any designs on those true spirits. Why would he help them? Fellow Taoist. People have life and death. Flowers and plants have withered and flourished. The world has birth and death. Such things are all part of the great cycle of heaven and earth. They are the supreme principles of the universe. Outsiders cannot interfere. If you interfere slightly, it will cause a huge change and affect the normal operation of heaven and earth. The result will naturally be to be punished by the heavens. The price of this is not something that we can bear. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen advised. The matter of transforming reincarnation could not be said by him. It could only be thought of by the Lady of Earth herself. The most he could do was to guide the Lady of Earth's thoughts in this direction. Just like what he was saying now, at first glance it seemed to make sense. However, once one studied it carefully, one would find that there were many loopholes. And these loopholes, the Lady of Earth could tell. Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. Although life and death are the supreme principles of heaven and earth, if you die, you die. Can't you just return to heaven and earth? Why come to the netherworld blood sea and suffer the pain of corrosion? Frowning, the Lady of Earth retorted. The flowers and plants withered. They just returned to the earth. The world was destroyed. They just turned into chaos again. If a person died, they should return to heaven and earth. They should not come to the netherworld blood sea to be tortured before returning to heaven and earth. This matter, it was clearly a flaw in the heavenly Tao. As a result, all living beings were implicated. The countless living beings of the primordial world were innocent. Why did they have to pay the price for the lack of the heavenly Tao? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She could not help but curse at the heavens. The heavenly Tao is unfair. With its own mistakes, it implicated all living beings of the primordial world. It forced all the dead of the primordial world to suffer the pain of their true spirits being corroded. It's really detestable. The Lady of Earth was angry. She did not suppress her strength as she cursed, causing her voice to spread throughout the blood sea. The voice was so loud that it caused the void to tremble, forming layers of ripples. It carried the blood water and set off boundless waves in the blood sea. At the same time, a blood-red lightning bolt struck down from the sky, heading straight for the Lady of Earth. However, it seemed to be worried about something. The blood-red lightning's performance was a little hesitant. In the end, it did not strike the Lady of Earth. Instead, it struck the Lady of Earth. One after another, it was exceptionally horrifying. For a moment, on the blood sea, huge waves surged into the sky, and thunder was endless. It was like the end of the world. Fellow Taoist, be careful with your words. As soon as the Lady of Earth finished cursing, Feng Zichen knew that it was not good and hurriedly advised. He was afraid that she would continue to curse and attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. At their level of cultivation, even if they were dissatisfied with the heavenly Tao, they could just curse in their hearts. However, if they cursed out loud, it would be disrespectful to the heavenly Tao and they would suffer retribution. This blood-red lightning bolt was the heavenly Tao's warning to the Lady of Earth. Originally, it was going to hit him, but considering that it was his first offense or considering his identity, it was hit beside him as a warning. However, if the Lady of Earth continued to curse, the heavenly Tao would not care too much. It would strike her down first to teach her a lesson. The might of the heavens could not be offended. In the primordial world it was not nonsense. Especially for cultivators of a high realm, it was a wise saying. Just like in the mortal world, a 3-year-old child scolded the emperor and a prime minister scolded the emperor. Could they be the same? The former smiled and passed, but the latter was going to die. So, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the status, the more one had to be careful with their words and actions towards the heavenly Tao, in case he found a reason and specifically targeted him. After all, to the heavenly Tao, Daluo Jingxian had become a parasite of the world. The more there were, the more disadvantageous it was for the development of the world. Daluo Jingxian was the main target of the heavenly Tao's elimination. Every Daluo Jingxian's origin returned to the world after the fall of every Daluo Jingxian, which was greatly beneficial to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao would not let go of any opportunity to destroy them. The Lady of Earth's actions just now were equivalent to handing a knife to the heavenly Tao, afraid that he would not attack her. If it were not for the fact that she was worried about reincarnation, she would not have died based on what the Lady of Earth had said just now. However, the heavenly Tao would have to knock down some of her origin. What? I've already raised you into a great divine ability, and you're still dissatisfied with me? What do you want? This was probably the thought of the heavenly Tao, right? Hee, this is the so-called heavenly Tao is fair. The treatment of the descendants of Pangu is different from others. On the other side of the sea of blood, Taoist Mingi, who saw this scene, was even more dissatisfied with the heavenly Tao. Of course, he did not dare to say it out loud. He only complained in his heart. In this aspect he had suffered a great loss. Back then, when he established the Azura sect, he had shouted that the heavenly Tao was unfair. He was seriously injured by the heavenly Tao and had to recuperate for a long time before he recovered. But now, the Lady of Earth scolded even more than him, but she was not injured at all. One could imagine how Taoist Mingi felt. I lost my composure. After venting, the Lady of Earth also calmed down. She knew that her reaction was a little too extreme. However, that was all. The Magi did not respect the world, the heavenly Tao or Hongjun. They only worshipped Pangu. They had always regarded themselves as the masters of the primordial world, so how could they take a mere heavenly Tao seriously? This was also the reason why the Magi had no friends in the primordial world. Everyone was a Khanate god-fiend born in the primordial world. However, the 12 ancestral Magi relied on their status as the descendants of Pangu and insisted on suppressing everyone. Who could tolerate this? If they really wanted to talk about it, which of the Khanate saints in the primordial world could not be related to Pangu? Moreover, the heavenly courts only managed the primordial world on behalf of the heavenly Tao. The Magi, on the other hand, managed the primordial world in their own name. Being so domineering naturally angered everyone, causing no one to be on good terms with them. Otherwise, it would be easy for the Magi to gather a group of followers with their status as descendants of Pangu. It could be said that the conceit of the Magi was one of the reasons for their decline. They had a good hand but played it badly. It was referring to the Magi. Fellow Taoist, the moment all living beings were born, they had karma with the primordial world. In addition, everything they experienced in their lives involved countless love and hate entanglements as well as karma. If all these things do not dissipate and directly return to the world, it will be a burden for the heavenly Tao. Therefore, after everyone dies, they have to come to the netherworld blood sea to dissipate their karma. Seeing that the Lady of Earth had calmed down, Feng Zichen defended the heavenly Tao. This matter, it was not entirely the heavenly Tao's fault. The many great mystical abilities of the primordial world also had a part of the responsibility. It was precisely because the world was imperfect that so many great mystical abilities appeared to help the heavenly Tao perfect the primordial world. Otherwise, how could there be so many opportunities for people to attain the Tao when the world was perfect? Under the suppression of the laws of the world, Tai Jingxian was the peak. As for Daluo Jingxian, it could not be achieved without a supreme opportunity. In the future, although the level of the primordial world had fallen, it was undeniable that the world had become perfect. Perhaps, that was also the reason why there were not many experts in the future. The perfection of the primordial world did not only rely on the heavenly Tao, but also the hard work of a group of great mystical abilities. Countless years had passed, but no great mystical abilities had sensed anything amiss with the blood sea, or had sensed it but did not want to care. Therefore the heavenly Tao could not be blamed for the blood sea. Fellow Taoist, you're being unreasonable again. According to you, the time these true spirits stay in the blood sea should be based on their negative karma. However, look at the current situation. It's obvious that the time they stay in the blood sea is determined by the level of their cultivation level. How can this reflect the fairness of the heavenly Tao? Shaking her head, the Lady of Earth did not agree with Feng Zichen. Ahem. Fellow Taoist, from the standpoint of the heavenly Tao, this is already very fair. After coughing twice, Feng Zichen said, when cultivators cultivate, they collect the qi of heaven and earth. This is called harming the world to nourish oneself. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, this is a sin. The stronger one's cultivation level, the more qi of heaven and earth they collect, and the greater their sin. After death, they will naturally stay in the blood sea for a longer time. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with that. The Lady of Earth was a human. She had her own views on right and wrong as well as a heart of good and evil. However, the heavenly Tao was not. It did not have emotions, good or evil or right or wrong. As long as it was beneficial to the world, it would support it. It would oppose anything that was harmful to the world. The heavenly Tao was that simple. Everything would end when one died. It referred to the relationship between humans. When one died, all the grudges and karma from when one was alive would naturally disappear. However, how could the karma with the heavenly Tao be erased by death? It had to be completely wiped out. After the living beings of the primordial world died, the true spirit came to the netherworld blood sea to slowly transform into the Tao there to end the karma of the heavenly Tao. However, the blood sea was ferocious. That was why these true spirits were tortured here. That was not the original intention of the heavenly Tao. Torturing these true spirits was meaningless to him. Although that's the case, it's an indisputable fact that these true spirits suffered a calamity because the heavenly Tao gathered them in the blood sea. The heavenly Tao has to bear the main responsibility for this matter. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the Lady of Earth understood. The human Tao and the heavenly Tao were ultimately different. However, this matter was created by the heavenly Tao. Of course, because of the mistake of the heavenly Tao, these true spirits have been tortured in the netherworld blood sea. They have long accumulated endless resentment. If the heavenly Tao doesn't want to be bitten by the resentment, it has to find a way to resolve this matter. Therefore, fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. The heavenly Tao will resolve it. This time, Feng Zichen did not refute the Lady of Earth, because what he said was the truth. How can I bear to turn a blind eye to the calamity that befell all living beings? Shaking her head, the Lady of Earth said sadly. However, suddenly her heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked Feng Zichen. By the way, fellow Taoist, you are a person of great wisdom. Do you have a way to resolve this matter? The Lady of Earth admired Feng Zichen's wisdom. First, it was the Tao of the God Fiend, then the Khanate Sword Tao, and now the Ghost Tao. All of these showed his wisdom. Such a wise person might be able to think of a solution to her problem. This is easy. From now on, if any cultivators die in the primordial world, their true spirits will be shattered. In this way, the speed at which they return to the world will definitely be greatly accelerated. Perhaps, before they reach the netherworld blood sea, they will have completed their Tao transformation. In this way they won't have to suffer anymore. Feng Zichen said with a light smile. This method was the simplest and most effective, but no one was willing to do it. Fellow Taoist, you really know how to joke. After a long while, the Lady of Earth said helplessly. In the primordial world, countless living beings died every day. If they wanted to shatter their true spirits one by one, even the powerful ones would not be able to take care of it. Moreover, if the true spirit was not destroyed, there would be hope of resurrection. You have no enmity with them, yet you shattered the true spirit of others and cut off their hope of resurrection. This was a great sin. Even the Lady of Earth was unwilling to do it, let alone the other powerful ones. Fellow Taoist, let's go. It's useless for you to worry. Why don't I accompany you to walk in the blood sea and look for an opportunity? The merit of creation asked me to wait for you here. It can be seen that the opportunity between you and him should be here. Fellow Taoist, you are not strong enough now. Thinking about this matter is of no use other than wasting your mind. Why don't you wait until you obtain the merit of creation and become a Saint Karma rank and your strength improves greatly? Then you can think of a way to solve this matter. At different heights, the way you look at problems is different. This was an extremely twisted monster. Killing was the only value of their existence. Of course, these were nothing. They were just some ant-like monsters that could be exterminated with a single thought. It wasn't worth it for Hutu to do this. What really moved him was, it was the form of these monsters. They fed on blood and chi, and they could constantly absorb energy from the blood sea to strengthen their true spirit. However, the true spirit came to the blood sea to dissipate its strength and return to the world. In this way, the true spirit would completely return to the world, and it would become unreachable. Moreover, these true spirits had long been corroded by the brutal aura. If they could not return to the world, they would be tortured by the brutal aura day and night, and they would be in extreme pain. They would have to reincarnate forever. If these monsters did not die, the true spirit in their bodies would be imprisoned in the 18 levels of hell. They would be tortured forever and would have to reincarnate forever. Miserable. How miserable. Hutu was lost and shed tears because of the suffering of these true spirits. What crimes did the common people commit? After muttering to herself, Hutu suddenly used her divine ability. Immediately, the power of creation of the earth surged from all directions and enveloped this place. Sizzle. One could see that as soon as the blood-red monsters came into contact with the power of creation of the earth, they turned into blood-red smoke as if they had met their natural enemy. As for the true spirit in their bodies, it was purified by Hutu's secret technique and turned into the purest innate spiritual light. Empress is merciful. The moment these true spirits were purified, they had a moment of clarity. They bowed to Hutu and turned into specks of light that returned to the world. Empress is merciful. Empress is merciful. Then, every true spirit that was purified regained a moment of clarity just like before. After bowing to Hutu one by one, they explained everything and returned to the world. Rumble. As more and more true spirits were purified, the heavenly Tao sensed it and mysterious yellow merit descended. It was abnormally mystical. However, Hutu did not accept the merit. Instead, she used her divine ability and sent it into the depths of the blood sea to continue purifying the true spirits. For a time, the creation chi in the depths of the blood sea filled the air and suppressed the bloody aura, turning a peerless dangerous place into a creation holy land. At this moment, a white lotus suddenly floated in the void. It was emitting a clear holy light. There were 12 grades and it took root in the blood sea. That was the 12th grade world-cleansing white lotus. It was, Xianqing was here. The blood sea was not far from the west. After Xianqing left Mount Meru, he did not return to the East Sea. Instead, he found a place near the blood sea and cultivated, waiting for the birth of reincarnation. Hutu's reincarnation was the greatest opportunity in the primordial world after Pangu opened the sky. If he missed it, he would never be able to find a second one. Thus, how could Xianqing not come and interfere? One had to know that his goal was to become the great emperor of the East Pole. And the great emperor of the East Pole had another identity, the heavenly venerable of seeking sound and saving suffering. This identity was not only for the living but also for the dead. He could guide the suffering souls to reincarnation, for those who had accumulated virtue and done good deeds, understood the mysteries and achieved great merit. The great emperor of the East Pole could also ride the immortal control of the 9 lions and scatter the auspicious light of 100 treasures, to guide them to ascend to the heavens and become immortals. He had the power to save all living beings, save the suffering, educate all living beings and transcend life and death. If Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was the representative of Buddhism in the underworld, then the great emperor of the East Pole was the representative of Tao in the underworld. Corresponding to it, with such an identity for the sake of his future Tao career, Xianqing had to make a trip no matter what. Boom! After the white lotus of purification took root in the sea of blood, it suddenly erupted with a shocking brilliance. Strands of divine brilliance bloomed, and the power of purification was vast and mighty, sweeping across everything. In an instant, it was unknown how many true spirits there were. They were purified by the white lotus of purification. In terms of purification, the 12th grade white lotus of purification was the best in the primordial world. Although the Hutu's creation li was strong, it was still a little inferior to him. Thank you, fellow Taoist. How should I address you? With the help of the white lotus of purification, the pressure on the Hutu was greatly reduced. She took the time to thank Xianqing who had just appeared. The third-generation disciple of the celestial sect of wonders, Xianqing, greets ancestral witch Hutu. Appearing from the void, Xianqing first told his origin and then praised, "You're right. It's been a long time since I heard the name of ancestral witch Hutu's benevolence. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." Unfortunately, at this time, the Hutu had no time to pay attention to Xianqing. It turned out that when she saw that someone was helping, the hoodoo suddenly increased her strength. The power of creation surged out, wanting to envelop the entire netherworld blood sea. The hoodoo actually planned to purify all the true spirits in the blood sea at once to help them be free. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xianqing's mouth twitched. The hoodoo had the cultivation of a perfected quasi-saint. Of course she could do this. However, he was only Daluo Jingxian. Being able to purify the true spirits in this place was already his limit. He could not help much more. At the same time, he also understood the hoodoo's plan. Purifying all the true spirits in the blood sea might not solve the root cause, but this was the only way the hoodoo could think of. There was nothing more he could do. The blood sea was boundless. There were countless true spirits in it. Although the hoodoo was strong, she also had a limit. It was a little difficult for her to purify all the true spirits in the blood sea by herself. After a while, the hoodoo could not hold on any longer. However, she did not intend to give up just like that. She wanted to forcefully activate her origin and continue to purify the true spirits regardless of the risk of her strength falling. It's already so late. Why hasn't the hoodoo comprehended the meaning of reincarnation? Could it be that it's really because of my appearance that things have changed and are heading towards the unknown? At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little anxious. If the hoodoo really consumed her origin, would she still be able to create reincarnation? And if the hoodoo could not create reincarnation as the culprit, she would definitely not have a good ending. The more anxious he was, the faster Feng Zichen's mind spun. In the blink of an eye, he thought of a way. Ancestral wizard hoodoo, let the poor way help you. Xianqing suddenly roared and activated the pure white lotus with all his strength. At the same time, Feng Zichen also secretly strengthened the power of the pure white lotus. Hua hua hua, a white light flashed and a large number of lotus flowers suddenly bloomed in the blood sea. They almost covered the center of the blood sea and continued to spread out. After the lotus flowers appeared, they had been circulating between life and death. And with every birth and death of the lotus flowers, some of the hostility was dissipated. Seeing this scene, the hoodoo seemed to have understood something and could not help but fall into deep thought. At the same time, her movements also stopped. Seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It was good that she had comprehended something. When the hoodoo figured it out, it would be time for her to incarnate into reincarnation. The cycle of birth and death was also a kind of reincarnation. Xianqing had already extinguished the lotus flowers and performed the reincarnation of the lotus flowers to remind the hoodoo. At the same time, by doing so, he also ensured that he did not interfere too much with the hoodoo. He did not tell the hoodoo anything. He only used a supernatural power. The hoodoo could comprehend the meaning of reincarnation from it. That was because her talent was amazing. What did it have to do with others? The flowers withered and flourished, the world was destroyed and reborn. This was reincarnation, it was the truth of heaven and earth, it was also the process of the cycle of the universe. Chapter 377. But why, when people died, was there nothing left? Where was the reincarnation that belonged to people? Because the world was incomplete, the reincarnation cycle was incomplete, and all living beings had no chance to turn the wheel of life and death. After death, they had to go to the netherworld blood sea and suffer endless pain. In a trance, the Lady of Earth understood and thought of a way to save the endless true spirits of the blood sea. As long as she set up reincarnation for all living beings and let them have something to rely on after death, this matter could naturally be solved. So, this is my destiny? After understanding the key points, the Lady of Earth felt that her spiritual platform was clear, and her thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Even the secrets of heaven that she could not see through before were now revealed in front of her eyes. In an instant, she understood her purpose of coming to the netherworld blood sea. Using her body to make up for reincarnation. The reincarnation cycle was incomplete, and all living beings had no reincarnation cycle. Therefore she, the descendant of Pangu, needed to use her body to make up for it. At this moment, the Lady of Earth's true spirit was operating crazily, and a bright spiritual light erupted. That was the spark of her thoughts. She was in contact with the myriad Tao of heaven and earth to collect information about the reincarnation cycle. Originally, the Magi did not have primordial spirits and could not come into contact with the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. They did not have the ability to deduce the secrets of heaven, let alone collect information from the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. However, after Feng Zichen passed down the path of the God Fiend, the only shortcoming of the Magi was made up for. In other words, the Magi also had the ability that normal cultivators should have. Deducing the secrets of heaven, it was not difficult for the current Magi. At this special moment, the Lady of Earth's spiritual perception reached an unprecedented peak. She had deduced all the consequences of the reincarnation cycle. Even she would die, all of them were deduced by the Lady of Earth. This death was the true meaning of death. She would completely cease to exist. She would use everything she had to make up for the reincarnation cycle and disappear forever in the primordial world. The price was not small. Die. I didn't expect that I would become the first great magician to truly die in the primordial world. I would completely disappear. With a self-deprecating smile, the Lady of Earth said with some melancholy. Obviously, even though she knew that she would die, she still did not intend to give up the reincarnation cycle. The Daluo Jingxian would not die if the primordial world was not destroyed. This was the truth that was recognized in the primordial world. However, if the Lady of Earth transformed into reincarnation, she would break this truth and become the first Daluo Jingxian to completely die since the creation of the primordial world. Reincarnation was the most powerful treasure in the untainted land. In order to make it be born, Hudu had to sacrifice everything she had. Complete death. This was a state that countless great magicians feared. However, when he spoke of it, it was so casual as if the one who was about to die was not him. His carefree attitude was admirable. If the death of a single person in the future of Earth can be exchanged for the peace of the primordial world after death, well then, Hutu is willing. No regrets, no resentment. With great love in her heart, the Lady of Earth had long ignored life and death. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the living beings of the primordial world. However, there was still a hint of hesitation in his heart that made him unable to make up his mind. This hesitation was not because he was worried about his own life, but because of the shaman tribe. He was the ancestor of sorcery. He was one of the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe. The ancestral shaman who should have led the shaman tribe to glory. If he died just like that, what would the members of the shaman tribe do? Especially now, the shaman tribe was about to have a decisive battle. If they lost their top-notch combat power, there would definitely be a flaw in the 12 divine wraith formation. In that case, in the war with the demons, the advantage that the shaman tribe had maintained for a long time would disappear. They might even fall into a disadvantage because of this. Then, the shaman tribe would be in danger. It was because of this that the Lady of Earth had not made up her mind about whether to transform into reincarnation. If she transformed into reincarnation, she would be facing all living beings in the world, but she would be letting down the shaman tribe that she was born in. The common people were important. The shaman tribe was still important. The Lady of Earth had to weigh it herself. At the side, Feng Zichen also felt the Lady of Earth's dilemma. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on. However, he did not know how to persuade her. This matter could only be decided by the Lady of Earth. For the sake of the primordial world, the Father God transformed his body into all living beings. As his successor, I should follow his will and prioritize the primordial world. I want to come. This is also what the Father God wants to see. Big Brother and the others will also understand me. After a moment, the Lady of Earth made a decision in her heart. For the primordial world, for all living beings, she could only let down the shaman tribe. Fellow Taoist, please bring this back to the shaman tribe for me. Tell them that I, the Lady of Earth, have let them down. The Lady of Earth forced out a drop of blood essence from her body and handed it to Feng Zichen with a determined expression. This, fellow Taoist, have you really decided? After accepting the Lady of Earth's blood essence, Feng Zichen asked in an inexplicable mood. The Lady of Earth's reincarnation was the greatest change in the primordial world. It was also a sign that the shaman tribulation was coming to an end. After this matter, it would not be long before the demons attacked the humans. As the descendant of the Father God, I will not shirk my duty if the world is lacking. Seeing that Feng Zichen had accepted her blood essence, the Lady of Earth nodded as a final farewell. Then she took a step forward and walked towards the netherworld. At this point, the location of the netherworld could not be hidden from the Lady of Earth. Big Brother once said, "You can't be a good person in the primordial world. Good people have good karma. It's a joke in the primordial world. Because there is no absolute good thing in this world. If you help others, you will naturally harm their interests. In this way, karma will be formed. It will also plant the root of disaster for the future. In the primordial world, the outcome of being a good person is death. Only dead people can be called good people. Therefore, Big Brother often advises us not to be good people. Especially to me, he reminds me in all sorts of ways. But Big Brother didn't expect that today. I still failed to live up to his instructions. I had to be a good person, a great good person. But I don't regret it. As she walked, the Lady of Earth suddenly thought of the past and could not help but cry. She was not crying for all living beings but for herself. The brothers and sisters who had been together since they were born would never be able to see each other again from now on. And he, even his last farewell, did not do it. Thinking about it, it was really sad. This time he would lose everything. The primordial world would never hear of it again. Oh. After he left, the Witch Clan could be better. Witch Clan, goodbye. After taking one last look in the direction of the Pangu Hall, the Lady of Earth said resolutely, Father God, today the Witch Clan's ancestral witch, Pangu, the Lady of Earth, saw that the world was incomplete, and the reincarnation was incomplete. As a result, all living beings could not rest in peace after they died. Therefore, the Lady of Earth is willing to incarnate into reincarnation, to mend the world. As her voice fell, a bright purple light suddenly erupted from the Lady of Earth's body. It was incomparably mysterious and dazzling. And in this purple light, his body was also slowly dissolving. Rumble. In the sky, a terrifying majesty filled the air. A pair of purple eyes quietly crossed the void and arrived above the netherworld blood sea, the Lady of Earth. That was the way of the heavens. At this moment he had truly descended. It was not like before when his will descended, nor was it with Tao ancestor Hongjun as a carrier. Instead, it had truly manifested in the world. Obviously, the birth of reincarnation was too important. Even the way of the heavens could not help but descend personally to prevent any accidents. Great! A cold voice came from the way of the heavens, driving an inexplicable power to gather at the Lady of Earth, helping her to evolve the reincarnation. At the same time, in the depths of the netherworld, the reincarnation disk suddenly shook violently, emitting a great suction force, sucking the light ball that the Lady of Earth had turned into. Rumble. After obtaining the origin of the Lady of Earth, the figure of the reincarnation disk became more and more real. Moreover, it seemed to have suddenly gained power. It began to rotate with a rumbling sound, emitting a terrifying suction force that swept across the entire untainted land. In the next moment, after Pangu's body transformed into everything, the remaining power between heaven and earth was completely stimulated. It appeared from the void and surged toward the reincarnation disk. The Lady of Earth, the transformation of Pangu's blood essence. Using her as a guide, the reincarnation disk summoned the remaining power of Pangu in the untainted land to complete the final evolution and be born perfectly. This was also the meaning of the Lady of Earth's reincarnation. Such a big change happened in the netherworld blood sea. Those great mediums of the untainted land, no, it should be said that the entire untainted land was alarmed. What? The Lady of Earth, this is... After waking up from seclusion, the great mediums' hearts stirred and they understood the cause and effect. Immediately they were shocked. Was the Lady of Earth crazy? She wanted to sacrifice herself to perfect the untainted land. In this world, there was actually such a stupid person. At this moment, after learning of the Lady of Earth's actions, the hearts of the great mediums were filled with absurdity and disbelief. Wasn't it good to be alive? However, while they found it difficult to understand, they could not help but admire the Lady of Earth from the bottom of their hearts. Hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation had turned into flowing water in a day, just to perfect the untainted land. This kind of character could only be said to be worthy of the name of Pangu's descendant. The Lady of Earth is merciful. After tidying up their robes, the great mediums bowed in the direction of the Lady of Earth with serious faces. In the heavenly court, the demons including Dijun and Tai were the same. Even the saints were no exception. This matter had nothing to do with their positions. The Lady of Earth had turned her body into reincarnation. This was a great thing for the entire world. As a member of the untainted land, they had all received her favor, so they naturally had to show her. Moreover, after this matter, the untainted land would no longer have the Lady of Earth. So what if they bowed? The Lady of Earth is merciful. After the great mediums, the living beings of the untainted land also bowed in unison. For a time, the untainted land was filled with praises for the Lady of Earth. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Magi was unusually depressing, forming a sharp contrast with the other places in the untainted land. Sigh. Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? In the Pangu's hall, the 11 ancestral magi gathered together. Looking at the Lady of Earth in the sea of blood, they did not know what to say. Unlike others, they who were also descendants of Pangu could naturally understand the Lady of Earth's actions. However, although they understood, who could accept that their sister, who had been with them for so many years, was suddenly going to be gone? Let's go. Let's go and see our sister for the last time. After a while, the emperor stood up and said, Chapter 378. Remember. See your sister. No one is allowed to cry. Before leaving, Jianghu warned sternly. It's the mission of the wizard tribe to protect the primordial world created by the Father God. It's the honor of the wizard tribe to die for the primordial world. My sister got what she asked for. We should be happy for her, not sad for her. Jianghu suppressed the grief in his heart and said again. Hutu's reincarnation was following in Pangu's footsteps. It was the value of the wizard tribe's existence. They should be happy for Hutu. With Jianghu's help, the ancestral wizards arrived outside the Nether Blood Sea in the blink of an eye. However, the evolution of the reincarnation had reached a critical moment. The entire Nether Blood Sea was enveloped by the power of the Way of Heaven. Except for those who were here from the beginning, no one else could enter. Jianghu and the others were no exception. Sister, why do you have to do this? Outside the Blood Sea, Jianghu looked at Hutu, whose body had completely disappeared. His face was full of sadness. He said that he was happy for Hutu and was not allowed to be sad. But in the face of this scene, who could bear it? Even a heart of stone would melt, let alone the wizard tribe, who was known for their straightforward temperament. Seeing that Hutu was about to disappear, how could Jianghu hold it in? Brother, Hutu is not bitter. I'm willing to die for the primordial world. Seeing Jianghu and the others, Hutu could not help but smile. The last trace of her obsession disappeared, and she integrated into the reincarnation wholeheartedly. It could be seen that under the power of the reincarnation disc, Hutu's innate indestructible true spirit was constantly becoming illusory. When the true spirit completely disappeared, Hutu would completely disappear. Sister. With a loud roar, Jianghu's heart was filled with powerlessness. At this point he could not change anything. As Hutu's last obsession disappeared, the speed of the reincarnation disc's evolution accelerated. At the same time, there was a boundless momentum converging here, accelerating the process. The Way of Heaven could not wait any longer. It borrowed the power of the origin of heaven and earth to help Hutu. With the help of Feng Zichen, the reincarnation disc was stronger than before, and the difficulty of evolution naturally increased. Without the help of the origin of heaven and earth, it would take Hutu a long time to complete the cycle of reincarnation by herself. With the help of the heavenly Tao, in just a few years, the evolution of the samsara disc had reached the final juncture. It was only one step away from being born. 6 paths. This was the last step. Poor ones. It was the 6 paths. He only needed to open up the 6 paths. The reincarnation of the primordial world would be complete. Rumble. At this moment, the heavenly Tao moved. A purple brilliance hung down from his body and merged into the reincarnation disc. Was that the origin of the heavenly Tao? He wanted to use this to create the 6 paths. Unfortunately, the samsara had already changed. The person who controlled the 6 Tao was no longer the Tao of heaven, but the god of creation of the untainted land, Pangu. After the essence of the heavenly Tao fused with the wheel of samsara, before the heavenly Tao could do anything, the thought of Pangu, who had disappeared in the wheel of samsara, suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a majestic power filled the air as if it could twist everything. The origin of the heavenly way, which was known as the most powerful force in the untainted land, could not resist at all. It was distorted and changed, becoming part of Pangu's thoughts. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Pangu's thoughts devoured the origin of the heavenly Tao, they first circled around the wheel of samsara before suddenly rushing into the Lady of Earth's true spirit. The Lady of Earth was enlightened and knew what to do next. Today I, Pangu, the Lady of Earth, will use my body to transform into reincarnation and perfect the primordial world. Reincarnation has been established. From now on, life and death will be separated. From now on, in the primordial world, anyone whose cultivation level is lower than Daluo Jinshin's can enter reincarnation if their true spirit does not dissipate after death. Judge whether they were good or evil when they were alive. According to their merit and negative karma, they will enter the path of reincarnation and undergo reincarnation again. The Lady of Earth's clear voice reached the ears of every living being in the primordial world. Immediately they were filled with respect. This was a matter of great mercy. It could relieve them of the pain after death. They could not help but kowtow. Goddess is merciful. Praise the goddess Hutu, the goddess Hutu, the goddess Hutu. At this moment, all living beings in the primordial world were shocked. Previously, they only knew that the Lady of Earth had transformed into reincarnation to complete the world. Of course, it was a good thing to complete the world. However, they did not know what the benefits were. They only saw that even the saints had bowed to the Lady of Earth. That was naturally a great thing. Therefore they also had to bow to the Lady of Earth. Now, after hearing the Lady of Earth's words, they came to a realization. It turned out that this was reincarnation. It could allow them to live another lifetime. How could this not be exciting? Who would be willing to die in one lifetime? Who would be willing to live forever after death? If they could live another lifetime, they would have more hope of attaining the Tao. A glimmer of hope of transcendence was of course excellent. If they could reincarnate again and again, they might be able to achieve a different kind of eternal life. As such, all living beings naturally respected the Lady of Earth, who had opened up the reincarnation for them. However, their thinking was wrong. Reincarnation could allow them to reincarnate, but it was not without a price. The reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth was to retrieve the true spirits of all living beings and make up for their own origins. It was not to increase the strength of all living beings. It was impossible to reincarnate without any price, and to reincarnate again and again. All living beings are divided into good and evil. There is a difference in merit and there is a difference in karma. To show the fairness of reincarnation, I will use my true spirit to establish the 6 paths, to distinguish the reincarnation of all living beings. Just as all living beings were bowing to her, the Lady of Earth continued to speak. She wanted to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation to determine the future of all living beings. At this moment, purple Tao runes flowed on the Lady of Earth's body, emitting a great majesty that suppressed the heavenly Tao until it kept retreating. It was abnormally terrifying. That was Pangu's power. He was deducing the future and rebuilding the 6 paths. If the world was incomplete, the heavenly Tao would naturally be incomplete. The 6 paths that he had arranged would naturally be imperfect. Therefore Pangu had to correct it. This was a situation that had never happened in his previous life. It was the result of Feng Zichen's risk. The future of the primordial world would change here. Not long after, 6 mysterious runes appeared from the darkness and fell into the Lady of Earth's heart. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without hesitation, the Lady of Earth ignited her remaining connate indestructible true spirit and used the secret technique passed down by Pangu to shake the vast chaos outside the realm. She swore to the Great Tao, "The Great Tao is above." Today, Pangu, the Lady of Earth, wants to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation for the primordial world. I hope the Great Tao will bear witness to it. That's right, it was the Great Tao. How could the 6 paths of reincarnation led by Pangu be witnessed by the heavenly Tao? Was he worthy? In this world, stronger and nobler than Pangu, there was only the Great Tao. Moreover, the 6 paths of reincarnation was a treasure of chaos. Without the baptism of chaos and the blessing of the origin of the Great Tao, how could it be truly accomplished? Chapter 379. Therefore, the Great Tao had to bear witness to the formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The first path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the heavenly Tao. Anyone who has contributed greatly to the world and life can enter this path after death. As soon as Huda finished speaking, the Great Tao sensed something in the depths of the chaos. A beam of purple gold light wrapped around the origin of chaos emerged from the depths of the chaos. It broke through the barriers of heaven and earth, turning into Great Tao runes and landing on the reincarnation disk. The violet gold radiance was a strand of the quintessence of the Grand Tao, and it possessed supreme profundity. It was a true supreme treasure that was even more precious than primordial violet qi. So long as he could refine it, then the Chaos Tao fruit would be within reach. Treasures of the chaos were treasures of the chaos because of the origin of Great Tao. That was why they were superior to all spirit treasures. This was the source of their supremacy. If the 6 paths of reincarnation wanted to become a treasure of the chaos, the origin of Great Tao was indispensable. That was why Pangu had directed Hutu to swear an oath to the Great Tao instead of the heavenly Tao. After all, no matter how strong Pangu was, he couldn't conjure the origin of Great Tao. That was something only the Great Tao had. The origin of chaos was also a top treasure in the world. Although it couldn't help one become a saint, it could help one reach the origin Tao. It was as precious as Hongming's purple qi. The great Tao runes formed by the two were mysterious and simple, like an ancient Tian character that exuded a boundless aura. As soon as it landed on the reincarnation disk, it underwent a drastic change. Countless runes were born for it, covering the entire void in an extraordinarily dazzling manner. The runes bloomed, vast and unfathomable, surpassing the stars in the heavens. Even the great universe was as weak as a firefly compared to it. A mysterious aura permeated and blended with the heavenly Tao. Then the runes converged like flowing water into a ball with a whoosh. They transformed into a great Tao rune again and merged perfectly with the reincarnation disk. From simplification to complexity, then from complexity to simplicity. This was a cycle that symbolized the simplicity of the great Tao. In an instant, the reincarnation disk suddenly became more solid, and 1/6 of its body appeared. Rumble. A terrifying aura swept out, suppressing the entire untainted land. So strong, as the pressure swept over, many powerful cultivators couldn't help but feel the urge to test it out. They secretly mobilized their magic power to resist the pressure of reincarnation. Unexpectedly, the pressure was enhanced by the Grand Tao, so its might had long since attained an unimaginable level. All of them were momentarily unable to resist it, and they were shaken to the point of letting out muffled groans and suffering a slight loss. The great mystical abilities might be able to resist, but the living beings of the primordial world could not withstand the pressure of reincarnation. He was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to stand up. At the same time as that oppressive might swept out, an indescribable message appeared in the minds of the living beings, allowing them to understand what the heavenly way was. This heavenly Tao was not the desolate era's heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao of man. Upon entering this Tao, one would be a Xiantian life form upon birth. Moreover, one would be a top-tier Xiantian life form, second only to Xiantian fiend gods. It was the birth of pre-celestial qi, the birth of the essence of heaven and earth. Such creatures all belonged to the Tao of celestials. Their Taoist physiques were naturally formed, they had all 9 orifices opened, and they even had heavenly luck. As long as he did not die, he was destined to become a Tai Jingxian. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a celestial being. Is this reincarnation? It's really unbelievable. It can actually change our fate. After learning the function of the heavenly Tao reincarnation, the living beings were first stunned, then ecstatic. In this world, there were many Xiantian fiend gods and countless top-tier Xiantian life forms. However, that was in the past. In the current primordial world, there were more ordinary Xiantian life forms. Top-tier Xiantian life forms. Heaven and earth rarely gave birth to them. The existing Xiantian fiend gods and the top-tier Xiantian life forms that were still alive were like dust compared to the sea of stars when compared to all the living beings in the primordial world. The ratio was too small. The appearance of the heavenly Tao reincarnation gave these ordinary Xiantian life forms hope to change their fate. As long as they accumulated enough merit, they could go through reincarnation and change their birth. The more noble their background was, the greater the hope of becoming Daluo Jingxian. On the other side, no matter what the living beings of the primordial world thought, the Hutu continued. The second path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Tao. Anyone who has contributed greatly to all living beings when they were alive can enter this Tao reincarnation after they die. As soon as she finished speaking in the depths of the chaos, the great Tao once again lowered a wisp of essence, enveloping the essence of chaos and fusing into the reincarnation disk. Immediately, on the reincarnation disk, another great Tao rune appeared. Another 1/6 of its body had manifested. Tao, the Tao of earth creation. The essence of the mountains and rivers took form. The essence of the earth condensed and was born. Such natural spirits of the world could all belong to the Tao. All such living beings were born with spirit bodies. Their appearances were different, but they were all people who had opened 9 orifices. They had great luck. If there were no disasters or tribulations, they would definitely cultivate a golden immortal Tao fruit. From then on, they would bid farewell to death and live forever. They would live as long as the world. If the divine Tao were to prosper in the future, they would be natural mountain gods, water gods. They would be able to control a divine realm. This was a Xiantian life form of the upper level, a spiritual seed nurtured by the world. It was a great creation and it was ominous to kill. The third path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, human Tao. Those who did not do anything in their lives and did not commit any mistakes can enter this Tao reincarnation. With that, another purple light flew over from the chaos and fused into the reincarnation disk, causing its power to increase exponentially. Its body was already half corporeal. Human Tao, the Tao of all living beings, the Tao of life. In the primordial world, regardless of whether they were Xiantian or postnatal, they were emotionless or not. As long as there was a true spirit and a life mark, they belonged to the human Tao. In other words, in the primordial world, all living beings under Daoyuo Jingxian belonged to the human Tao. Even the flowers and trees were no exception. The living beings of the human Tao did not have the enhancement of their previous lives. The future depended on their own efforts. Hard work might not succeed. However, if they did not work hard, they would definitely not succeed. Of course, the environment of the world was here. Even if the living beings of the human Tao did not work hard, they could still cultivate to become heaven immortals. However, if they wanted to become stronger, it would depend on their own efforts and fate. This was also the last benefit of the primordial world. After the Magi and demon tribulation, the environment of the world would change drastically. It would be difficult for the living beings of the human Tao to cultivate the immortal Tao. The fourth Tao of the six paths of reincarnation, the Karma Tao. Those who have sinned against the world and all living beings in their lives and bear negative karma will enter this Tao reincarnation. The origin of the great Tao transformed into Tao runes and flew over. The power of the reincarnation disk increased by a step, revealing 2/3 of it. What? Karma Tao. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Feng Zichen was first shocked, then overjoyed. The six paths had really changed. His plan to change the primordial world had succeeded. In Feng Zichen's memory, the original six paths of reincarnation were divided into heaven, earth, human, livestock, Azura, hungry ghost. These six paths did not have Karma Tao. Chapter 380. Karma Tao. Karma Tao. Those with karma would sink into this Tao and suffer. Those with merit naturally had to be rewarded. Those with karma naturally had to be punished. Only then could it show that the heavenly Tao and reincarnation were fair. If good people and bad people were treated the same, then who would be willing to do good in the primordial world? And if one lost their kindness, the primordial world would not be far from sinking. In this world there was a difference between high and low. To put it bluntly, in the primordial world, connate god fiends were nobler than connate life forms were nobler than postnatal life forms. Speaking further, even if they were in the same clan, there were differences between clansmen. Those with good talent were nobler than those with weak talent. Those with high statuses were nobler than those with low statuses. The difference between people was already destined at birth. And when there was a difference between people, levels would naturally occur. The noblest, high and mighty. The lowest of them all was as low as the soil. Just like slaves, they enjoyed the worst treatment, but they did the most bitter, tiring, and dirty work. They were also despised, beaten, and scolded by others. They could be said to be tortured. It was as if they had come to the world to be tortured. No, it was not like. That was clearly the case. They had come to the human world to suffer. Because they had come on their own. They were plagued by negative karma when they were alive. They still wanted to write it off after they died. How was that possible? After those with negative karma died, they had to go to hell and suffer all kinds of torture to offset their negative karma. After that, they could go to reincarnation. This reincarnation was, of course, the Karma Tao. Just because the negative karma was gone did not mean that the sins were gone. The suffering of the death realm was over, the suffering of the life realm was still waiting for them. Otherwise, who would be the lowest? They could not let those who had not done anything, right? They did not make any mistakes, so why should they? Moreover, this way, how could they show the fairness of the heavenly Tao and reincarnation? Therefore, it was better to let these people with negative karma go. This way, not only could it show the fairness of reincarnation, but it could also teach them a lesson so that they would not dare to do evil in the future. It could also warn all living beings in the primordial world to take this as a warning. It could be said to be killing several birds with one stone. What? Path of karma. Once the karmic Tao was established, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if a sharp sword was hanging above their heads, constantly warning them so that they wouldn't dare to do evil. Believe, with the path of karma, the living beings of the primordial world would be much more restrained. In the future, the primordial world would be much more stable. They thought that the appearance of the six paths of reincarnation would only bring them benefits and no harm. The birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation was to complete the untainted world, not to help all living beings in the world benefit. The 5th Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Tao of Azura. Those who are tainted with the murderous fate can enter this reincarnation cycle after death. After the path of karma was the path of Azura. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised by the appearance of the realm of Azura. The 6 paths of reincarnation was established in the Nether Blood Sea. His appearance had invaded an unknown amount of the Nether Blood Sea's origin. Taoist Mingi had been staying at home, but disaster had come to him out of nowhere. How could he not be angry? How could the Azura tribe not be resentful when their homeland was destroyed? Therefore, in order to compensate Taoist Mingi, the Azura Tao was going to be established. Moreover, the Azura Tao represented. It wasn't just the Azura tribe. The Azura Tao was also the killing Tao. In the primordial world there were countless living beings. Among these living beings, either for their natural enemies or for their own interests, wars often broke out, causing the primordial world to be in chaos. At this moment, someone needed to be born with the luck of killing, kill to stop killing, violence to curb violence, kill until the primordial world was peaceful. Moreover, there were too many cultivators in the primordial world. It was also a burden for the heaven and earth. It was also very good for some people who were born with the luck of killing to clean up some cultivators for the heavenly Tao to maintain the stability of the primordial world. These people had committed endless sins of killing when they were alive. After death, they naturally had to go to the 18 levels of hell and never be reincarnated. However, as they massacred cultivators wantonly, the pressure of heaven and earth was reduced, and the world was developing in a good direction. According to this calculation, this was meritorious to heaven and earth, and should enter the heavenly Tao. However, massacring cultivators was a great sin to all living beings, and was now in the 18 levels of hell. For these people, the heavenly Tao did not reward. They had lost their hearts of fairness and justice. The human Tao did not punish. They had lost their hearts of protecting all living beings. These two were the foundation of the heavenly Tao and the human Tao in the primordial world. They could not be lost. Therefore, in order not to damage the harmony between the heavenly Tao and the human Tao, the Azura Tao was born to settle these living beings. This, I'm sitting at home and fortune comes from the sky. At this moment, Taoist Mingi, who was originally unhappy because the Hutu did not greet him and established the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Blood Sea, suddenly smiled. The way he looked at the Hutu was no longer filled with hostility, but with surprise. The Hutu had given him a big gift for free. At this moment, if there was a word to describe Taoist Mingi's mood, it would be surprise, an incomparable surprise. In this mood, his good impression of the Hutu in his heart could be said to have reached the extreme. Even his good impression of the Magi had reached the max. With the Azura Tao, the Azura clan's prosperity was just around the corner. As the Azura ancestor, he might be able to use this to glimpse the secrets of the primordial chaos Tao realm. Moreover, these were only the benefits that could be seen. Those benefits that could not be seen might be even greater. The birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation had caused such a huge commotion that even Pangu and the Great Tao were alarmed. One could imagine how extraordinary it was. It was not that Taoist Mingi could not recognize the origin of the Great Tao and the origin of chaos. He also knew a thing or two about their mysteries. Becoming the Taoist master of the Azura was not far from the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Setting up 5 paths in a row almost reached the limit of the Hutu. Setting up 6 paths consumed her true spirit. The damage caused to the Hutu by setting up 5 paths could be imagined. Her innate indestructible true spirit had completely become illusory, leaving only a thin shadow that was almost invisible. It was obvious that if she set up another path, the Hutu's true spirit would completely disappear. Enough. 5 paths of reincarnation are enough. Sister, stop. Outside the Blood Sea, the Candle Dragon suddenly shouted at the Hutu. As the ruler of time and the #1 sage of the Magi, his wisdom was definitely not to be underestimated. Just now, the moment the Azura Tao was set up, the Candle Dragon had a feeling and used the path of time to deduce. He suddenly realized that the 5 paths of reincarnation were already very perfect. The good and evil of the primordial world, life and death, retribution, and the endless living beings, everything that he could think of was already included. In this way, this 6th path seemed a little redundant. The 5 paths were already perfect. What was the point of the 6th path? Therefore, the Candle Dragon came back to his senses and hurriedly said to the Hutu. He persuaded her to give up on opening the sixth path so that he could save her life. Chapter 381. To Daluo Jingxian, as long as his connate indestructible true spirit was still around, no matter how serious his injuries were, it would be a piece of cake. As time passed, he would eventually recover. Although the current Hoodoo's situation was not optimistic, her true spirit still existed. Even if her true spirit was so weak that it was about to disappear, it still existed. That was hope. As long as she stopped the cycle of reincarnation in time, with the help of the Magi, it would not be long before she could return to the peak and even go further. Sisters, stop. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for this. As soon as the candle dragon finished speaking, the group of ancestral Magi reacted and tried to persuade her. Fellow Taoist, the battle of the witch demon technique is about to begin. For the future of the Magi, you have to prioritize yourself. On the other side, Taoist Mingi thought for a while and tried to persuade her. After receiving such a huge favor from the Hutu, he could not sit back and watch her die. Fellow Taoist, you have made great contributions to the primordial world, but you should not die. Please think twice. At the same time, many great mystical abilities of the primordial world, regardless of whether they were familiar with the Hutu or not, also tried to persuade her. Just as they had said, the Hutu had great merit. If she died just like that, wouldn't it mean that her merit was useless? When it was time to die, even if you had immeasurable merit, you would still die. How could everyone not be disappointed? All along, everyone knew that merit was the greatest protection of the primordial world. As long as one had enough merit, even the saints would not dare to attack them. Even the great divines believed this without a doubt. However, if the Hutu died just like that, it would be enough to overturn everything. Merit was not omnipotent. If the calamity of death really came, it did not matter if one had merit or not. They would all die. Therefore, in order to maintain the importance of merit, the Hutu could not die. Moreover, since the creation of the primordial world, countless battles had erupted. Many Daluo Jingxian had died, and there were even some who had fallen into eternal sleep. However, those who had truly died were all dead. If the Hutu died, it could be said that the Daluo Jingxian would not die. They had agreed that the Daluo Jingxian would not die. Therefore, when everyone did things, they had fewer scruples. But now they were suddenly told that Daluo Jingxian would also die. This caused the group of powerful experts to be shocked, and they all felt fear. Yes, they were afraid. Hutu will die. Then they would also die. Being immortal and indestructible was not truly immortal and indestructible. How could this not be terrifying? With the first one, there would be a second one, a third one, and who could guarantee that he wouldn't be the next one to die? Even those who didn't know Hutu well or had grudges against her spoke out to persuade her, hoping that she wouldn't die. 5. Is it really enough? In the face of everyone's persuasion, Hutu couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's right. The 5 Tao indeed contained everything in the primordial world. But what about the sorcerer tribe? As living beings born from Pangu's bloodline, the true spirits of the sorcerer tribe were all created by nature. Once they were born, they were all top-notch innate living beings. They were not weaker than the living beings reincarnated by the heavenly Tao, or even stronger. The sorcerer tribe was too strong. They were so strong that even the 5 paths of reincarnation could not shake the life and death of the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe had a murderous aura. That murderous aura was the heavenly divine murderous aura that came from Pangu's body. It was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the murderous aura on the innate ferocious beasts. Once the murderous aura on the sorcerer tribe's body rose, those with lower cultivation levels than them would not even have the ability to resist. They would sink and die. The true spirits that were reincarnated would probably be blasted into pieces by the murderous aura on their bodies before they could even get close to the sorcerer tribe. In this way, if they couldn't even get close, how could they reincarnate? The 5 paths of reincarnation were useless to the sorcerer tribe. Therefore, Hutu could not stop. She had to continue opening up the reincarnation cycle. Even if she died for it, it did not matter. Because, she knew, the next reincarnation cycle was related to the sorcerer tribe. That was the gift of the Father God. In the reincarnation cycle that originally did not have the sorcerer tribe, he forcefully opened up a reincarnation cycle related to the sorcerer tribe. The heavenly Tao could sit by and watch Hutu's sacrifice. It could even take over the fruits of her sacrifice after her death without giving the sorcerer tribe any benefits. But Pangu would not. He would not let Hutu's sacrifice be in vain. The reincarnation cycle was born. No matter what, he could not lose the benefits of the sorcerer tribe. Huda has gone. Nodding at Jianghu and the others, Huda's face revealed a determined expression. She owed the sorcerer tribe enough. This time she would use everything she had left to repay the sorcerer tribe. This was also the only thing she could do when she was alive. Unlike the other great mediums, Hutu, who had completely merged with the reincarnation disc, could clearly sense her strength. At this time she knew that her death was destined. No matter what, the heavenly Tao would not let her live. The heavenly Tao would not allow a powerful treasure like the 6 paths of reincarnation disc to be controlled by outsiders. It had to be controlled by her personally. Therefore Huda had to die. The 6th path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Sorcerer Path. After Pangu's blood descendants die, they can enter this path of reincarnation. As soon as Huda finished speaking, the origin of the great Tao flew over with the origin of the chaos. At the same time in Pangu's hall, Pangu's heart also moved and flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Boom. As soon as the origin of the great Tao merged with the reincarnation disc, Pangu's heart broke through the air and turned into a ball of purple light that fell into the nascent sorcerer Tao. Immediately, a violent change happened. The entire sorcerer Tao was twisting and undergoing a strange change. The runes that represented the sorcerer Tao were also changing. They became more complicated and profound. This change did not last long. In just a few days it stopped. A huge purple whirlpool appeared in the sorcerer path, and there were specks of purple light floating in it. The purple vortex was unbelievably huge. It emitted a majestic aura that was no different from Pangu's aura. This was Pangu's heart. He connected to the boundless chaos, to absorb the aura of chaos. He connected to the primordial world, to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The 2 powers gathered in the purple vortex and turned into purple water droplets. They fell to the bottom of the vortex and gradually formed a purple spirit spring. Pangu's blood. That purple spirit spring was not a spirit spring. It was clearly Pangu's blood. The aura of chaos gave birth to Pangu, and the essence of heaven and earth was formed by Pangu. These 2 powers that were closely related to Pangu were transformed by Pangu's heart with the support of the origin of the great Tao. They produced a shocking transformation and evolved into the foundation of the sorcerer race, Pangu's blood. In the future, as long as the sorcerer Tao was not destroyed, new sorcerer race could be born endlessly with Pangu's blood. From then on, the sorcerer race would have nothing to worry about. Even if they were defeated, they would not be in danger of being exterminated. There was even hope of revival. Moreover, the changes in the sorcerer Tao were not limited to that. Through the power of heaven and earth, the power of chaos, Pangu's heart, the origin of the great Tao, all kinds of supreme powers combined and evolved. The power of the sorcerer Tao could be said to be the number 1 in the 6 paths. Of course, its power was not limited to that. In the deepest part of the purple vortex, where Pangu's blood gathered, a few purple embryos could be seen forming. Khanate Godfiends. Khanate Godfiend level sorcerer race. Pangu's blood was highly condensed. Its status in the sorcerer race was second only to top Khanate grand sorcerers like Xing Tian and Ho Yi. Apart from the 12 grand sorcerers born from Pangu's blood essence and the Khanate grand sorcerers born from Pangu's heart, there were 3 ways for the remaining sorcerer race to be born. The first way was for Pangu's heart to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and produce Pangu's blood again to give birth to a new sorcerer race. The sorcerer race born in this way could be compared to Khanate Godfiends. However, ever since the war between the liches and demons broke out, the sorcerer race had repeatedly used the power of Pangu's heart, causing their strength to be insufficient. Such a Khanate sorcerer race could not be born. The second way was for the 12 grand sorcerers to inject their blood essence into Pangu's heart and combine it with Pangu's blood to give birth to the sorcerer race. This was the first generation of the sorcerer race and the top Khanate lifeforms. The third way was for the sorcerer race to be born from the combination of a man and a woman. The sorcerer race that was born in this way was affected by the cultivation level of their parents. Their aptitude was different and each generation was weaker than the previous. The strong ones were even comparable to Khanate Godfiends. The weak ones were only the most ordinary Khanate lifeforms. However, the sorcerer race was different from the human race. Giving birth was not as simple as the human race. Even the human race needed 10 months to give birth, let alone the sorcerer race. Having a child every 10,000 years was already considered fast. Moreover, after giving birth, the mother's vitality would be greatly damaged and her cultivation level would regress. The price could be said to be huge. That was also the reason why the sorcerer race was rare and inferior to the demon race. If the sorcerer race's population was 1,000th of the demon race's, the primordial world would have long been theirs. After the birth of the sorcerer path, the mysteries about it automatically appeared in the minds of the sorcerer race. After the death of the sorcerer race, their true spirits would enter the sorcerer path and bathe in Pangu's blood to obtain a new life. However, their cultivation level was gone. They had to cultivate from the beginning. At the same time, the sorcerer path could also spontaneously draw power from the chaos to create the innate true spirits and give birth to a new sorcerer race. Believe, in the future, every once in a while, there would be a new sorcerer race that would walk out of the sorcerer path to strengthen the sorcerer race. Why bother? Looking at the sorcerer path, Jianghu was a little stunned. Logically speaking, he should be happy about the appearance of the sorcerer path. But when he thought about how the Lady of Earth had exchanged her life for it, his heart was empty and abnormally uncomfortable. He could not be happy at all. There was only a thick sense of sorrow. Compared to Jianghu's complicated emotions, Jianghu's emotions were much simpler. Happy. Abnormally happy. Although Jianghu felt that it was a pity that the Lady of Earth was about to die, he was more excited. Without an ancestral sorcerer, the sorcerer race's greatest trump card, the 12 divine beings killing formation that was said to be invincible in the primordial world, was broken just like that. This was definitely a heavy blow to the sorcerer race. It was not an exaggeration to say that their strength had been reduced by half. So what if they had the sorcerer path? He could only provide fresh blood for the sorcerer race, but he could not strengthen the sorcerer race during this period of time. No matter how talented one was, it would take time to grow. Chapter 382. By the time the shamans born from the shaman Dao fully matured, the demons would have long defeated the shamans and unified the primordial world. In fact, in front of the powerful demons, the newborn shamans didn't even have the chance to grow. Rumble. With the establishment of the 6 paths, the evolution of the reincarnation disc was completed. Its form completely turned from illusion to reality and truly manifested. At this moment, the sky of the primordial world suddenly split open. A huge crack appeared, revealing the boundless great chaos of the outer realm. There was an indescribable ball of light there. Endless laws lingered, emitting an aura of perfection. Boundless greatness, incomparably vastness, unknown mysteriousness. He was the source of everything, the true essence of everything and the meaning of everything's existence. He was flawless. Not the most perfect, but truly flawless without the slightest flaw. That was the great Tao. The only perfect existence. And also the most powerful existence. The ruler of everything had descended into the primordial world. Boom. An incredible power spread out and swept across the entire primordial world in an instant. Immediately, the world stopped operating and completely returned to its original state. The consciousness of all living beings also fell into a blank state. Only Daluo Jingxian and the living beings above him could remain conscious. However, he could not move his body. Even the saints were the same. Under the majesty of the great Tao, all the powerful beings of the primordial world experienced the feeling of not being able to control their own lives. They could not help but feel a great sense of terror. Powerful. Too powerful. Not to mention them, even the entire primordial world could not withstand the attack of the great Tao. Just as everyone was immersed in the power of the great Tao moved. Boundless laws hung down from his body and flowed toward the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, completing the final baptism for it. Whoosh, the laws came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, they flowed through the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and returned to the great Tao. Thus, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Only then was it considered complete. The 4th Chaos Supreme Treasure was born. Purple Tao flowers suddenly bloomed in the world. As the petals opened and closed, the truths of the great Tao were hidden within. An intoxicating fragrance spread out, attracting people into the Tao. There were also billions of wisps of chaos chi hanging down, turning into connate origins and fusing into the primordial world, strengthening the origins of the primordial world. This was a phenomenon that the Grand Tao had created to celebrate the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it possessed boundless profundity. Unfortunately, the creation of the great Tao. Not everyone was qualified to see it. Except for Daluo Jingxian, all living creatures in the untainted land had lost their consciousness. They had no chance to witness this great fortune. On the other hand, the heavenly Tao was constantly flickering. It recorded the miracle of the great Tao and waited for it to appear as a top phenomenon of the primordial world in the future. Finally, a wisp of the origin drooped down, and the figure of the great Tao disappeared in the untainted land. The sky also slowly closed. At this moment, no chaos demon gods came to make trouble while the sky was cracked. Obviously, as for the great Tao, the chaos demon god did not dare to act rashly. Not long after the great Tao left, the primordial world returned to normal. 1. As soon as the world returned to normal, Feng Zichen's merit of creation suddenly flew out of his body and went straight to Hutu on the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, Hutu's true spirit was already extremely weak and had begun to collapse. In a few breaths, she would completely disappear from the primordial world. Looking at the merit of creation flying over, Hutu was a little puzzled. She did not know what he was doing here. She had thought that she could become a saint with the merit of creation. She could achieve the Tao fruit that everyone dreamed of. But fate made a fool of people. She had yet to get the merit of creation. She was about to die. Now what was the use of this merit? Thinking about it, it was really ridiculous. Opening her mouth, Hutu wanted to say something, but her extreme weakness made her unable to speak. She could only watch helplessly as the merit of creation flew towards her. What an incredible thing. An expert of the great perfection of the sage-to-be was so weak that she could not even speak. From this it could be seen that Hutu was indeed a lamp that had run out of oil. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, at the last moment when Hutu was about to completely collapse, the merit of creation finally arrived and wrapped around her remaining true spirit, preventing it from continuing to collapse. At this moment, the remaining Tao runes of the great Tao had not completely dissipated. Everything that happened here was covered up by this force. Except for Feng Zichen, no one noticed it. The heavenly Tao was the same. Whoosh! Accompanied by a burst of thunder, a rain of blood suddenly fell from the sky. It was incomparably scarlet and carried a strong sense of sadness. Rumble. The earth seemed to have lost something important and began to shake. The entire ground was undulating and smoke and dust rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Another wave of sadness gushed out from the depths of the earth and filled the mountains and rivers. For a moment, all the flowers withered, and the plants withered, showing signs of decline. The earth seemed to have lost all its vitality all of a sudden. At the same time, a strange figure appeared between heaven and earth, letting out a mournful wail, as if it was crying and cursing something. It was abnormally horrifying. The changes between heaven and earth appeared in the eyes of all living beings so suddenly, causing them to be a little confused. They had no idea what was going on. Why would the heavens and earth suddenly mourn for no reason? It was as if some powerful being had fallen. But then, they understood what had happened. Under the shroud of sadness, all living beings seemed to have lost something in their hearts. They felt empty and could not help but shed tears. Goddess Hutu has fallen? How is that possible? A message appeared in the unseen world, allowing all living beings to know the cause and effect. In order to transform the cycle of reincarnation, the Hutu had sacrificed herself. After a short period of silence, there was a huge commotion. All living beings did not believe that the benevolent goddess Hutu would fall, so they shouted in disbelief. Send fellow Taoist Hutu off. Just as everyone was in disbelief, a loud voice suddenly sounded in the world. It was the great divine ability users sending Hutu off. Send goddess Hutu off. Shocked, everyone hurriedly knelt down to send her off. There was also a loud cry that shook the heavens and the earth. Hutu was really dead. The heavens cried for her, the earth mourned for her, the great divine ability users sent her off, the common people prostrated themselves in worship. In the netherworld, Hutu's figure had long disappeared. Only a huge wheel was left on the spot, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Staring at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, Feng Zichen suddenly frowned. Where did Hutu go? Others might not know, but he saw it clearly. When Hutu was about to completely disappear, the merit of creation had protected a little of her true spirit from being destroyed. Although it was only a little of her true spirit, to a cultivator at Hutu's level, a little of her true spirit was not much different from all of her true spirit. They both represented existence. Chapter 383. Therefore the Lady of Earth did not die. However, Feng Zichen looked again and again, but he did not find the true spirit of the Lady of Earth that had been saved by the heaven-splitting merit. In the blink of an eye, the Lady of Earth and the heaven-splitting merit seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They had completely disappeared. It was really strange. What does the heaven-splitting merit mean? Why didn't you revive the Lady of Earth properly? Why did you disappear with her? Feng Zichen, who was waiting for the Lady of Earth to revive and take over the 6 paths of reincarnation, was surprised when he saw that. He was about to receive the results when the main character suddenly disappeared. Wouldn't he be anxious to death? Rumble. Just as Feng Zichen was feeling puzzled, thunder suddenly sounded in the 9 heavens and resounded throughout the primordial world. Auspicious clouds shrouded the area, auspicious aura descended, and resplendent golden light filled the air. The heaven and earth merit had arrived. The 6 paths of reincarnation had made a great contribution to the primordial world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao appeared in the world and bestowed boundless merit. Boundless amounts of merit gathered, seemingly covering the entire sky. Even the radiance of the sun and moon was not as bright as it, being completely overshadowed. The golden light shone down and seemed to have coated the primordial world with a layer of golden light. It was exceptionally dazzling and warm. Merit. So much merit. Oh my God. That's too much. At that moment, everyone in the primordial world was attracted by the merit in the sky. They were in disbelief. Even the great mystical abilities were the same. They looked as if they had never seen the world. It was not their fault for being so shocked. It was just that there was too much merit. It was even more merit than when the 5 saints attained the Tao. Even the merit of Nuwa creating humans and the merit of Tao ancestor Hong Jun's 3 sermons were not as much as the merit of the Lady of Earth's reincarnation. It was no exaggeration to say that the merit obtained from the Lady of Earth's reincarnation was the greatest merit since the creation of the primordial world. It was second only to the merit obtained by Pangu when he opened the sky. No matter who obtained so much merit, they would instantly become a saint. Even if there wasn't any Hongmeng purple aura, it didn't matter. Boundless virtue would naturally gather, and the river of fate would change. The will of heaven would descend and everything would change. Even if one was not destined to be a saint, under the push of merit, Hongmeng's purple clouds would automatically fly over and change all the destinies, turning the impossible into the possible and helping one become a saint. Therefore, the merit of the 9 heavens was no merit in the eyes of the great mediums. It was clearly a shining sage Tao fruit. If he could get it, then, in an instant, everyone was tempted. He really wanted to step forward and take the merit into his arms. Unfortunately, as long as one has merit, they all had owners. It was not something that outsiders could covet. Even if its master died, it would be the same. This merit belonged to Hutu. Without Hutu's permission, no matter how extraordinary these great masters were, they couldn't take it. However, Hutu was already dead. It was impossible to get him to speak. Furthermore, if Hutu were still alive, it would be even more impossible for him to give the merit to others. Hutu wasn't a fool. If he didn't keep the merit that could make someone a saint for himself, how could he give it to others? Now, looking at the merit above the 9 heavens, although the great masters were drooling, they had no way to take it. They could only watch helplessly. It was really uncomfortable. F***ck. This merit of splitting the heavens is really unreliable. It had been a long time since Feng Zichen was anxious. He even cursed out loud that he hadn't cursed for a long time. The merit of Hutu's reincarnation was about to fall. However, Hutu didn't appear for a long time. He didn't know where she was taken to by the merit of splitting the heavens. What should he do? If the merit fell but he couldn't find any trace of Hutu, then the only result was, with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, he could collect Hutu's remaining aura and use it as a foundation to create a new Hutu, to carry the reincarnation merit. But was a Hutu born in this way still Hutu? Did it really have anything to do with Hutu? Therefore, how could Feng Zichen not be anxious when he thought of this? However, it was useless for him to be anxious. It couldn't affect the merit of splitting the heavens at all, nor could it affect the reincarnation merit that was about to fall from the sky. Rumble. The reincarnation merit had been gathering above the 9 heavens for decades. Today there was finally a result. As it rolled, strands of merit drooped down and fell towards the netherworld blood sea. That was not all of the virtue. Instead, it was only a very small portion, about 10%. In the blink of an eye, it crossed layers of void and arrived above the netherworld blood sea. Whoosh! At this moment, the merit suddenly split into 3 and turned into 3 balls of light. They flew towards Feng Zichen, Xianqing, and Taoist Mingi respectively. This was a reward for the 3 of them. Feng Zichen and Xianqing had once guided Hutu's reincarnation and contributed to the primordial world. Naturally there was merit to be obtained. A thin trace of merit could be divided from the reincarnation merit. As for Taoist Mingyi, he was the master of the netherworld blood sea. The reincarnation was established here. No matter what, he could not be bypassed. Naturally he had to share some merit with him. The merit obtained by Feng Zichen and the other two was nothing compared to the reincarnation merit. However, in the eyes of the living beings of the primordial world, it was still a lot. It could create a sage to be. From this, it could be seen that the reincarnation merit was huge. After creating a saint, there would still be some left. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen should be happy with so much merit. However, at this moment, Huda still did not appear. He was really not happy. He was not even in the mood to check the merit that he had just obtained. Under his influence, Xianqing was also not happy. On the other hand, Taoist Mingyi was smiling from ear to ear. This time he had benefited greatly. He had sat at home and done nothing, but good things had fallen on his head one after another, directly paving his future path. It could be said that he could look forward to the great path. After laughing for a while, Taoist Mingyi seemed to have realized something and hurriedly stopped laughing. No matter how happy he was in his heart, he quickly put on a serious expression. If Hudu had just died, he had received such a great favor from her. It was more or less inappropriate for him to laugh out loud without caring about the atmosphere. He would be despised. Therefore it was better to keep a low profile. He would talk about happy things in the future. No matter how anxious Feng Zichen was, what should have happened still happened as usual. The merit of reincarnation fell like a canopy, covering the nether blood sea and gathering towards the 6 paths of reincarnation disk. Rumble. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated. A terrifying power erupted and swept through the entire primordial world. It collected endless dimensions and captured all the remaining aura of Hutu. One could see that, in the center of the 6 paths of reincarnation, an illusory shadow was slowly forming. This figure had a beautiful face and was dressed in a purple palace robe. At a glance, one could tell that she was a peerless goddess. Hutu? No, it could be said to be Ping Xian. Although her figure and appearance were identical to Hutu's, her temperament was worlds apart. Hutu's body was filled with a benevolent aura and love for all living beings in the world. That was a character similar to Pangu. Although Ping Xian's body was also filled with a benevolent aura, in her eyes, there was only the world and no living beings. Ping Xian was more indifferent than Hutu. This indifference was like the heavenly Tao. It was this point that made Feng Zichen certain that this person was definitely not Hutu. Ping Xian was Ping Xian and Hutu was Hutu. Although they were similar, they were two different flowers. Once the cycle of reincarnation was opened, Hutu could no longer restore the witch. This already explained everything. After the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened, the witch of Hutu was gone. The so-called Ping Xian was just a life created by the heavenly Tao using the remaining aura of Hutu. Although she had inherited Hutu's memories, she had nothing to do with Hutu. Seeing this, Feng Zichen understood everything. He had figured out everything that he could not figure out in the past. Why did the witch clan, backed by the master of reincarnation, Hutu, slowly decline after the great Magi Demon War? It turned out that Ping Xian was not Hutu at all. How could she care about the life and death of the witch clan? She was just a life created by the heavenly Tao to control the 6 paths of reincarnation. Her actions were all affected by the heavenly Tao. With the heavenly Tao's hatred for the witch clan, Ping Xian did not attack the witch clan because of the influence of Hutu's memories. The moment Ping Xian's figure condensed, the reincarnation merit seemed to have found its owner and immediately swarmed into her body. It was as if Ping Xian would disappear if it was too late. With the help of merit, Ping Xian's figure turned from illusion to reality in a breath. After another breath, Ping Xian grew flesh and blood. She truly had a body. After another breath, Ping Xian was born with a primordial spirit. However, at this moment, Ping Xian was still not a complete living being because she had not given birth to a true spirit. However, it would be soon. With the mystery of merit, it would not be long before she could create a true spirit for Ping Xian. At the side, Feng Zichen quietly watched the unforeseen event happen, his heart filled with coldness. As expected, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, there were only benefits. As long as it was beneficial to the world, so what if it was a great merit? When it was time to sacrifice, he would not hesitate. Perhaps. The saint had discovered this, so he did not hesitate to break free from his control. He was really afraid. He was afraid that one day he would be sacrificed by the heavenly Tao. Hutu's body had turned into reincarnation, and she had contributed greatly to the world. But look at what the heavenly Tao had done. After Huda's death, he did not even let go of the merit that she had exchanged her life for. He had created a Hutu for himself to receive the reincarnation merit. He did not leave any for the witch clan. Tsk. His left hand turned to his right hand. The heavenly Tao had played beautifully. The merit was his and so was Ping Xian. Giving the merit to Ping Xian was equivalent to obtaining the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, a chaos treasure, without paying any price. It also weakened the strength of the witch clan and sowed the root of the decline of the witch clan. This method was really good. The heavenly Tao was unreliable. If he wanted to obtain good things in the primordial world, he still had to rely on himself. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart. He had some enlightenment. His desire to become stronger became even more resolute. Chapter 384. Only by becoming the strongest could he control everything about himself. Looking at the actions of the heavenly Tao, no matter how dissatisfied Feng Zichen was, he did not go forward to interfere. Of course he could not interfere. With Feng Zichen's current strength, even if he did everything he could, he would not be able to shake the heavenly Tao in the slightest. If he interfered, other than embarrassing himself, there was no point. However, Feng Zichen believed that even if he did not make a move, the heavenly Tao's plan would not succeed. Hutu was not dead. As long as Hutu appeared, the heavenly Tao's plan would collapse. What he should have gotten and what he did not lack would all return to his hands. Now, he was waiting for the merit of splitting the sky to appear with Hutu's remaining true spirit. Feng Zichen did not believe that the merit of splitting the sky would do nothing after saving Hutu's true spirit. The evolution of Ping Xian continued. As time passed, she became more and more perfect, and the difference between her and Hutu became smaller and smaller. That wisp of indifferent aura had completely disappeared. If Feng Zichen had not witnessed the entire process of Ping Xian's birth with his own eyes, he would have thought that she was Hutu when he first saw her. In terms of forgery, the heavenly Tao was the true expert. Is that my sister? Outside the Blood Sea, Jianghu and the other ancestral magi suddenly had a glimmer of hope after seeing Ping Xian appear. This person. Could it be Hutu? Unfortunately, Ping Xian's figure was completely enveloped by the chi of merit and the power of samsara. Everyone used all their divine abilities, but they could only see a blurry shadow, and their aura could not be felt at all. Therefore they could not confirm her identity. As the merit continued to pour in, Ping Xian's figure became clearer and clearer, and her strength became stronger and stronger. She kept breaking through her limits and advancing towards the saint realm. When Ping Xian's strength, when she broke through a certain limit, the chi of merit and the power of samsara could no longer hide her strength, causing a trace of her aura to leak out and be sensed by everyone. Is it Hutu? She's not dead? When the familiar strength came, everyone immediately confirmed her identity, Hutu. This familiar strength was definitely Hutu. There was no mistake. Jianghu and the others immediately wore smiles on their faces. On the other hand, the faces of Juantai and the others turned gloomy. He thought that the strength of the wizard tribe would be weakened, but he didn't expect that the world was unpredictable. Not only did Hutu not die, she even had a great chance of improving. This was very unbearable. The other great divines had complicated expressions on their faces. If the Lady of Earth was not dead, it meant that it would not be long before another saint appeared in the primordial world. The seventh sage. Because of Tao ancestor Hongjuan's Tao unification. From then on, the heavenly Tao was Hongjun, and Hongjun was not the heavenly Tao. Therefore Hongjun was no longer a saint. It was also because of this that if the Lady of Earth became a saint, she would be the seventh saint of the primordial world. Buddha became a saint. This was definitely a major event that would affect the primordial world. A saint who completely belonged to the sorcerer tribe. The impact on the primordial world could be imagined. The demon clan, which was already inferior to the sorcerer clan, would have a harder time in the future. With a saint overseeing the grand formation of heavenly divine fiends, how strong would its might be? It would definitely shock the world. Moreover, the 12 ancestral sorcerers had the same roots. If one of them became a saint and their origins were connected, it wouldn't be long before the second, the third ancestral sorcerer broke through. If one of them attained the Tao, the remaining 11 would not be far away. Even if Jianghu and the others could not become saints, Just stepping into the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was enough to make people tremble. The wizard tribe was really going to become the peak of the primordial world. Unfortunately, they did not know that the person inside was not Hutu, but her substitute, the puppet of the heavenly Tao, Ping Xian. No one could interfere with what Ping Xian was thinking. In the depths of her sea of consciousness, a bit of innate spiritual light was born. Then it became brighter and brighter, bigger and bigger. Gradually it took on a human shape and had 7 orifices. Ping Xian's innate indestructible true spirit was born. She was waiting for the heavenly Tao to open her spiritual wisdom and stuff it into Hutu's memories. Then the fake Hutu would be completely born. In the void, ripples suddenly appeared. Endless laws hung down and swept towards Ping Xian. That was the heavenly Tao's move. It wanted to open Ping Xian's wisdom and complete the last step of its plan. At this moment a sudden change occurred. A majestic force suddenly surged out of the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, shattering the laws that surged over and enveloping Ping Xian. At the same time, a ball of purple light appeared and surged into Ping Xian's body. That power came from Pengu's thoughts. That purple light was naturally the heaven-splitting merit that protected Hutu's last true spirit. Originally, Pengu's thoughts had already exhausted its strength after helping Hutu evolve the 6 paths. It was about to disappear with Hutu. However, when the 6 paths of reincarnation disk was born, the great Tao manifested a miracle and gave off boundless strength. With this help, the strength of Pengu's thoughts was replenished. At the last moment, he hid Hutu's true spirit along with the heaven-splitting merit, creating the illusion that Hutu was dead. In this way, even the heavenly Tao could not see through it, let alone Feng Zichen. Pengu, after all, it was not his true body that descended. It descended, it was just an insignificant thought with limited power. Changing the 6 paths had already consumed all his strength. If he wanted to distort the will of the heavenly Tao, he would not be able to do so. That was why he schemed against the heavenly Tao. Even Pengu could not interfere too much with the evolution of the primordial world. Otherwise, what was the point of him opening up the primordial world? He opened up the primordial world to verify the great Tao. Only by letting it develop on its own could he get what he wanted. If everything followed his will, what was the point of opening up the primordial world? It was just a waste of energy. Therefore, Pengu rarely interfered with the development of the primordial world. He let it evolve on its own. At most, when the primordial world went down the wrong path, he would correct it. Just like now. In the heaven-splitting merit, Hutu's remaining innate true spirit slowly floated out and merged with Ping Xian's true spirit. The innate indestructible true spirit that was created using Hutu as a template was most compatible with him. Therefore, Hutu quickly merged with the true spirit and easily took over Ping Xian's body. At the same time, on the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Magus Tao, the purple vortex that Pengu's heart had turned into suddenly spun crazily. Streams of chaos energy were pulled in and transformed into the purest power. Then a wisp of purple light appeared. Endless laws surrounded it, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It was swallowed by the vortex. The origin of the great Tao. That was the reward given to Hutu by the great Tao. Hutu swore to the great Tao that he wanted to open up the 6 paths to fill the primordial world. Now that he had done it, the great Tao naturally had to express itself. Therefore, the great Tao gave Hutu a wisp of the origin of the great Tao. Chapter 385. First, it devoured a large amount of chaos chi. Then it devoured a wisp of the origin of the great Tao. The purple vortex spun even faster. A powerful suction force came and pulled out wisps of the origin of heaven and earth from the void. It was also at this moment that Pengu's remaining thought suddenly threw itself into the purple vortex with the last of his strength. Boom, boom, boom. A huge force erupted, and even the 6 paths of reincarnation disk was trembling. The purple vortex suddenly condensed into a ball and turned back into Pengu's heart. A drop of purple blood as bright as the sun, with a misty color and wisps of the aura of the great Tao, dripped from Pengu's heart and flew toward Hutu. That was Pengu's blood essence. The Pengu's blood essence that had long been extinct in the primordial world. After devouring all kinds of mysterious powers, coupled with the help of Pengu's thought, Pengu's heart actually gave birth to a drop of Pengu's blood essence today. This was the supreme treasure of the primordial world. A drop could create a top Khanate saint of the primordial world with the potential of the primordial world. Whoosh! After Pengu's blood essence entered Hutu's body, it directly melted and integrated into her limbs and bones. Previously, in order to incarnate into reincarnation, Hutu's body had completely melted and disappeared completely. Even the imprints of her past existence had been melted away, leaving nothing behind. Even if one went back to the past, they would not be able to find the existence of Hutu's body. It was truly untraceable and untraceable. In other words, Hutu's ancestral body that dominated the primordial world could no longer be restored. Even if she became a saint, her body was only a body of merit. It was not the body of an ancestral witch. But now, everything was different. In order to compensate Hutu before Pangu's thought disappeared, he used the last of his strength to recreate a drop of Pangu's blood essence to rebuild Hutu's body. What a great fortune. This drop of Pangu's blood essence was not stained with the heaven-opening tribulation aura. It was truly perfect and flawless. It could be said that Hutu's body was a blessing in disguise. Not only had he resolved the hidden dangers in his body, but he had also refined his bloodline. At this moment, what flowed in his body was the purest Pangu bloodline. Walala, it was the sound of blood flowing from Hutu's body like a tsunami. His body was undergoing intense changes. His body, which was originally formed entirely from virtuous chi, was twisting and breaking apart. Everything was repeating itself. New runes were born, devouring the old runes. The purple Pangu's blood essence flowed and merged into Hutu's bone marrow, transforming her to give birth to new blood. If anyone saw Hutu's current appearance, they would be extremely shocked. This was because his body was constantly spurting out blood like a fountain. It couldn't be stopped and it looked extremely horrifying. Moreover, the blood that flowed out was golden, carrying a faint divine light. It was exceptionally shocking. This was the blood of merit, which was completely condensed from black and yellow merit. It was the most original power of heaven and earth and had great fortune. If a mortal obtained a drop, he could directly become a celestial immortal. Looking at the amount of blood flowing out, if it was obtained and refined by someone, it wouldn't be difficult to attain the Daluo Dao fruit. However, Hutu ignored such precious blood and allowed it to flow out. This was because compared to the new Pangu's bloodline in his body, the blood of merit was nothing. It was too inferior. While Pangu's blood essence was rebuilding Hutu's body, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was not idle. It constantly absorbed the chaotic aura from the chaos and poured it into Hutu's body, helping him to further transform. At the same time, the aura of merit was still gathering towards Hutu, constantly improving his realm and continuing to lead him to the saint realm. Not long after, the blood in Hutu's body was completely transformed into Pangu's bloodline. It was purple and exceptionally beautiful. It formed a sharp contrast with the dark purple blood of the shamans. This was the color that Pangu's blood should have. Pangu was an existence that was infinitely close to the Great Tao. His blood would naturally transform toward the purple color that symbolized the Great Tao. Therefore, Pangu's blood was purple. The blood of the shamans who had inherited Pangu's bloodline should also be purple. However, unfortunately, when the shamans were born, they were accidentally contaminated with the heaven-opening tribulation aura, causing their bloodline to turn dark purple. This was a sign that the bloodline did not exist, and it was also a sign that the shamans were imperfect. Now, Hutu had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity and used Pangu's blood essence to form a physical body. Of course, he had to pursue perfection. In order to maintain the purity of his bloodline, he even forced the blood of merit out of his body. It was obvious that he was determined. If there was a sacrifice, there would be a gain. Hutu gave up the blood of merit and naturally obtained the purest Pangu's bloodline, becoming the first perfect shaman in the primordial world. Buzz. The moment Pangu's bloodline was completed, Hutu had some kind of enlightenment. Her true spirit and physical body resonated at this moment, giving birth to a magical power. An illusory shadow gradually formed outside Hutu's true spirit, essence soul. At this moment, Hutu gave birth to an essence soul and broke the curse that the shamans could not give birth to an essence soul. Due to the influence of the heaven-opening tribulation aura, the shamans could not give birth to an essence soul. However, Hutu went from death to life and completely broke free from the influence of the tribulation aura. Naturally, she could give birth to an essence soul. The birth of an essence soul brought the same experience to Hutu. Looking at the rules of heaven and earth, what she saw and heard was a different kind of scenery. Especially with the appearance of the essence soul, the true spirit, the essence soul, and the physical body brought Hutu a sense of perfection. It made her feel an unprecedented joy from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she had achieved the Tao. Whoosh! Suddenly, A purple airflow rushed over from an unknown place and entered Hutu's body. Hongmeng Purple Qi. That purple airflow was the supreme treasure that all the great magicians of the untainted land dreamed of, the foundation of becoming a saint, Hongmeng Purple Qi. Moreover, this purple Qi was not the one left behind by Red Cloud Taoist after his death. It was the one that had slipped away from Hongjun Taoist back then. This was the Hongmeng Purple Qi that was independent of the celestial sect of wonders. It was said that at the beginning of the world, a total of 9 Hongmeng Purple Qi were born in the world. 7 of them were obtained by Hongjun Taoist ancestor, which gave birth to the celestial sect of wonders and created its supreme reputation. Of the remaining 2 Hongmeng Purple Qi, one took advantage of Hongjun Taoist ancestors' carelessness and plunged into the void and disappeared into the untainted land. The last Hongmeng Purple Qi, as soon as it was born, scattered into the untainted land and merged with it. It became a part of heaven and earth and could no longer be seen. It was because there were numbers in heaven and earth, and 9 was the extreme number. If the 9th saint was born in the untainted land, the immeasurable calamity would arrive, and the untainted land would be destroyed. Therefore, the heavenly Tao did not allow the existence of the 9th Hongmeng Purple Qi. His destruction was a matter of course. The Hongmeng Purple Qi entered his body, and the feeling that Hutu gave people suddenly changed. The smooth and flawless Tao runes that were mixed into one rose from his body. His aura also began to become stronger, and it suddenly increased by a large margin. A terrifying aura surged around him, shaking the past, present, and future, all living beings in the untainted land. This feeling is Hutu. He's going to become a saint. A familiar feeling came, and everyone immediately understood that Hutu was going to become a saint. They had only felt this feeling of being mixed into one when the 6 saints were born. In this way, the result of what Hutu was experiencing was self-evident. Hutu's mind was emptying. He felt that his consciousness was leaving his body and forming a connection with the great existence in the unseen world. Majestic, vast, and heavy. It was not as majestic and cold as the heavenly Tao. Instead, it was as heavy as the earth, silently bearing everything. Tunnel. At this moment, Hutu understood that the thing that was connected to him was the tunnel that had never appeared in the primordial world. The heavenly Tao controlled all the order of the primordial world. The human Tao represented all the living beings of the primordial world. The tunnel silently gave and carried everything. It created mountains, rivers, and all the living beings of the primordial world. That's right. The heavenly Tao controlled order. The human Tao controlled all living beings. The tunnel gave birth to all living beings. What all living beings saw was formed by the tunnel. Even they themselves were the same. Although the tunnel had never appeared, it had always been there. It silently gave and carried everything. It did not say a word, as if it had never existed. The birth and death of all living beings were in the tunnel. Hutu used the 6 paths of reincarnation to form the Tao, so she naturally could not bypass the tunnel. Therefore, the moment she formed the Tao, the tunnel summoning came and led her consciousness to an unknown place. In a trance, Hutu saw that there were 2 paths in front of her. One of the paths was completely created by rules. It was abnormally luxurious and majestic. The path of the heavenly Tao. At the end of this path there was a dazzling ball of light. It was enveloped by order and emitted a high and mighty aura. Without a doubt, this was the Saint Tao fruit, the Saint Tao fruit that belonged to the heavenly Tao. As long as Hutu went forward, she could take it in her hands and become an immortal heavenly Tao saint. The other path was paved by all living beings of the primordial world. It was not luxurious or majestic at all. It was simple and heavy, emitting an aura that carried everything. The path of the tunnel. At the end of this path there was also a Saint Tao fruit. However, this Tao fruit was not the heavenly Tao Saint Tao fruit, but the Tao fruit of the earth Tao saint. On his body, there was the light of creation flickering, and there was the aura of destruction circulating. Creation and destruction coexisted, and it was abnormally magical. Especially inside him, there were the shadows of all living beings that appeared endlessly. After obtaining him, one could become an earth Tao saint and control all living beings. Now, these 2 supreme Saint Tao fruits were placed in front of Hutu, allowing her to choose. Whether she became a heavenly Tao saint or an earth Tao saint, it was all up to her. This scene. If outsiders saw, wouldn't they be envious to death? Unfortunately, other than Hutu, no one had come to the tunnel and no one could spy on it. This moment that was enough to change history, but no one had witnessed it. What a great fortune. Looking at the 2 Saint Tao fruits in front of her, Even though Hudu had just experienced life and death and her mental state had improved a lot, she could not help but be a little shocked. Chapter 386. One Saint Tao fruit was something that all living beings dreamed of, let alone two. The shock that it brought was definitely strong. However, Hudu was someone who had just experienced a life and death situation, so her mental state had improved greatly. Not long after, she came back to her senses and regained her calmness. Sigh. Although the heavenly Tao is good, but in the end it's not fated with me. After hesitating for a moment, Hudu made a decision in her heart. She stepped onto the path of the Earth Tao and walked towards the Tao fruit of the Earth Tao Saint. Hudu had seen the actions of the heavenly Tao just now. In this way, how would she dare to become a heavenly Tao Saint? Perhaps one day she would be sacrificed by the heavenly Tao. One had to know that the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was still in her hands. In order to obtain this treasure, who knew what kind of schemes the heavenly Tao would make? If she became a heavenly Tao Saint, wouldn't she be walking into a trap? At that time she wouldn't be able to run even if she wanted to. Therefore a heavenly Tao Saint couldn't be. Besides, becoming an Earth Tao Saint, there was nothing bad about it. It was even better than becoming a heavenly Tao Saint. If she became an Earth Tao Saint, she would be the first. She would definitely have great luck. Tao ancestor Hongjun became the first heavenly Tao Saint and obtained unimaginable achievements. Huda became the first Earth Tao Saint. Even if she was not as good as Tao ancestor Hongjun, she would still be stronger than the other 6 saints. The difference between a heavenly Tao Saint and an Earth Tao Saint was obvious at a glance. Huda was not a fool. Of course she would make the right choice. The path of the tunnel seemed to be extremely long, but the moment Huda stepped on it, it quickly shrank. After taking a few steps, Huda reached the end. At the same time, seeing that Hutu had made her choice, the path of the heavenly Tao slowly dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Huda stretched out her hand and grabbed the Saint Tao fruit. Boom! Everything in the primordial world, at this moment it shook. Then the primordial world, which had lost its color because of Hudu's fall, was revitalized. In an instant, thousands of flowers bloomed, and plants stood tall again. The ground turned green. Then, throbbing, it spread throughout the primordial world. It shocked people's hearts. At the same time, the rivers, lakes, mountains, and earth all released a feeling of joy, as if they were celebrating the birth of a great figure. Hudu had become a saint. There were no flowers falling from the sky, no golden lotuses growing from the ground, no manifestation of the myriad Tao, and no pressure sweeping across the primordial world. He did not have any of the visions that other saints had when they attained Tao. Yes, there is. However, all living beings in the primordial world celebrated. The tunnel was silent. Therefore, when the Hudu became a saint, there was no other phenomenon except for the related untainted land beings. However, at the moment when all living beings became saints in the Hutu, naturally he knew that he had become a saint. This was a saint. The peak of the primordial world. There was no need to do anything. Heaven and earth would naturally proclaim it. So strong. So this is a saint? Or is this the power of the tunnel? On the plate of 6 paths of reincarnation, Hudu was meditating on the changes in her body. He felt that. The current him. Incomparably powerful. With a wave of his hand he could erase his past self. But how was this possible? With this power, no one in the primordial world could defeat him. If the sage was really so capable, how could he tolerate the sorcerer and demon clan to dominate the untainted land? It was not normal. It was extremely abnormal. Could it be such a powerful force? Only he had it and no one else had it? For a moment, Hudu's heart was filled with doubts. Is it him? After a while, Hutu completely familiarized herself with her power and her new body. Only then did she realize that the incomparably powerful power did not belong to her, nor did it belong to the tunnel. It belonged to the plate of 6 paths of reincarnation. The treasure of chaos was so powerful. When its power fully erupted, it was enough to destroy the primordial world and even kill a saint. At this moment, Hutu also understood her state. She was the first saint of the tunnel and possibly the only one. Her strength was naturally incomparably powerful. As soon as she advanced to the saint realm, she had a cultivation level comparable to the 4th level of primordial chaos. However, compared to the other saints, she did not have much of an advantage. After all, she had just attained the Tao. The other 6 saints had already attained the Tao for many years. Their realms had already increased and most of them were at this stage. It was already a great opportunity for her to be able to be on par with them as soon as she broke through. Like the three pure ones in Yuhua, they were either endlessly blessed or had boundless merit. When they first reached the Saint Realm, they were only at the third level of primordial chaos, which was far inferior to Hutu. And a person like Xuanti, who was unlucky, was only at the second level of primordial chaos when he first broke through. He was at the bottom of the saints. Even now, it was unknown if he had cultivated to the fourth level of primordial chaos. Once he broke through, he had a cultivation level of the third level of primordial chaos. That was the treatment of Tao ancestor Hongjun. Huda could be like him. It could be seen that she was extraordinary. However, unlike other saints, Hudu had the treasure of chaos, the 6 paths of reincarnation. With this treasure in hand, other than the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man, Hudu could be said to be invincible in the primordial world. Even if the 6 saints attacked together, they might not be her match. However, it was a pity that although this treasure was powerful, it had many restrictions. The 6 paths of reincarnation was related to the reincarnation of heaven and earth. It was of great importance and could not be used easily, let alone leave the netherworld. In addition, Hudu's cultivation level was limited, so she could not fully activate her power. Therefore, this treasure could only be in the netherworld. It could unleash its greatest power. In other words, Hudu's invincibility was only limited to the netherworld. There, with the 6 paths of reincarnation, she was an invincible existence. Even if Tao ancestor Hongjun came, he would not be her match. However, if she left the netherworld, she would only be a saint. Although she was still powerful, she was far from being invincible. The gap between her and the other saints was not big. What was lacking was that one used the power of the heavenly path and the other used the power of the earth. Of course, this did not mean that the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation could not interfere with the world of the living. Instead, once she left the netherworld, her power would fall and she could only unleash the power of a Khanate cardinal treasure. As for whether Hutu could leave the netherworld? Of course she could. She was a true saint, not a puppet of the later generations. Naturally, there were no restrictions. However, now that the reincarnation had just opened, it was not too stable. She needed to suppress it here to prevent the reincarnation from being unbalanced. She could not leave the netherworld easily. She could only wait for heaven and earth to operate spontaneously. Only then would it slowly get better. Perhaps. Hudu's cultivation level was stronger. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation. They could be used in the outside world. Strength was everything. After stabilizing her cultivation level, Hudu tidied up her clothes and walked out. It was time to meet the people outside. Boom. As Hudu took a step forward, a heavy force suddenly hung down from the void, transforming into the shadows of all things in the primordial world, hanging behind Hutu. It was a tunnel. At this moment, a tunnel that had never appeared in the primordial world. It had appeared. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.